The fearsome king of assassins, known as Black Shadow, met his demise due to an unforeseen accident. Upon opening his eyes once more, he found himself transformed into the worthless heir of a prestigious family, reclining upon the expansive bed of a five-star hotel. Beside him lay the disheveled beauty of the school, renowned for her popularity. In the next moment, the police burst through the door, their flashlights illuminating the scene. Chu Fan, you are under arrest for alleged rape. Faced with this clumsy frame-up, a cold smirk curled upon Chu Fan's lips. Did you truly believe that imprisoning me would render me defenseless? Little do you know, this slumbering lion has quietly awakened. Beginning from the confines of prison, he would systematically unearth the puppeteers behind the scenes, instilling fear throughout the entire metropolis at the mere mention of his name. Chapter 1. Rebirth. I am a most notorious scion of the Empire. The sound of a roaring engine tore through the air, a cacophony of blaring horns that grated on the nerves. Immediately following, a pain so excruciating it felt capable of shattering one's very soul overtook him. The legendary assassin, codenamed Black Shadow, in the final fleeting moments of consciousness, beheld nothing but a blinding crimson and a grotesque maw formed of twisted steel. Darkness. Endless, frigid darkness. Am I not dead? This was the sole thought that occupied his mind. As the sovereign of the Shadow Palace, he had meticulously crafted an underground empire that spanned the globe. Countless lives had met their end at his hands, from influential politicians to ruthless warlords. He had envisioned 100 ways to meet his demise, besieged, betrayed, or even dying of old age, yet he had never anticipated that his life would be extinguished in such a mundane, even absurd, car accident. However, in that fleeting moment of thought, a ray of light pierced through the endless darkness. His consciousness surged forth, akin to a drowning man breaking the surface of water, abruptly awakening. Chu Fan opened his eyes. What met his gaze was not the hell he had envisioned, but a luxuriously extravagant crystal chandelier, refracting a dreamlike halo of light. Beneath him lay a king-size bed, astonishingly soft. The air was thick with the intoxicating blend of top-shelf champagne and the alluring scent of women's perfume. This was an entirely unfamiliar environment. More importantly, he inhabited a body that was wholly foreign to him. Struggling to sit up, he was beset by waves of debilitating weakness coursing through his limbs, and his head throbbed with sharp pain akin to needles piercing his skull. This was not his body. The physique he had honed through relentless trials, which stood at the pinnacle of human capability, could not possibly be so feeble. Just then, a torrent of disjointed memories surged into his mind like a raging flood. A thunderous pain engulfed him, and even with his ironclad will, he could not suppress a muffled groan. A life entirely different, a vividly indulgent tale of debauchery, unfolded in his mind like a 3D movie. Chu Fan male, 22 years old. In the metropolis, he is the sole heir of the Chu family. This name bears a title that resonates throughout the empire. The most notorious scion of the metropolis. Proud and arrogant, lacking in knowledge and skills, reveling in vice, a mere wastrel. Almost every word used to describe the highest echelon of incompetence could be perfectly attributed to him. However, in stark contrast to this foul reputation lies a family background so enviable it could drive anyone to madness. His father, Chu Fan, the commander of the Eastern Theater of the Empire, wielding an army of 100,000, adorned with the rank of general, a veritable titan of the military. His mother, Lin Wanrong, chairwoman of the globally renowned Tiansheng Group. She ascended to the pinnacle of the empire's wealth as a woman, a veritable empress of the business world who could command the winds and rain. His sister, Chu Qingwei, an internationally acclaimed super actress with over 100 million fans, she is the dream goddess of countless admirers. Two uncles, Chu Guodong and Chu Guoyang. One serves as the governor of the southern province, while the other governs the western province, both wielding immense power as prominent regional officials. And his grandfather, Chu Xinghua, one of the few remaining founding fathers of the empire. His former students and acquaintances permeate the realms of military, politics, and commerce. Although retired, a single word from him still possesses the power to send tremors throughout the entire empire. It can be said that this individual named Chu Fan was born with a diamond-encrusted atomic bomb in his mouth. As long as he does not betray his country, even if he were to pierce the heavens, the Chu family would have the means to rectify it. A ludicrously fortunate start. Alas, I find myself a useless piece of flotsam. Upon absorbing all the memories, even with the disposition of Black Shadow, a peculiar smile crept onto his lips. The world's foremost assassin had reincarnated into the body of such a top-tier wastrel. What is this? A cruelist from the heavens. He took another moment to assess the condition of this body. Alcohol, recreational drugs, and a substance that even he, a master of poisons, found unfamiliar, a sedative. This is not a mere hangover. This is a setup. In an instant, Chu Fan's gaze turned icy. The The vigilance and insight of the king of assassins had fully awakened. He immediately began sifting through the memories of this body. Given his long-standing associations, the enemies of this wastrel were numerous, but those bold and capable enough to orchestrate such a scheme against him were few and far between. Who could it be? Is it the young master of the Zhang family, who has long coveted his title as the first young master of the metropolis? Or perhaps the newly affluent man he had bested for a woman, who had vowed to eliminate him? Alternatively, at the moment when Chu Fan was deep in thought, a sudden slight rustling emanated from beside him, where the blanket lay. He slowly turned his head. Before him lay a voluptuous woman, curled up in the covers, her exposed shoulder adorned with suggestive marks. Memory served to remind him that this woman was Su Wanqing, a recently emerging third-tier actress who had boldly thrown herself at him during last night's revelry. At this moment, her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, as if she were on the verge of awakening. In Chu Fan's eyes, there was not a trace of turmoil. In his world, women, much like fine wine, were mere embellishments of life, and could even serve as lethal weapons. Clearly, the figure before him was a knife handed over by another. He could even vividly anticipate the ensuing drama. The woman would awaken, scream, accuse him of assault, and then the pre-prepared individuals would burst through the door, apprehending him, the so-called rapist, on the spot. A perfectly orchestrated setup, capable of utterly tarnishing the reputation of the Chu family. Though the means were crude, they would be more than sufficient to ensnare the once naive Chu Fan. Alas, the Chu Fan of now was no longer the same. Just then, Su Wanqing, lying on the bed, seemed to finally break free from the grip of the drugs, slowly opening her eyes. Upon seeing Chu Fan so close, a moment of confusion crossed her beautiful face, swiftly replaced by a carefully crafted expression of terror. Her mouth opened, poised to unleash a scream that could shatter the very fabric of reality. However, just as she was about to cry out, a hand unexpectedly pressed gently over her lips. Su Wanqing's pupils dilated in shock. She gazed into Chu Fan's eyes. What kind of eyes were those? Cold, indifferent, and as profound as an abyss, devoid of any human emotion. It was as if a deity, lofty and untouchable, looked down upon a self-important ant. Merely a glance from him sent her blood running cold. Was this still the gaze of the Chu family's eldest son, who once bore a hint of foolish desire and naivety? Although Chu Fan's body remained weak, the hand that covered Su Wanqing's mouth was as steady as a mountain. He leaned closer, a chilling smile curling at the corners of his lips, and spoke in a voice audible only to the two of them. "Shoo, don't be hasty to scream. Your cry concerns the lives of you and your entire family. Think carefully before you call out. I give you 3 seconds." As his words fell, he released his grip. Su Wanqing stood frozen in place, her mind a blank slate. The scream she had prepared was lodged firmly in her throat, unable to escape. The sheer terror from his gaze and words had thoroughly paralyzed her. Yet at that moment, bang! A deafening crash erupted. The heavy wooden door of the hotel suite was violently kicked open from the outside. In the next instant, countless flashes illuminated the room as if it were day. A throng of reporters armed with cameras and a cadre of stern-faced police officers surged in like a tidal wave. This sudden turn of events jolted Su Wanqing from her terror. She gazed at the figures at the doorway. Her instinct for survival eclipsed everything. She sprang from the bed, clutching the blanket to her chest, then raised her arm with all her might, pointing at the composed man beside her, and let out a heart-wrenching cry. "Help! He is raping me!" Chapter 2. As soon as her eyes fluttered open, the police broke through the door. Su Wanqing's piercing scream resonated through the room like the director's call for action, instantly igniting a frenzy. Click, click, click. The blinding flashes of cameras coalesced into a blinding light, and the cacophony of shutter sounds seemed poised to rupture eardrums. Dozens of reporters, resembling feral beasts, stormed in with cameras and microphones, their eyes sparkling with the thrill of a bloodied scoop. "Mr. Chu, are the victim's allegations credible? What explanation do you have regarding this incident? Mr. Chu, this is the legal channel of Magic City. Please provide a clear response." The clamor of questions, cries, and shutter clicks transformed the luxurious suite into a chaotic courtroom. And at its center stood Chu Fan, the sinner nailed to the pillar of shame. "Step aside. Police are conducting an investigation." A chilling, penetrating female voice cut through the tumult, imposing order upon the chaos. The crowd parted. A tall, striking woman in uniform entered, exuding an air of authority. She appeared to be in her mid-20s, with a sleek bob that framed her exquisite features, resembling a sculpture of ice. Her gaze sharp as a blade. Her shoulders bore the gleaming insignia of her rank, Qin Bingyan, the head of the major crimes unit of the Magic City Police Department. Behind her, several armed officers swiftly took control of the situation, cordoning off the journalists. Qin Bingyan's gaze, akin to an X-ray, swept over the grand bed. Upon spotting Su Wanqing, tear-streaked and trembling, alongside the bare-chested Chu Fan reclining casually against the headboard, her beautifully arched brows knitted together in distaste. Once again, it was this notorious wastrel of the Empire, Chu Fan. Qin Bingyan's voice was devoid of warmth as she brandished her identification and declared with official gravity, "We have received a report alleging your involvement in a rape case. Now, please put on your clothes and accompany us to the police station for questioning." This statement resonated through the reporter's microphones, triggering another uproar. It was confirmed. The most notorious scion of the Magic City was accused of raping a rising star. This would undoubtedly become the most explosive headline, not just for tomorrow, but for the entire month across the Empire. Every lens was fixated on Chu Fan, eager to capture even the slightest flicker of panic, anger, or fear on his face. Yet, they were met with disappointment. In the face of such a scandal that could tarnish anyone's reputation, Chu Fan exhibited no signs of disturbance. He didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, as if this entire spectacle were an utterly mundane farce, detached from his reality. Throughout his previous life filled with shadows, he had encountered scenarios far grander than this, surrounded by thousands of mercenaries, casually laughing amidst wanted posters spanning dozens of countries. Did this trivial scene merit his concern? Chu Fan leisurely pulled a silk sheet from the side, wrapping it around his waist with a nonchalant air before finally raising his head and directing his deep-set gaze toward Qin Bingyan at the door. His expression was disturbingly calm. There was no anger, no guilt, not even a ripple of emotion. He simply observed, like a top predator scrutinizing every intruder in its domain. He analyzed the scene. Among the reporters, he discerned which were genuinely there for the story and which had been prearranged to document the event. He noted the officers, who were dutifully professional and who harbored malicious glee, fully aware of the unfolding drama. And then there was the leading officer, whose righteous demeanor belied her timely arrival, as if she had been timing her entrance with a stopwatch awaiting Su Wanqing's scream. Finally, his gaze settled on the still sobbing Su Wanqing. Her weeping was quite heartfelt, almost convincing, the rhythm of her shoulders quaking. The rate at which tears cascaded down her cheeks could be deemed textbook-worthy. Yet, her body bore the subtle rigidity of tension, and the flicker of fear hidden deep within her eyes betrayed her. How laughable, so full of holes, so poorly executed. A smirk crept onto Chu Fan's lips, a playful, almost disdainful smile. This expression left everyone present momentarily stunned. He laughed. Even at this critical juncture, he could still muster a smile. Was he rendered speechless by fear? Or did he simply regard the Empire's laws with utter disdain? Qin Bingyan's expression darkened instantly. She harbored a deep-seated abhorrence for those privileged scions who leveraged their family backgrounds to act as they pleased, treating human lives as mere trifles. Chu Fan, what are you laughing at? Put on your clothes and come with us. Chu Fan ignored her reprimand. He leisurely descended from the bed, disregarding the multitude of cameras surrounding him, and strolled over to his suit trousers, his movements as relaxed as if he were ambling through his own garden. The ingrained elegance and indifference he exuded stood in stark contrast to the label of a wastrel, creating a strangely alluring dichotomy. He slowly donned his trousers, fastening his belt, before turning to Qin Bingyan and extending his hands. "Shall we go, officer? Do you require those?" He nodded toward the handcuffs at her waist, his tone light, as if he were about to attend a gala rather than a police station. Qin Bingyan was thoroughly incensed by his audacity. "Cuff him. Take him away." With a click, the cold handcuffs locked around Chu Fan's wrists. The reporters erupted into another frenzy, capturing this historic moment for eternity. Two officers flanked Chu Fan, escorting him outside. Throughout the ordeal, his stride remained steady, his expression unchanged. As he passed by the still cowering Su Wanqing, whose eyes brimmed with fear and hatred directed at him, Chu Fan's pace faltered momentarily. The officers instinctively shoved him forward. "Move faster." Yet, Chu Fan seemed impervious to their urgency. He slightly turned his head, leaning closer. In the glare of countless cameras and the gaze of all present, his lips almost brushed against Su Wanqing's ear as he whispered in a deep, almost diabolical tone, low enough for only the two of them to hear. "Your screams are just a tad better than your acting." Chapter 3, this clumsy framing of a plot, was riddled with flaws. The police car raced through the dazzling nightscape of Magic City. Outside the window lay the most vibrant urban panorama, with neon lights flickering and skyscrapers standing tall. Inside the vehicle, two junior officers engaged in hushed whispers about the Empire's elite. "Look at him. How can he still sleep? He must have nerves of steel." The young officer in the passenger seat glanced at the back seat where Chu Fan rested his eyes, his tone dripping with disdain. The veteran driver, however, exhibited a more seasoned perspective. He curled his lip, dismissing the notion. Of course he can sleep. When has someone born with a silver spoon ever regarded the law? Raping a starlet? What is that to him? A phone call from his mother. And tomorrow our chief will be personally apologizing to him. Damn it, it's so unfair. The young police officer muttered a curse under his breath, lamenting, "We toil endlessly, yet our monthly salary scarcely suffices for him to indulge in a single bottle of wine. Scum like him deserves nothing less than to be executed on the spot." "All right, let's refrain from excessive commentary," the seasoned officer interrupted. "This is not our concern. Let us not meddle unnecessarily. Our task is to ensure his safe delivery, and once accomplished, our duty is complete. As for the aftermath, let the celestial powers clash. We, mere mortals, should observe from a distance." Their dialogue floated effortlessly into Chu Fan's ears, yet he could hardly muster the energy to bat an eyelash. Sleep? Unthinkable. As a former shadow, maintaining unwavering vigilance in any unfamiliar environment had long since become an ingrained instinct. He merely kept his eyes shut, for his mind was racing at an extraordinary pace, dissecting the events that had unfolded in the hotel with surgical precision, frame by frame. Firstly, the timing was impeccable. The arrival of the police and journalists coincided seamlessly with Sue Wanching's scream. This was no mere coincidence. It indicated that there were at least two groups outside, timing their actions with a stopwatch, awaiting the woman's signal. This was a meticulously premeditated live broadcast. Secondly, the accusation was heinous. Rape? An atrocious yet effective charge that could instantaneously obliterate a public figure's reputation, particularly for someone like Chu Fan, already notorious for his debauchery, akin to a drop of mud in his trousers, indistinguishable from filth. Moreover, there were witnesses in Sue Wanching and tangible evidence of the door being kicked in, leaving him defenseless in the court of public opinion. The adversary's intent was crystal clear, a lethal strike to tarnish his reputation, dragging him and the Chu family into a swirling maelstrom of scandal. Lastly, the media presence was not limited to a solitary outlet, but encompassed a battalion of journalists, Law and Order Channel, Entertainment Weekly, and various prominent websites, all present. This suggested that the puppet masters wielded considerable influence and possessed a keen understanding of the mechanics of public opinion warfare. They sought not the truth, but aimed to indelibly brand Chu Fan with the label of a rapist in the shortest time possible. Time, accusation, and public sentiment formed an intricate triad, each element interlinked. From a tactical perspective, this setup was nearly flawless. Regrettably, the execution was clumsy. For someone like Chu Fan, who once stood atop the shadowy pinnacle of the world, this so-called perfect trap resembled nothing more than a child's crude doodle, riddled with flaws. True elite players operate in the shadows, their methods far more discreet and lethal, either through covert commercial sabotage or unexpected accidents that leave no trace. This clumsy ruse, however, was far too elementary to be taken seriously. It revealed a critical weakness of the puppeteers, their impatience to crush him and display their power. Such an impatient mindset is seldom found among those entrenched in the upper echelons of society. Thus, the pool of suspects narrowed. The perpetrator must be a local force in the city, an ambitious family eager to ascend by stepping on the Chu family as a stepping stone to prove themselves to the empire. Chu Fan's mind began to sift through the memories housed in this body, recalling enemies from the past. Was it the son of the real estate mogul he had publicly crippled over a young model last month? Unlikely. They lacked the audacity. Or perhaps the nouveau riche he had sent crashing into the Huangpu River while racing a month prior? Their ambitions were too small to orchestrate such media maneuvering. Then, a name jolted forth from the recesses of his memory, like a flash of lightning. Zhang Hao, heir to the burgeoning Zhang family in the city. A subtle grin crept across Chu Fan's lips in the darkness, unnoticed. It was indeed him. In his recollections, Zhang Hao had always fancied himself the new leader of the younger generation in the city, constantly vying for dominance over Chu Fan, only to be thwarted time and again by Chu Fan's more ostentatious displays of extravagance. Just last week, at a charity gala, they had bid against each other for a vintage Patek Philippe watch. Zhang Hao's offer reached 30 million, only for Chu Fan to declare a bid of 100 million, subsequently handing it to his female companion as a mere toy. The look on Zhang Hao's face had been one of dark fury, as if he could have wept from the weight of his resentment and envy. Motivation established. The Zhang family had operated in the city for years, possessing connections in both the legitimate and illegitimate spheres, with the capacity to infiltrate the police and media. They had the means as well. An ambitious family, yet lacking in true power. With an heir who was envious of talent, but wielded inept methods. This perfectly aligned with all of Chu Fan's deductions. Ah, so was you? Chu Fan chuckled softly within. Now that he knew the identity of his adversary, the ensuing course of action became simple. The police vehicle gradually slowed, eventually halting in front of a solemn courtyard adorned with the national emblem. The municipal police department of Mo City had arrived. "Get out." A nearby officer brusquely nudged him, his tone curt. As the door swung open, a wave of frigid air surged in, sharpening Chu Fan's senses. He disembarked the vehicle, handcuffed yet unhurried, and upon steadying himself, he spotted a middle-aged man waiting on the steps of the police station. Clad in a crisp police uniform, the man sported a substantial beer belly and a glistening visage. His gaze unabashedly inspecting Chu Fan, an expression of malicious delight and triumph practically spilling from his features. Chu Fan recognized him from memory. Lu Mingyuan, the deputy chief of the Mo City Police, in charge of public safety, and the Zhang family's most formidable protector within the precinct. The moment he laid eyes on Lu Mingyuan, a smile spread across Chu Fan's face. He strode forward, meeting Lu Mingyuan's triumphant gaze, ascending the steps with deliberate poise. Beneath the moonlight, his handsome countenance bore a warm, inviting smile, making him appear less like a suspect awaiting interrogation and more like a distinguished guest visiting an old friend. Finally, he positioned himself before Lu Mingyuan, observing the calculating and greedy glint in the man's eyes, and spoke slowly, his voice resonating clearly enough for all present to hear. "Chief Lu, it seems my case has brought you quite a bit of excitement." Chapter 4. The first confrontation in the interrogation room. Cold. Oppressive. This was Chu Fan's initial impression of the interrogation room. The walls were cloaked in a monotonous gray, devoid of any superfluous decor, save for a one-way mirror, a silent eye observing all within. In the center of the room stood a stark metal table with 2 chairs. With a click, a powerful lamp flickered to life, its blinding beam instantly illuminating Chu Fan's face, plunging everything around him into darkness. This was the quintessential interrogation tactic, employing harsh light to induce psychological tension and unease. Unfortunately, this approach bore no fruit with Chu Fan. He had spent 7 days and nights in pitch-black caverns and had executed missions under the relentless glare of polar daylight. This mere illumination was no different from a bedside lamp to him. He even comfortably squinted his eyes, akin to basking in the sun on a beach during the afternoon. With a sudden clatter, the door to the interrogation room swung open, and Qin Bingyan strode in. She had shed her police uniform jacket, revealing a crisp white shirt that accentuated her curves just right, yet an aura of cold detachment emanated from her, chilling the air more than the temperature of the room itself. She forcefully slammed a document onto the table, pulled out a chair, and seated herself across from Chu Fan. Her presence cast a heavy shadow over the table, dividing the light. "Name?" she inquired, her gaze fixed on her notepad without looking up. "Chu Fan," he replied, his voice calm. "Age? 22. Occupation?" Chu Fan paused momentarily, a self-deprecating smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "Unemployed drifter? Or perhaps a professional wastrel?" Qin Bingyan tightened her grip on the pen, raising her head to meet his gaze with piercing eyes that seemed to penetrate the light, locking onto him with unwavering intensity. "Chu Fan, let me remind you that this is an interrogation room, not a party at your home. Correct your attitude." "My apologies." Chu Fan shrugged nonchalantly, accustomed to such confrontations. Qin Bingyan took a deep breath to quell the rising ire within her. She reminded herself not to be swayed by this imbecile's demeanor. "Recount everything that transpired tonight, from the moment you entered the hotel until our arrival, in full detail." Leaning back against the cold chair, Chu Fan remained relaxed despite his hands being shackled. He did not rush to defend himself, instead observing Qin Bingyan with a leisurely curiosity. "Officer Qin, before I respond to your inquiries, may I pose a few questions of my own?" Qin Bingyan frowned. "I am the one interrogating you. Please do not be anxious." He smiled. "I merely wish, as a citizen of the Empire, to understand the efficiency and procedures of our police force." Before she could decline, Chu Fan continued, his voice low, yet each word struck like a precise nail, resonating with her professional sensibilities. "First question, from the time you received the report to when you kicked open the hotel room door, how long did it take?" Qin Bingyan's pupils constricted slightly. Chu Fan pressed on. "I estimate it was no more than 10 minutes. Officer Qin, the speed of your major crimes unit is truly remarkable. One might think you were lying in wait beneath the hotel, ready for the signal when things went awry." His tone was flat, yet brimming with unabashed sarcasm. Qin Bingyan's expression darkened instantly, for he was correct. They indeed had received a direct order from Deputy Chief Lu Mingyuan to stand by near the hotel. This was a significant procedural flaw. Second question, he continued without allowing her a moment to think. "According to Article 72 of the Empire's Public Security Administrative Penalty Law, non-investigative personnel are forbidden from entering a crime scene. May I inquire if those dozens of reporters wielding cameras are auxiliary personnel of your police force? Or has our Magic City Police Department pioneered a new model of media-supervised law enforcement? If so, I would be honored to be the first to experience it. You. Qin Bingyan was momentarily rendered speechless. This question struck deeper than the first. If it were to leak that reporters were allowed precedence over police investigations, the entire Magic City Police Department would become a national laughingstock. Final question. Chu Fan leaned forward slightly, his eyes glimmering with an unsettling depth under the light, as if peering into the very soul. Officer Qin, as an experienced detective, you must know that in any case of sexual assault, evidence is paramount, both testimonial and physical. You possess a witness, that tearful celebrity. Yet, it seems you have overlooked the most crucial piece of physical evidence. Since entering this room, I have not seen a single forensic expert or technician conduct a physical examination of the so-called victim, nor has anyone come to collect my DNA sample. Did you simply cuff me without due process? He chuckled softly, the sound jarring in the silence of the interrogation room. Officer Qin, tell me, are you here to solve a case, or are you merely staging a performance? 3 questions in succession. Each inquiry landed like a heavy blow, striking at the very core of Qin Bingyan's pride in her professionalism. The confidence she once held was utterly dismantled before this man. The interrogation room fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by the faint buzzing of the desk lamp. Qin Bingyan fixed her gaze on Chu Fan, her chest rising and falling rapidly. After years on the force, interrogating countless criminals, from vicious murderers to cunning con artists, she had never encountered anyone like Chu Fan. He was not being interrogated. He was the one passing judgment. With unassailable logic, he critiqued her and the absurdity of the entire investigative process behind her. How could this reputed fool, whose mind was rumored to be occupied solely with women and fast cars, possess such meticulous reasoning and an overwhelming presence? This was an entirely different person. For the first time, doubt and uncertainty began to creep into her mind regarding this case and Chu Fan himself. She realized that conventional interrogation methods would yield nothing from this man. He was akin to an impenetrable fortress. After a prolonged silence, Qin Bingyan slowly switched off the glaring desk lamp, restoring normal lighting to the room. She closed the notebook before her, crossed her hands on the table, leaned forward, and resolved to adopt a different approach. She regarded Chu Fan with a scrutinizing gaze, tinged with curiosity, as though meeting him for the first time. You seem utterly unconcerned, she remarked. Chu Fan reclined against the chair, the handcuffs clinking softly with his movement. The roguish smile vanished from his face, replaced by a disquieting calm. He looked at Qin Bingyan and responded coolly, "Why should I be worried? The ones who should be losing sleep are those who orchestrated this charade." Chapter 5. The Father's Wrath Empire, Eastern Theater Command. The night was deep. This military bastion, revered as the Empire's eastern gateway, lay quietly in the embrace of darkness. Akin to a slumbering behemoth of steel, every brick exuding a chilling aura of iron and blood. In the command building on the top floor, the lights of the Commander-in-Chief's office still shone brightly. A poised and efficient female secretary, Song Qian, stood anxiously before the imposing redwood door, her face etched with urgency and trepidation. In her hands, she clutched an urgent intelligence report just received through encrypted channels. Those few flimsy pages felt as heavy as lead. She had been standing there for a full 3 minutes, yet dared not raise her hand to knock, for she knew better than anyone the formidable presence of the man seated behind that door. Chu Fan, the youngest general in the Empire, the commander of 1,000,000 troops in the Eastern Theater, a legendary figure who had ascended to the pinnacle of imperial power through a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. His moods dictated the tranquility of the borders, and his decisions impacted the very lifeblood of the Empire. The intelligence contained within her hands was potent enough to unleash the thunderous wrath of this iron-willed general. Ultimately, the soldier's duty triumphed over the fear lurking within. Song Qian took a deep breath, adjusted her military attire, raised her hand, and with a remarkable restraint, gently rapped on the door. "Top, top, top, enter." A low, resonant voice, imbued with a metallic timbre, echoed from within. Just a single word, yet it carried an undeniable authority. Pushing the door open, Song Qian stepped inside. The office was dimly lit, with only a desk lamp casting a glow. Beneath its light sat a figure as imposing as a mountain, engrossed in the examination of a military map from behind a massive desk. Clad in a uniform devoid of insignia, the essence of military ferocity seeped from him more powerfully than any star of rank. His visage, chiseled like stone, was fierce, and his piercing eyes, akin to those of a tiger, radiated an intensity that seemed capable of penetrating the very soul. He was Chu Fan, a living statue forged from steel and the spirit of war. "What is it?" Chu Fan did not lift his gaze, his voice remaining steady. Song Qian stood at attention, saluted with precision, and then extended the intelligence report towards him, her voice slightly hoarse with trepidation, reporting to the commander. Urgent intelligence from Magic City. She deliberately emphasized the words urgent intelligence. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan finally raised his head from the map. His gaze, as solid as reality, fell upon Song Qian's face, causing her to momentarily struggle for breath. He extended his massive hand, capable of crushing steel, to take the document. The office descended into an absolute silence, broken only by the faint rustle of paper as Chu Fan perused the pages. Song Qian lowered her head, yet her peripheral vision remained fixated on her commanding officer's expression. She observed as his brow furrowed tightly upon reading the first line. When he encountered the words suspected rape of a popular actress, taken away by the police, his entire body stiffened abruptly. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The air in the office plummeted to a palpable chill, and a terrifying aura of murderous intent erupted from Chu Fan. It was a palpable ferocity, forged through countless battles amidst the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Song Qian felt as though she were prey in the sights of an ancient beast. Her blood nearly coming to a standstill, her legs weakening as she nearly collapsed to the ground. Damn it! A thunderous roar erupted, infused with an overwhelming fury and an extreme disappointment akin to hating iron for not becoming steel. With a resounding crash, the desk, crafted from century-old Wangwali wood and worth a fortune, bore the brunt of his fist, creating a massive crater, which splintered everywhere. The intelligence report was crumpled and hurled to the floor. "Awaftisong, you have sullied the name of Chu Fan." Chu Fan sprang to his feet, his towering frame casting a colossal shadow beneath the light, pacing the office like a lion provoked to wrath. Each stride seemed capable of shattering the alloy floor beneath him. He had dedicated his life to the nation, defending its borders with remarkable achievements. His reputation was untarnished throughout his life. Yet here he was, faced with such a disappointing offspring. He could tolerate a son devoid of ambition, could endure his arrogance, and even accept his reckless spending. But rape, that was a transgression against the very laws of the empire. It smeared an indelible disgrace upon the Chu family name. His fury raged within him like an uncontrollable inferno. He even felt an impulsive urge to mobilize his personal guard and fly to Magic City to personally eliminate this ungrateful son. However, at the pinnacle of his rage, his fiery gaze fell upon a calligraphy scroll hanging on the wall. In times of urgency, practice restraint. These words, penned by his father, Chu Jinghua, struck him profoundly. Upon seeing them, the volcanic eruption of his emotions was forcibly subdued. Years of military service had bestowed upon him an extraordinary self-control. He inhaled slowly, his chest heaving, and then exhaled gradually. The crimson in his eyes faded, replaced by an abyss-like chill and calmness. He understood that he could not act impulsively. As the commander of the Eastern Theater, his every move attracted the scrutiny of countless eyes. He must not, and could not, utilize his power to interfere with local justice. Otherwise, the impeachment documents presented to the Elder Council the following day would pile into a veritable mountain. This matter must be resolved through lawful means. Having come to this realization, Chu Fan returned to the now damaged desk. His once straight posture bore an inexplicable air of weariness and resignation in that moment. Even the most iron-willed man, faced with a wayward son, is ultimately just a father. He raised his head to look at Song Qian, who was already pale with fright, and his voice, now calm, concealed an even more terrifying chill beneath. "You may leave." "Yes, Commander." Song Qian, as if granted a reprieve, saluted and swiftly exited the office, gently closing the door behind her. In the vast office, only Chu Fan remained. He lingered in silence for a long while. Ultimately, he picked up the red secure telephone on his desk and dialed a number he both relied upon and dreaded to call during his son's troubles. The call connected. A cool, yet slightly languid female voice resonated from the receiver. "Hello, Jean-Tien, what happened in the military district so late?" Hearing that voice, the iron-willed man's face betrayed an unusual hint of helplessness and bitterness. "Wanrong, it's me. It's a family matter." After a brief pause, he spoke with a measured calmness, succinctly conveying the situation. "That ungrateful son has been taken away by the police in Magic City on suspicion of raping a celebrity." Silence enveloped the other end of the line for several seconds. Chu Fan could almost envision the expression of the normally unflappable business empress, now as frigid as ice. Finally, Lin Wanrong's voice returned, stripped of its previous languor, now laced with an icy chill. "I understand. It is inconvenient for you to intervene there." Chu Fan replied in a solemn tone, "I will handle this matter." "Very well." After a moment's hesitation, he added with a complex tone, You've spoiled him since childhood. If this is true, no one can save him. Our Chu family cannot afford such disgrace. I understand. Lin Wanrong's voice remained steady. Just as Chu Zhantian was about to hang up, his ironclad was ultimately overtaken by the instinctive impulses of a father. He envisioned his son, handcuffed and surrounded by countless reporters, in a state of utter humiliation. Before hanging up the phone, Chu Zhantian spoke into the receiver with a voice laden with suppressed fury and lethal intent, enunciating each word with gravitas. Wanrong, ascertain who is orchestrating this behind the scenes. My son, even if he were but a piece of scrap metal, is not to be trampled upon by others. Chapter 6. The Mother's Unfathomable Power. Beep, beep, beep. As the busy signal resonated in her ear, Lin Wanrong remained frozen in her position as if still engaged in the call. Her office was perched at the pinnacle of the metropolis, atop the Tianqing Group's headquarters. A vast wall comprised entirely of floor-to-ceiling windows offered a breathtaking view of the dazzling nightscape, shimmering like a galaxy. She was indeed the most resplendent star in this commercial constellation. Yet at this moment, the eternally graceful and unflappable queen of the business realm found the last vestiges of feminine warmth fading from her breathtaking visage, replaced swiftly by an icy demeanor. Her husband's final words echoed in her mind. My son, even if he were but a piece of scrap metal, is not to be trampled upon by others. Indeed, my son, Lin Wanrong's son, I may scold him, chastise him, or be thoroughly disappointed in him. But others? Do they even have a right? With a soft click, the phone was gently placed upon her desk, emitting a barely perceptible sound. Yet this sound acted as a switch, a trigger that sent tremors throughout her vast commercial empire. Lin Wanrong slowly turned, her phoenix eyes, usually shimmering with mirth, now devoid of any emotional warmth. What replaced it was an absolute indifference, as if a glacier that had slumbered for a decade was awakening at this very moment. She did not rage or roar. Instead, she extended her meticulously maintained, jade-like fingers and gently pressed a seldom-used red button on her desk. 1 second later, the office door opened silently. Her chief secretary, known for her competence and calm demeanor, entered with her head bowed, adopting an almost reverential posture as she hurried in. She dared not breathe audibly, for she sensed that today, the chairwoman was entirely different from her usual self. Today, she was a sword unsheathed, a weapon of unparalleled ferocity. Chairwoman. Lin Wanrong did not turn her gaze. Her focus remained fixed on the starry sea of lights outside the window. Her voice was soft and gentle, yet carried an undeniable, bone-deep authority. Contact Gao Chong, the lawyer. Yes. The chief secretary immediately dialed the internal line, connecting to the legal department, and then to the private number of the empire's most esteemed legal expert. Within 10 seconds, the call was answered and switched to speakerphone. A steady, respectful voice of a middle-aged man resonated through the receiver. Director Lin. Lin Wanrong began to speak, her words concise and commanding, each utterance akin to a decree. Gao Chong. My son, Chu Fan, is currently at the city bureau. The charge is rape. Drop everything you're doing. Within 24 hours, I want him to emerge unscathed. On the other end, there was no trace of doubt or hesitation, only 3 resolute words. I understand. Lin Wanrong, she continued, contact Eagle Eye. The chief secretary's heart skipped a beat. Eagle Eye, the top secret intelligence department within Tianqing Group, known to answer solely to the chairwoman. A legend whispered about for its omniscience and omnipotence. It had been 5 years since the chairwoman had personally activated this department. The call was connected once more. A voice, cold and mechanical, emanated from the receiver. Eagle Eye, at your service, chairwoman. Lin Wanrong's tone was even colder. Involved female star, Su Wanqing. Investigating officers, Qin Bingyan and Lu Mingyuan. 1 hour. I want all information regarding these 3 individuals, from the moment they first cried at birth to what they had for supper last night, laid upon my desk. Every individual connected to them, and every clue related to this case must not be overlooked. Instructions received. The call was decisively terminated. Throughout this exchange, Lin Wanrong's expression remained unchanged. Yet, due to her 2 calls, an invisible cataclysm had begun to stir within the underground world of the metropolis. The entire Tianqing Group, this colossal, intricate commercial machine, commenced its rapid operation at the behest of its queen. The legal department, ablaze with activity, led by Gao Chong and his elite team of lawyers, descended upon the city bureau like sharks sensing blood in the water, ready to tackle the seemingly trivial case. The public relations department activated its highest contingency plan, mobilizing all media channels to brace for an unprecedented storm of public opinion. Countless funds hidden within the financial markets, like slumbering beasts, quietly opened their eyes, awaiting the queen's next command. A silent earthquake was brewing. The chief secretary stood by, scarcely daring to breathe. She had followed Lin Wanrong for 10 years and had only witnessed this fierce demeanor once before. A decade ago, when the Tianqing group faced an onslaught from foreign capital titans. The outcome then had been catastrophic for the Wall Street behemoth, which had collapsed overnight, plunging from a rooftop. And now, who would be so foolish as to provoke this dormant queen? Lin Wanrong slowly approached the vast floor-to-ceiling window. Her silhouette, illuminated by the brilliant city lights, appeared somewhat solitary, yet imbued with an ineffable, sovereign grandeur. She gazed down upon the city beneath her, as though surveying her chessboard. Her eyes seemed to pierce through the endless night, landing upon a family in the metropolis, reveling in their cunning schemes. After a long pause, her voice, as chilling as ice crystals upon jade, resonated once more. The chief secretary promptly stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "Chairwoman, please give your orders." Without turning, Lin Wanrong simply stated, "Notify all parties involved with the Zhang group to immediately suspend all collaborations." Chapter 7. The Sisters' Urgent Assistance. In Europe, Rome. At the filming location of the legendary production house, Empire Rose. Under the spotlight, a woman draped in a vintage court gown stood serenely, creating a world of her own. Her beauty was such that it rendered all words inadequate. Her features were picturesque, her demeanor ethereal, akin to a snow goddess untouched by the mundane. Every subtle gesture captivated the hearts of all present. She was Chu Fan, the first and only actress to have achieved the Grand Slam at the 3 major international film festivals, a legend with over 300 million fans worldwide. Cut. With the acclaim of the renowned director James, the morning shoot came to a close. The sorrow that once adorned Chu Fan face, characteristic of her role, swiftly faded, returning to her customary demeanor of icy indifference. Her assistant promptly approached, draping a coat over her shoulders and offering a glass of warm water. "Qingwei, your performance is nothing short of a divine masterpiece," Director James exclaimed, stepping forward to lavish her with praise. Chu Qingwei merely nodded politely, refraining from further words. Her aloofness served as the most striking label in her navigation through the entertainment industry. As she moved to the lounge area, preparing to close her eyes and rejuvenate, her esteemed manager, Sister Wang, hurried towards her, phone in hand, a rare expression of gravity and distress etched upon her features. "Qingwei." Wang's voice was somewhat hoarse. Slowly, Chu Qingwei opened her eyes, a flicker of confusion passing through her calm, deep-set gaze. Wang had been by her side for a decade, unflinching even in the face of calamity. Never had Chu Qingwei witnessed her in such a state. What had transpired? Taking a deep breath, Wang extended her phone, revealing a live news alert from a major portal in the Empire. The bold, black headline struck Chu Qingwei like a venomous barb. Breaking news. The Empire's most notorious scion, Chu Fan, arrested on charges of raping the popular star Su Wanqing at the Ritz-Carlton in Modu. A thunderclap resounded in her mind, rendering it a blank canvas. The phone slipped from her pale, slender fingers, crashing to the floor with a resounding thud. Surrounding staff members turned in confusion, uncertain of what could provoke such a rare display of disarray from their typically composed goddess. Sister Wang's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. It was over. The very scenario she had dreaded had unfolded. Chu Fan was Chu Qingyue's Achilles heel, her only vulnerable spot. The world knew her as the epitome of coldness. But only she understood that beneath this icy facade lay a fiercely protective sister, relentless in her devotion. Time seemed to freeze for 3 seconds. After this brief pause, Chu Qingyue slowly bent down to retrieve her phone. When she raised her head again, all traces of emotion had vanished from her face, replaced by an unsettling coldness that even Sister Wang found alien and frightening. If the former Chu Qingyue was akin to an iceberg, then this new incarnation was the unfathomable abyss lurking beneath, capable of freezing all in its depths. "False," she declared, her voice low yet imbued with an unwavering conviction. "My brother would never commit such an act. He may be a scoundrel, a wastrel, a law unto himself, but he is certainly no scum." She required no evidence, for she believed in him, unconditionally. Someone was conspiring against him. A chilling glint of murderous intent flickered in her eyes. She remained unflustered, devoid of tears. Instead, she retrieved her private phone, exuding a calm and resolute demeanor that left Sister Wang astounded. This was the true visage of the Chu family. Her first call was directed to Chun Guanghua, the chairman of Huaxing Entertainment, a titan in the Empire's media realm. Upon connection, a hearty laugh greeted her. "Hello, Qingyue. What a pleasant surprise. Are you considering joining us at Huaxing?" Without engaging in pleasantries, Chu Qingyue interjected, "Uncle Chun, you have seen the news about my brother. I need you to suppress it." Her tone was not one of supplicant, but rather a pronouncement. Chen Guanghua paused, then chuckled wryly. Qingyue, this is no trivial matter. The evidence is damning, and there are countless reporters. The heat from this story is uncontainable. Chu Qingyue's voice turned frigid. I said, suppress it. All portals, all social media, all short video platforms. Within 10 minutes, I do not wish to see any negative articles related to my brother. She added with conviction. You and I both know there is nothing in this circle that cannot be silenced with money and power. You can manage it. Silence enveloped the line. Chen Guanghua sensed something amiss about Chu Qingyue today, a commanding aura reminiscent of her father, Chu Zhantian, one he had seldom encountered. Finally, he sighed. Very well. I will assist you. Consider it a favor to your father. Thank you. Chu Qingyue replied curtly, ending the call decisively. She quickly dialed the second, third, and fourth number, reaching out to influential figures within the media, public opinion, and even the cyberspace regulatory authorities. She did not invoke her family's name, but relied solely on her own, Chu Qingyue, and the formidable network she had painstakingly built over a decade as a leading actress. After concluding her calls, she rose and addressed Sister Wang. Sister Wang, go inform Director James that I will not be continuing with the shoot. Wang's eyes widened in shock. What? Qingyue, are you out of your mind? This is Director James's production. If we breach the contract unilaterally, the compensation will be astronomical and your international reputation. Reputation? Chu Qingyue interrupted with a cold laugh. While my brother is being dragged through the mud, what do I care for that ephemeral concept of reputation? Chu Qingyue did not ascend to greatness through the charity of others. I climbed step by step. Today, I can rise again. Tomorrow, should I need to start over, I will still succeed. But my brother, he is irreplaceable. Her words bore a resolute finality, exuding an aura of unyielding authority that left Sister Wang speechless. Just then, Director James approached, sensing the tension. Qingyue, what is happening? You look unwell. Chu Qingyue met his gaze and, in fluent English, calmly stated, My apologies, Director James. A family emergency has arisen. I must return home immediately. I fear the subsequent filming cannot proceed. James's expression shifted abruptly. What are you saying? Do you realize the implications of your words? Qingyue, hundreds of people in our crew are counting on you, and you say you won't continue? The contract is crystal clear. Leaving now is a breach. Faced with the fury of this esteemed international director, Chu Qingyue merely regarded him with equanimity. She then turned, walking away while dialing her personal assistant. The sound of James's outrage and Sister Wang's anxious calls faded into the background as she issued a command in a tone that brooked no dissent. Akin to a queen, book me the earliest private flight back home. Inform the director that we have breached the contract. I will pay any sum. My brother is in trouble, and I must leave at once. Chapter 8. Entering the chaotic detention center. After enduring a series of tedious yet humiliating procedures, Chu Fan donned a gray prison uniform. The exquisitely tailored suit, worth hundreds of thousands, was carelessly tossed into a filthy storage bin by a brutish guard, as if it were mere refuse. Ah, young Master Chu, this outfit suits you quite well, the guard sneered, poking Chu Fan with his baton, a mocking smile dancing on his lips as if he were a cat toying with a mouse. Director Liu has personally instructed us to take good care of you. Rest assured, our city's premier detention center is renowned for its hospitality. He emphasized the word hospitality with a menacing bite. The surrounding guards joined in with malicious laughter, having received direct orders to employ every permissible means to utterly shatter the arrogance of this imperial scion. They aimed to ensure he lived in this place worse than a dog. Yet, in the face of such brazen threats and humiliation, Chu Fan's countenance remained unruffled, not betraying even the slightest hint of disturbance. He even nodded politely, I appreciate your efforts. His calm demeanor, his composure, suggested that he was not a condemned prisoner on the brink of hell, but rather a dignitary here to oversee matters. The more he maintained this poise, the more inexplicable fury ignited within the guard. A worthless playboy, facing his demise, still pretended to be aloof. Oof. Sharp-toned, the guard snorted, pointing his baton forward with a grim tone. Take him to Area C, Cell 303. Upon hearing Area C, Cell 303, the smiles on the faces of the nearby guards twisted into something more sinister and delighted. What manner of individuals were confined in Area C of the city's foremost detention center? Murderers, robbers, drug traffickers, each one a hardened criminal with blood on their hands. And Cell 303, notorious within Area C, was infamous as the abode of the damned. To cast someone as delicate as Chu Fan into such a den of wolves was an unimaginable consequence. It was likely he wouldn't survive the night. Move. 2 guards, one on each side, crudely propelled Chu Fan as if he were livestock, directing him down a long, foreboding corridor. The corridor was dimly lit, the air thick with the foul odor of disinfectant mingled with sweat and despair. On either side were tightly shut iron doors, through the small windows of which pairs of eyes, filled with numbness, resentment, or malice, occasionally peered. This place was the terminus of law, a purgatory for humanity. Yet, as he walked this path to hell, Chu Fan's heart was as tranquil as an ancient well. In fact, there was a hint of nostalgia. Indeed, nostalgia. In a previous life, he had survived in environments 100 times more brutal than this. The prisoner camps of the Middle East, the black dungeons of Siberia, the death jungles of the Amazon. Those places were true hell on earth. In comparison, this seemed like paradise. His eyes, seemingly wandering, were in fact scanning the surroundings with the precision of a high-tech radar, rapidly analyzing every detail. The length of the corridor, the angles of the surveillance cameras, the material of the walls, the frequency of guard shifts. All data was automatically categorized, archived, and at least 3 feasible escape plans were generated in his mind within 3 minutes. This instinct was etched into his very being, a trait of the king of assassins, a terrifying instinct to subconsciously dominate the situation, regardless of location. Finally, they halted before an exceptionally heavy iron door, marked with a chilling sign, C. 303. With a clang, the guard unlocked the heavy door. A wave of more pungent, foul air, mingled with tobacco and sweat, rushed forth from the crevice. In, the guard gave Chu Fan a harsh shove from behind, stumbling him into the cell. With a cruel grin, he added, "Young Master Chu, enjoy your new home." Bang! The iron door slammed shut with a deafening roar, severing Chu Fan's last connection to the outside world. Inside the cell, the previously raucous atmosphere fell abruptly silent the moment Chu Fan entered. A profound stillness enveloped the room, so palpable that one could hear a pin drop. A dozen pairs of eyes, like poisoned daggers, fixated intently upon him. Those gazes were rife with scrutiny, greed, and the unbridled excitement and cruelty of beasts spotting their prey. Chu Fan's gaze passed calmly over the scene. The room, approximately 30 square meters, was overcrowded with 15 individuals. A large communal bed and a foul-smelling toilet constituted the entirety of the space. Each of these 15 men was robustly built, their faces marred by excess flesh, covered in grotesque tattoos and scars, unmistakably not of gentle disposition. Some were playing cards, others doing push-ups, while a few simply sat quietly in a corner, their serpent-like eyes locked on a Chu Fan. Yet, without exception, they ceased their activities. The atmosphere in the cell was stifling, suffocatingly oppressive. This was the initiation, a primordial and direct welcome from these beasts to the newcomer. At last, a burly bald man, sprawled atop the communal bed, slowly sat up. Standing at least 6'3", his muscles were as solid as granite, adorned with a menacing blue dragon tattoo that extended from his neck to his chest. He was the king of this infernal realm, known as Bald Chong. He leaped down from the bed, barefoot, and strode towards Chu Fan, flanked by several henchmen who formed a semicircle, effectively blocking any escape. Bald Chong approached Chu Fan, towering over him, exuding an overwhelming sense of intimidation. Like a bear sizing up its prey, he circled Chu Fan slowly. His gaze was aggressive, scrutinizing the pristine prison garb and delicate features of Chu Fan. "TSK, TSK, TSK. He paused, extending his enormous hand to lightly pat Chu Fan's face, a profoundly insulting gesture. With a grin that revealed his yellowed, smoke-stained teeth, he leered, "Kid, I hear you're a big shot. Do you understand the rules here? First, you owe me a few kowtows." Chapter 9. The Unwitting Tyrant of the Prison. First, you owe me a few kowtows. Bald Chong's derogatory words detonated the cell like a drop of water in boiling oil, igniting an uproar. Did you hear that, kid? Brother Chong wants you to kowtow. What are you waiting for? Hurry up, knock your head a bit louder, and maybe we'll go easy on you. This delicate pretty boy, how much can he withstand from a punch? The raucous cacophony of mocking laughter, derisive jeers, and the creaking sound of clenched fists reverberated within the confined space, weaving together a sinister symphony belonging to scoundrels. All eyes, imbued with a morbid anticipation, were fixated upon Chu Fan. They awaited the moment when this legendary young master would be stripped of his glamorous facade, reduced to his knees, weeping profusely like a dog, begging for their mercy. In this wretched place, shattering a man's dignity was their sole and greatest source of amusement. However, they were destined for disappointment. Confronted by the massive hand of Bald Chong, resembling a fan, and a pack of predatory inmates encircling him, Chu Fan's visage remained inscrutable. There was no trace of fear, no flicker of anger, nor even the slightest emotional fluctuation characteristic of a normal human being. His gaze was as tranquil as an ancient, unmelting sheet of ice. He stood there silently, as if everything before him bore no relevance to his existence. The towering bald Chong, as burly as a bear, and the dozen or so desperate thugs behind him appeared to him no different from mere dust by the roadside. This profound calmness, this deep-seated indifference, gradually diminished the raucous laughter in the room. An unsettling sense of something amiss began to permeate the atmosphere, a strange chill emanating from the depths of their souls. This newcomer, it seemed, possessed an uncanny aura. The smile on Bald Chong's face slowly stiffened. He loathed that kind of gaze. It felt as though he was not looking at a person, but rather at a lifeless object. For him, the king of Cell 303, this was the utmost provocation. "Hey, brat, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf?" Bald Chong's patience was completely exhausted, and a glint of menace flickered in his eyes as he abruptly intensified the force behind his hand that was poised to strike Chu Fan's face. "I command you to kneel." His fan-like hand swung once more, aiming to land a heavy blow on Chu Fan's face. He put forth all his strength. The gust of wind generated, even causing the hair of those nearby to flutter. Everyone instinctively widened their eyes, seemingly foreseeing the dismal scene where Chu Fan's delicate face would be turned to a bloody pulp. Yet, just as that enormous hand was about to make contact with Chu Fan's cheek, he moved. Chu Fan moved, swiftly, so swiftly that all onlookers could only perceive a fleeting blur. No one discerned his action. Not a soul comprehended how he struck. All that was visible was the outcome. That hand, which had been aimed at Chu Fan, halted bizarrely less than 3 centimeters from his face. Bald Chong's powerful slap seemed to be obstructed by an invisible wall, unable to advance an inch further. No, it was not a wall. It was a hand that appeared unassuming, even somewhat slender. This hand had, unbeknownst to anyone, gripped Bald Chong's robust wrist like a vice. The sneer on Bald Chong's face froze instantaneously, replaced by a deep, profound shock and disbelief. He attempted to retract his hand. However, the terrifying strength capable of bending steel rebar was rendered futile before the seemingly delicate palm of his opponent. Like a stone cast into the ocean, causing not a ripple, the hand felt as though it were an iron shackle welded to his wrist. How could this be possible? At the moment his mind faltered, Chu Fan slowly raised his other hand, gently brushing away non-existent dust from his shoulder. Then he lifted his gaze. In his otherwise tranquil eyes, a flicker of emotion finally surfaced. It was neither rage nor murderous intent, but rather a faint, almost dismissive annoyance, akin to regarding refuse. "Too noisy," he murmured softly. The instant his words fell, the hand gripping Bald Chong's wrist gently twisted outward, snapping it with a crisp, jarring crack that resonated throughout the entire cell. The sound echoed as if someone had struck a withered branch with a hammer right beside one's ear, so clear, it caused the scalp of every onlooker to prickle with shock. Following that, an agonizing scream, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, erupted from Bald Chong's throat. Time seemed to slow as all bore witness, eyes widening in disbelief, as Bald Chong's stout right arm twisted at an unnatural angle, wholly defying human anatomy. The stark white bone protruded from his skin, exposed to the air, with one move. No, it wasn't even a full move, merely a fleeting encounter. The king of Cell 303, the one capable of delivering a fatal blow to a bull, had his prized right arm brutally shattered. Everyone was dumbfounded. Their minds went blank. They even forgot to breathe. Under the horrified gazes of all, Chu Fan's actions did not cease. Amidst Bald Chong's heart-wrenching wails, he lifted his foot. Then, seemingly at random, he delivered a kick to Bald Chong's chest. Bang! A dull thud. Bald Chong's hulking frame, weighing over 200 pounds, was kicked away effortlessly, like a discarded sack. His 2 loyal subordinates, caught off guard, were toppled over by him, tumbling into a heap. The entire cell descended into chaos. Yet this was not the end. Chu Fan's pace was unhurried as he approached the writhing Bald Chong, clutching his severed arm in agony. Then, before the eyes of all, he raised his foot and slowly brought it down, precisely landing upon Bald Chong's face, distorted by pain. A slight pressure was applied. Bald Kyung's anguish screams abruptly ceased, transforming into a muffled whimper, as if a duck had its neck seized. The cell was once again engulfed in a deathly silence. Only the suppressed, beast-like whimpers of Bald Chong remained. The previously boisterous and mocking inmates stood frozen in place, as if ensnared by a spell, unable to move. The malice and cruelty that had adorned their faces had vanished without a trace, replaced by an overwhelming, soul-deep terror. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. A devil, This fellow was no mere pretty boy. He was a demon cloaked in human skin. Chu Fan's foot remained firmly planted upon Bald Chong's face. He slowly raised his head, his eyes, devoid of any emotion and as frigid as ice, swept across the faces of everyone present like the sharpest of blades. Ultimately, his eerily calm voice, chilling to the bone, resonated softly within the deathly silence of the prison cell. Now, who dares to speak of the rules again? Chapter 10. One punch to establish authority. The terror of the shadow. Now, who dares to speak of the rules again? Chu Fan's voice was light, almost ethereal. Yet within this grave silence, reminiscent of a tomb, it echoed like a death knell, piercing the ears of every individual present, causing their very souls to tremble in fear. Rules? What the hell are we even discussing about rules? You, in this moment, are the rule. The prison cell was enveloped in a profound silence. The dozen or so individuals who had, just moments ago, been brash and arrogant, considering themselves the lords of the underworld, now resembled chicks with their throats constricted, their faces ashen, scarcely daring to breathe. Their terrified gazes were fixated on the young man, standing over their leader, Bald Chong, whose imposing presence belied his slender frame, exuding an aura of unearthly terror, fear, a primal dread emanating from the deepest recesses of their souls. Who were these men? Murderers, outlaws. Each had blood on their hands, demons lurking within their hearts. They fancied themselves unafraid of life and death, having long since come to terms with mortality. Yet until this very moment, they had never truly comprehended the essence of terror. The man before them radiated not ferocity nor brutality, but an absolute indifference, viewing all living beings as mere fodder. In his eyes, they were no different from ants on the ground, easily crushed and devoid of any emotional upheaval. This was the most terrifying aspect of all. Bai Qiyang, beneath Chu Fan's foot, emitted a pained, beast-like whimper. He yearned for mercy, but Chu Fan's foot pressed down like a mountain, silencing him and rendering him incapable of uttering a single coherent word. Regret and supplication filled his eyes. He lamented provoking such a harbinger of doom. Yet, amidst this atmosphere of dread, a few fools, blinded by rage, dared to challenge him. Damn it, you dare touch Brother Chong? Brothers, unite. Let us kill this pretty boy. A furious roar shattered the oppressive silence. The two henchmen who had been knocked to the ground by Bald Chong had now scrambled back to their feet. Witnessing their leader's pitiful state ignited a surge of bloodlust within them. One, a long-haired man nicknamed Mad Dog with bloodshot eyes, seized a tattered shoe from the ground and hurled it at Chu Fan's head with all his might. Beside him, another scarred fellow bellowed as he swung his massive fist towards Chu Fan's ribs. Kill him. Among the remaining prisoners, 3 or 4 more, fueled by adrenaline, roared as they charged from all angles. They believed that no matter how formidable this young man was, he was ultimately just one person. A lone fist cannot withstand the onslaught of many. With their numbers combined, they thought they could overwhelm him. However, they were gravely mistaken. Faced with this onslaught, Chu Fan's expression remained impassive. He didn't even shift his foot for Bald Chong's face. Just as Mad Dog's filthy shoe was about to strike the back of his head, Chu Fan moved. His body shifted with a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye, narrowly evading the lethal blow. In the next instant, his right arm struck back like a venomous snake, the elbow becoming a lethal weapon, crashing into Mad Dog's chest. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed painfully. Mad Dog's ribcage crumpled beneath the force of the blow, his body propelled backward as if struck by a speeding truck, blood arcing beautifully through the air. Simultaneously, the scarred man's fist drew near, yet Chu Fan seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, not even glancing back. His left hand transformed into a blade as he casually swung it behind him. Snap! A crisp sound. A flawlessly executed knife hand struck precisely at the scarred man's wrist. The man felt as though his wrist had been caught in a burning iron vise, a searing pain coursing through his body, rendering his powerful punch utterly ineffective. But that was not the end. Following the strike, Chu Fan's left hand continued its motion, fingers splayed like a great net, covering the scarred man's astonished face. Then, with a forceful downward press, he violently swung to the side. Bang! The scarred man's head collided brutally with the cold wall beside him, producing a thunderous roar. He emitted no sound, his eyes rolled back, collapsing like a rag doll, unconscious and unresponsive. In a flash, the two most audacious outlaws were left incapacitated, one gravely injured, the other unconscious. Throughout this chaos, Chu Fan had not moved an inch from his spot, his feet seemingly rooted to the ground. What manner of monster is this? The remaining 3 or 4 prisoners, having barely advanced, were instantly paralyzed by fear at the hellish scene before them. Their momentum halted abruptly, and in their haste, they stumbled and fell to the ground. They gazed at Chu Fan as one would behold a true reaper emerging from the depths of hell. After dispatching the two, Chu Fan slowly turned around. His icy gaze fell upon the fallen, terrified individuals, then swept over the remaining prisoners who had not dared to stir since the beginning. Finally, he withdrew his foot from Balchong's face. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly, showcasing an overwhelming, dominating power, coupled with a surgical precision in its execution. He had incapacitated 5 men, each suffering broken bones and rendered unable to fight, yet none were dead. He had skillfully avoided their vital points, and this terrifying prowess, this extraordinary control, shattered the last vestiges of defiance among the remaining outlaws. Thud, thud, thud. Suddenly, the sound of surrender resonated, as one by one, they began to capitulate. The remaining dozen or so prisoners, including the scar-faced man with a severed hand, appeared as though their spines had been extracted, each one collapsing to the ground. Their knees buckling uncontrollably, they hung their heads, their bodies trembling violently, devoid of the courage even to cast a glance at Chu Fan. Submission, an absolute, soul-deep submission, in this realm that adheres solely to the most primal laws of the jungle. Chu Fan proclaimed his arrival in the most direct and shocking manner possible. From this moment forth, he was the new king of Cell 303. Gazing at the quaking sheep before him, Chu Fan's eyes flickered with a hint of boredom. He lacked even the interest to spare them another glance. Adjusting his somewhat wrinkled prison garb, he strolled leisurely towards a small, trembling inmate who had cowered in the corner the entire time. This inmate appeared the most innocuous of all within the prison. Suddenly, a warm, almost affectionate smile blossomed on Chu Fan's face. He extended his hand and gently patted the frail inmate's rigid shoulder. Then, in response to the terrified gaze of the man, he smiled and softly inquired, "Brother, do you have a phone? May I borrow it?" Chapter 11. The setup begins. The first call dialed. "Brother, do you have a phone? May I borrow it?" Chu Fan's smile was as refreshing as a spring breeze. His voice, gentle and amiable, yet the small inmate, under the weight of Chu Fan's hand upon his shoulder, felt as though the scythe of death had been lightly placed against his neck. His body quivered more violently than leaves caught in an autumn gust. His teeth chattered, producing a horrifying clattering sound. He yearned to speak, but found his throat constricted as if gripped by an invisible hand, rendering him utterly mute. Chu Fan's smile remained warm, yet his eyes narrowed slightly. This simple gesture caused the small inmate's heart to feel as though it were being fiercely gripped by a cold hand, nearly halting its rhythm. The instinct to survive overwhelmed all else. "Igriagis, I have one," he exclaimed, catapulting to his feet as if someone had stepped on his tail, nodding profusely while frantically digging through his filthy, odorous trousers. Soon he produced a small object tightly wrapped in a plastic bag. It was an antiquated Nokia mini phone, long obsolete in the market, small enough to be concealed in any part of the body. He wiped the bag, emanating a foul odor, with his sleeve, and then, trembling as if presenting a priceless offering, he reverently extended it towards Chu Fan. "Here, big brother, it's for you," he stammered, without even glancing at him. Chu Fan casually accepted the phone. He showed no disdain for its odor, simply unwrapped the plastic and pressed the power button. The classic startup tune echoed jarringly throughout the desolate prison, and no one dared to provoke Chu Fan any longer. The group of desperate men who had previously knelt in submission now silently retreated to the corners of the cell. They kept their heads bowed and necks drawn in, resembling a flock of startled quails, suppressing their breaths to the bare minimum, fearful that even the slightest sound might disturb the man who was now fiddling with the phone. The scar-faced man with the severed hand leaned against the wall, desperately covering his mouth with his remaining hand, beads of cold sweat rolling down his forehead. He refrained from making any sound, terrified that a single groan of pain might prompt that man to snap his neck in an instant. The bald, armless inmate, nearly fainting from pain, still fought to remain conscious, acutely aware that in this place, losing one's value or incurring the wrath of the new king would lead to a fate far worse than death. Ignoring the reactions of those behind him, Chu Fan strolled leisurely to a corner at the back of the cell, a location entirely devoid of surveillance cameras. With his back turned to the others, his long fingers swiftly danced across the tiny keypad. He did not peruse the contacts, but instead directly entered a complex 32-digit encrypted number. This string of digits had been etched into the depths of his soul like a brand. It was the highest-level emergency contact line for the Shadow Palace, a number that only he, as the Shadow, was authorized to dial. Dialing. A series of crackling sounds emanated from the receiver, a normal occurrence as the signal passed through dozens of global relay stations for quantum encryption and redirection. Chu Fan patiently awaited a response. After approximately 10 seconds, the crackling ceased. The call connected. Silence reigned on the other end, a void waiting for a singular, unique identity verification code. Chu Fan brought the phone to his lips, his mouth barely moving as he employed an exceptionally unique vocal technique, emitting a sequence of Morse code that encompassed 13 different audio frequencies. When translated into human language, it conveyed but a single word, king. The code dispatched, the line remained silent for 3 seconds, seemingly undergoing the highest level of identity verification. After 3 seconds, a similarly emotionless, electronically synthesized voice emerged from the receiver. Verification successful. Nightingale system activated. Master, please issue your command. Upon hearing that familiar voice, a flicker of complex emotion finally crossed Chu Fan's otherwise tranquil gaze. Nightingale, the most powerful intelligence system in the world, crafted by his own hands. He never anticipated that one day he would reboot it in such a manner. Without wasting time, he lowered his voice and, adopting an emotionless, commanding tone, succinctly stated, I'm a shadow. Activate the Nightingale plan. Investigate a person for me. Shanghai, Zhonghao. He refrained from deploying the power of the Chu family, for that belonged to Chu Fan. Rather, he was the shadow, determined to resolve the tribulations of this life with the strength he had amassed in his previous one. This was the pride of the king. Command issued. Yet this time, the artificial intelligence, Nightingale, did not respond with the usual prompt acknowledgement of the command. The receiver fell into an extended, eerie silence. Just as Chu Fan frowned, suspecting a malfunction in the system, the originally emotionless, electronically synthesized voice underwent a dramatic transformation. It began to tremble, to distort. Ultimately, it evolved into the voice of a young man, imbued with humanity, stammering slightly due to overwhelming shock and elation. Master, is it really you? The voice brimmed with incredulous fervor and the excitement of a reunion after a long absence. Reminiscent of a lost devotee finally hearing the voice of their deity after many years. Master, you're still alive? Hearing this familiar voice, Chu Fan's lips curled into a faint smile. A ghost? He recognized that this voice belonged to the Phantom, the world-renowned hacker known by the codename Ghost, who managed the Nightingale system within the Shadow Palace. It's me. Master, it's truly me. The Phantom on the other end of the line was so exhilarated that he nearly stumbled over his words as the entire world believed that you had perished. The former shadow is dead. Chu Fan interjected calmly, his gaze penetrating through the walls as if he could see the resplendent starry sky belonging to the magic city outside. Now, the one who lives is Chu Fan. Chapter 12, The Loyal Companion, Fat Wong, the local tyrant of the magic city. In the depths of the magic city, the night was thickening. King's Club, an opulent den exclusively for the elite offspring of the magic city, was currently showcasing the pinnacle of debauchery. The deafening music, swaying silhouettes, and the air suffused with the extravagant scent of Armand de Brignac champagne, worth hundreds of thousands a bottle, mingled with top-tier cologne. At the heart of the club, in a most prestigious booth with the finest view, a rotund man was reveling in it all like a monarch. His name was Wong Kai, but in this circle, everyone respectfully referred to him as Fat Wong. He was not particularly handsome, his corpulence nearly spilling out of his custom designer attire, and when he laughed, his eyes squinted into mere slits. Yet, no one dared underestimate this seemingly innocuous man, for he was Chu Fan's sole and best confidant. Moreover, his family held dominion over the entire underground realm of the Magic City, a formidable gray power that spoke with authority. At this moment, to Fat Wong's left was a newly crowned supermodel, and to his right sat the lead singer of a popular girl group. He held a glass of the exquisite Louis XIII, smiling as he absorbed the flattery and adulation from the surrounding wealthy heirs, occasionally feeding a peeled grape to the beauty beside him, eliciting playful protests. He was the undisputed king of this nightlife scene. Yet, just as he was enjoying himself to the fullest, a peculiar satellite phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Upon seeing the phone, the smile on Fat Wong's face faltered slightly. This phone was known to no more than 5 individuals. Moreover, it would not ring unless in a dire emergency. He gestured to the lovely ladies beside him, maintaining his trademark amiable smile. Go on, dears, play for a bit. I need to take a call. The beauties obediently rose to depart. The surrounding wealthy heirs also discreetly retreated to a distance. In an instant, the expansive booth was left with only Fat Wong. His smile gradually faded, replaced by an expression of sharp intensity and gravity that starkly contrasted with his genial facade. He pressed the answer button. Hello, fat brother. It's bad. Something's gone terribly wrong. A panicked and hurried voice came from the other end. Fan brother. Take your time. Fat Wong's tone remained steady. Though those who knew him understood this was a precursor to his impending fury. The sky isn't falling. Fan brother has been set up. The subordinate hurriedly recounted the events that unfolded at the hotel, relaying them as swiftly as possible. He has already been taken away by the police. The news is about to break. Upon hearing words like rape, police, and reporters, an intense glimmer of fury ignited in Fat Wong's squinting eyes. He remained silent. Yet the temperature around the booth seemed to plummet by several degrees in that instant. The wealthy heirs, still laughing in the distance, instinctively shuddered, glancing over with uncertainty. They sensed a murderous aura, a palpable menace emanating from the jovial Fat Wong, one that made their very souls tremble. I understand. Fat Wong finally spoke after a long pause, his voice eerily calm. He hung up the phone and casually set down the expensive Louis XIII on the table. Rising to his feet, his corpulent form, in that moment, resembled an imminent volcanic eruption, radiating a terrifying sense of oppression. He retrieved another phone and began dialing one by one in front of everyone. His voice was low, but each command resonated clearly, reverberating throughout the entire club. Hello, Abayo. It's me. Wake up all the brothers on watch. Yes, everyone. I want the whole city to find a woman. Su Wanqing, a third-tier celebrity. I don't care if you have to steal or rob. I want to know where this woman is within an hour. Hello, Lao Zhu. Utilize all our connections to find out who led the police operation tonight and who issued the orders. Also, investigate Deputy Director Lu Mingyuan, who he met today, what he ate, how many times he went to the restroom. Find out everything. Hello, is this the black market rat? This is Wong Kai. I have a job for you. Su Wanqing. Along with everyone around her, agents, assistants, family, friends. Dig up all their dirt, anything you can find. Money is not an issue. I want her and those behind her to know what it means to be utterly disgraced. One by one, he made the calls with an impassive expression. Each call was akin to a royal decree, casting an invisible net that swiftly enveloped the entire underground world of the Magic City. In that moment, the Magic City, this city that never sleeps, erupted into chaos. Countless luxury cars screeched out from the entrances of various nightclubs, bars, and KTVs. Hundreds of burly men clad in black suits, adorned with dragon and tiger tattoos, surged forth from every corner of the city. Countless thugs, ruffians, and informants, like hyenas sensing blood, began frantically scouring for any information related to the name Su Wanqing. The entire gray area of the Magic City had been set ablaze by a single utterance from Fat Wong. This was the power of a local tyrant. This was the terrifying foundation accumulated by the Wong family over decades in this city. After concluding his calls, Fat Wong returned to his booth. He poured himself a glass of wine and downed it in one gulp. In his squinted eyes, a cold, predatory glint flickered. He understood Chu Fan better than anyone else in this world. Chu Fan was brash, overbearing, and lawless. Yet, he held his own principles and pride. Such despicable acts as rape were beneath him. He would never stoop to that level. Thus, this must be a trap, a venomous snare targeting his dearest brother. The mere thought that Chu Fan was currently handcuffed, sitting in a frigid interrogation room, caused Wong Fatty's fury to boil within him like molten lava. Just then, the phone rang again. It was his most competent subordinate, a Biao. Hello, where are you? Wong Fatty asked in a deep voice. Fat brother. A Biao stammered, his voice tinged with anxiety. He searched every hotel, every club in the city, every potential hideout she might have gone to. But we haven't found her. It's as if she has evaporated from the world. Useless. Wong Fatty's anger ignited in that moment. He sprang to his feet and kicked over the heavy, solid copper coffee table weighing hundreds of pounds. Boom! The deafening crash sent a shriek through the entire club, and the music abruptly ceased. With his eyes blazing red like a frenzied beast, he roared into the phone with all his might. If you can't find her, then jump into the Huangpu River yourselves. Dare to touch my brother, and I'll make his entire family vanish. Chapter 13. The Arrival of the Top Lawyer, Gao Chong. As Wong Fatty stirred the entire underworld of the city into a tempest, a convoy of 3 black Mercedes-Benz S-Class vehicles brazenly disregarded the barricades set up at the police station, coming to a steady halt at the entrance. The doors swung open, and 7 or 8 individuals clad in the finest bespoke suits, carrying briefcases, exuded an aura of sharpness and precision as they disembarked. Each of their faces bore the distinctive pride and aloofness of the elite. The formidable professional atmosphere instilled a subconscious pressure in the officer stationed at the entrance. Leading the charge was a middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s, sporting gold-rimmed glasses, with meticulously combed hair and an elegant demeanor. He had a refined face. Yet the eyes behind the lenses sparkled with a razor-sharp intensity that was hard to meet. This was Gao Chong, a legendary figure in the imperial legal realm. capable of giving any judge a headache. Throughout his career, he had never lost a case, earning him the moniker the legal king of hell. Who are you? This is the police station. You're not allowed. A young officer stepped forward, attempting to intervene. However, Gao Chong didn't even spare him a glance. A female assistant beside him stepped forward, presenting a gold-embossed lawyer's license and a letter of authorization issued by the legal department of Tiancheng Group to the officer. With her chin slightly raised, she spoke in a tone devoid of emotion, following a rigid protocol. From the Peak Law Firm, Chief Lawyer Gao Chong. I am here on behalf of Ms. Lin Wanrong, Chairwoman of Tiancheng Group, to provide legal assistance to my client, Mr. Chu Fan. According to Article 33 of the Imperial Lawyer Law, we have the right to meet with my client within 48 hours. Please arrange this immediately. My time is quite precious. The young officer, gazing at the face on the lawyer's license, one that could grace the cover of any financial magazine, and the name on the authorization letter, which could send tremors through the entire imperial business sector, was utterly stunned. The legal king of hell, Gao Chong, the richest person in the empire, Lin Wanrong. One extraordinary lineup is this. He dared not obstruct them any further and scrambled inside to report. Soon, Qin Bingyin, who had been overwhelmed with this matter, personally emerged. Upon seeing the imposing figure at the entrance, her heart sank immediately. She knew that tonight, no one would get a moment of sleep. Lawyer Gao, Qin Bingyin spoke somewhat stiffly. I've long heard of your esteemed name. Gao Chong merely nodded politely and got straight to the point. Team Leader Qin, let us skip the pleasantries. Where's my client? I need to see him immediately. He is undergoing interrogation. By regulation, the interrogation cannot exceed 8 hours. I'd like to know when you began the interrogation. Was the process recorded, and were his basic rights protected? Gao Chong's rapid fire. Professional inquiries left Qin Bingyin somewhat breathless. Ultimately, she conceded, knowing she could neither stop nor hinder him. Follow me. In the designated meeting room, Gao Chong finally came face to face with his client. At first glance, a hint of surprise flickered in Gao Chong's heart. The young man before him, clad in a faded prison uniform with handcuffs adorning his wrists, sat quietly with a straight posture, devoid of any despair or anxiety typical of a prisoner. His calm demeanor and composure surpassed even those of many billion-dollar CEOs he had encountered. Was this truly the rumored, good-for-nothing, arrogant scion? Suppressing his astonishment, Gao Chong pulled out a chair and sat across from Chu Fan. Young Master Chu, greetings. I am Gao Chong, appointed by Chairman Lin to represent you as your lawyer. Chu Fan raised his eyes, assessing the man before him. Sharp gaze, logical precision, formidable presence. No wonder he was the favored ace of his mother. Lawyer Gao, greetings. Thank you for your efforts. Just doing my job. Gao Chong opened his briefcase, retrieving a recording device and a laptop. Young Master Chu, time is of the essence. Before entering, I had my team conduct a preliminary analysis of the entire case. Currently, the situation is quite unfavorable for you. Witnesses and material evidence, seen photographs, coupled with public opinion, have practically nailed you to the pillar of shame. Therefore, I need you to provide me with the most truthful and comprehensive account of the events. Gao Chong had braced himself to hear a convoluted narrative rife with loopholes and evasions typical of a privileged youth. However, Chu Fan's subsequent words utterly surpassed his expectations. Instead of lamenting his innocence or cursing his adversary's vile acts, he conveyed the entire incident and his deductions about the hidden puppeteer with a chillingly precise and logical clarity that was almost shocking. In conclusion, he looked at Gao Chong and issued a few incisive directives. First, I am not in a hurry to get out of this case. I want you to stir the waters. Gao Chong was momentarily taken aback. Stirring the waters? Indeed. A chilling smirk curled at the corners of Chu Fan's lips. As he urged, utilize your expertise to assail the illegitimacy of their investigative procedures. For instance, why did the press arrive before the police? Why was there no immediate assessment of the victim's injuries? Cling to these points and never let go. I intend to make the police department of the Magic City, particularly Vice Director Lu Mingyuan, feel utterly harried and restless within these 48 hours. Gao Chong's eyes instantly sparkled with understanding. A brilliant stratagem, a tactical maneuver. This was not the kind of ploy one would expect from a mere scion of privilege. Such a mindset could only belong to a master of high-stakes games. Secondly, Chu Fan continued, immediately petition the court for an evidence preservation order, demanding that the police provide all original surveillance footage from within the hotel and the surrounding 500 meters. Remember, it must be the original recordings. I suspect they have tampered with crucial evidence. Gao Chong's expression turned grave. He too had considered this possibility. Yet, the fact that Chu Fan was able to pinpoint it with such precision further reshaped his perception of this seemingly frivolous young master. Thirdly, Chu Fan reclined in his chair, his tone taking on a playful lilt. leak a bit of information to the media. Suggest that I suspect this is a malicious setup orchestrated by a business rival against our Chu family's Tianqing group. What? This time, Gao Chong was genuinely astonished, elevating a mere criminal case to the stature of a business war. This was nothing short of genius. It would not only divert public attention, but also expose the Zhang family, the true puppeteers, to the seething wrath of Tianqing group. Gazing at this young man who had so effortlessly woven a web of strategy, Gao Chong felt a chill creep down his spine. This was no mere wastrel. This was, in fact, a cunning behemoth cloaked in sheep's clothing. After what felt like an eternity, Gao Chong finally emerged from his stupor. He closed his laptop, rose, and bowed slightly to Chu Fan, a gesture of solemn respect towards a true powerhouse. Young Master Chu, he said, his gaze imbued with unprecedented admiration and reverence. You're nothing like the rumors suggest. Rest assured, within 48 hours, you shall be free. Chapter 14. Contact my associate, codename Phantom. Gao Chong departed with his team like a gust of wind, yet the storm he had conjured was only just beginning to brew over the police precinct. The meeting room door was closed once more, and Chu Fan was returned to the chaotic confines of cell 303 in Area C. However, this time, he was met not with intimidation or provocation. When the heavy iron door swung open with a clang, all the inmates within, including the one-armed bald man and a few other unfortunate souls, rose in unison as if welcoming their sovereign. They bowed their heads and hunched their bodies, not daring to breathe, creating a wide aisle leading to the most esteemed position at the top bunk. The awe and fear were palpable, ingrained in their very bones. The two guards escorting Chu Fan were left flabbergasted by this bizarre scene, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. They rubbed their eyes vigorously, scarcely able to believe what they witnessed. Was this truly the notorious cell 303? How could these hardened criminals, who normally dared to defy authority, resemble frightened mice in the presence of a cat? It had only been a few hours. What on earth had this young Master Chu done in there? Yet, Chu Fan did not spare them a glance. He strode directly to the regal top bunk, settled himself comfortably, and then closed his eyes, beginning to meditate as if he were born to occupy this position. As night deepened, the sounds of snoring filled the cell. Just as the clock struck midnight, and all fell into the depths of slumber, a faint sound of metal scraping could be heard from outside the cell door. The small food delivery window was silently opened, and a gloved hand slipped through, placing a sleek, black, elongated object gently on the floor by the door before retracting without a sound. The window was then closed slowly, as if nothing had transpired. However, at the very moment the hand withdrew, Chu Fan, who had been lying on the top bunk with his eyes closed, suddenly snapped them open. His gaze, bright as the cold stars in the night sky, revealed no trace of drowsiness, only a piercing clarity. He silently slid off the bed, landing without a sound. His movements as stealthy as a nocturnal raccoon. Approaching the door, he bent down to retrieve the black object. It was a brand new, unmarked, pure black smartphone, an instrument specifically designed for handling clandestine affairs. A faint smile played on Chu Fan's lips. How swift! Without a doubt, this was the handiwork of his formidable mother, Lin Wanrong. Gao Chong was applying pressure on their adversaries from the front, within the confines of the law, while this phone would deliver a most lethal strike from the shadows. He returned to his bunk, enveloping himself in the blanket save for a sliver of light, and pressed the power button. The screen illuminated instantly, bypassing any startup animations, revealing an exceedingly simple interface with only a handful of encrypted applications. The moment he powered on the device, it vibrated slightly, and an encrypted message, long awaited, popped up: Phantom, online. Upon seeing this, Chu Fan's gaze deepened. Phantom, the name that sent shivers down the spines of cybersecurity agencies worldwide. One of the top 3 elite hackers globally. A digital specter who owed a favor to the Shadow. Years ago, Phantom had been hunted down for breaching a superpower's defense system with nowhere to turn. It was Shadow who had intervened, rescuing him from the clutches of the law and providing a sanctuary of absolute safety. In return, Phantom had pledged to assist Shadow unconditionally with 3 tasks. Initiating Nightingale was merely the first. With swift fingers, Chu Fan began to type on the cold screen. He forwent any superfluous pleasantries and issued the second command directly. Target: the Skynet system of the Magic City. Task: retrieve the raw data from all surveillance cameras located in the Ritz-Carlton Hotel and its surrounding area within a radius of 500 meters. From 10 p.m. to 12 a.m. last night. Deadline 10 minutes. The command was sent. The so-called Skynet system is an elaborate surveillance network that the Empire has invested heavily in, encompassing the entirety of the Magic City. It connects over 1 million high-definition cameras throughout the city, theoretically leaving no blind spots. Its servers boast military-grade physical and cyber defenses, hailed as an impregnable fortress. To infiltrate such a system within 10 minutes and surreptitiously extract the most primitive data is nothing short of a pipe dream. Nevertheless, a look of absolute confidence adorned Chu Fan's face, for he knew that for a ghost, there exists no network that he cannot breach. The only distinction lies in the time he chooses to expend. Indeed, scarcely 5 minutes had passed when his phone vibrated once more. It was the ghost's reply, equally succinct. Task completed. Data has been packaged and sent to your encrypted email. Additionally, the Skynet system's backend logs indicate that approximately half an hour ago, an unidentified data stream attempted to delete the specified surveillance footage. Upon reading this message, the corners of Chu Fan's mouth turned colder. Just as he had anticipated, the Zhang family had begun to frantically destroy evidence. Unfortunately for them, their proud hackers were utterly unworthy of comparison to the ghost. Their so-called deletion was, in the eyes of the ghost, akin to a child futilely erasing marks on paper, ridiculously laughable. Chu Fan was about to respond, instructing the ghost to preserve the traces of the deletions as evidence, when suddenly the ghost's second message arrived. This time, his words seemed to carry a hint of pride, as if this top-tier cyberspecter were showcasing his spoils to his sovereign. Boss, I have found traces of deletion in the surveillance footage, but poses no issue for me. Do you wish for me to restore it? Chapter 15. No escape in the realm of the network. Do you wish for me to restore it? Gazing at the screen, where the ghost's message bore a hint of self-congratulation, a faint smile graced Chu Fan's lips. This fellow remained the same as ever, perpetually eager to display his prowess, akin to a cat eager to showcase its mouse-catching skills to its master. Chu Fan's fingers gently tapped the screen, issuing a new command. Restore. Package all original videos along with the traces of deletion and modification, and send them to me. The command was dispatched. Almost instantaneously after pressing send, the phone vibrated slightly. On the screen appeared a file package downloading at an astonishing speed. The progress bar surged forward at a terrifying pace, visibly racing. Within mere seconds, a colossal video file package, amounting to several tens of gigabytes, was completely downloaded. Such is the prowess of a ghost. In his realm, concepts like network bandwidth and firewalls are but mere jokes. Chu Fan opened the file package. Numerous surveillance videos from various angles and time frames materialized before him. He disregarded the original videos and directly accessed the folder labeled as modified. The first video depicted the hotel corridor. The footage clearly showed the victim, Su Wanqing, clad in a seductive evening gown, being guided by a server to the door of Chu Fan's room. She then produced a room keycard and unlocked the door, stepping inside. Throughout the encounter, there was no semblance of coercion upon her face. Rather, she exuded a sense of eager anticipation, as if on the verge of achieving a certain goal. In contrast, the official version provided to the police had been edited to portray Su Wanqing as being forcibly shoved into the room from behind. Though the editing techniques were quite skillful, they appeared utterly laughable when juxtaposed against the original master tape restored by the ghost, which clearly showcased every deleted frame and modified timestamp highlighted in red. The evidence was irrefutable. A glint of icy resolve flickered in Chu Fan's eyes as he continued to view the second video. This footage was captured from a vantage point atop a nearby office building across from the hotel. The images revealed, shortly after Su Wanqing entered the room, several burly men, clearly up to no good, sneaking around the hotel's back entrance. Leading the pack was none other than Biao, the most trusted lackey of Zhang Hao. They engaged in a brief exchange with the security manager of the hotel, after which a group of prep journalists, shielded by the security, smoothly infiltrated the hotel through the staff passageway. This video directly implicated Zhang Hao's minions in collusion with the hotel's insider. One by one, Chu Fan scrutinized the videos, each frame akin to a nail driving the Zhang family's clumsy conspiracy to the pillar of shame. It detailed how Su Wanqing entered the room, how Zhang Hao's subordinates coordinated with journalists, and even captured the scene of the officer in charge of kicking down the door, who had been secretly meeting with Deputy Director Lu Mingyuan's driver in a cafe downstairs half an hour prior, extracted by the ghost from a street corner camera. A complete web woven from lies and schemes was utterly dismantled before Chu Fan, exposing its grotesquely rotten core, from start to finish. This was a grand production orchestrated by the Zhang family in collaboration with Lu Mingyuan and the hotel, with Su Wanqing tasked as the performer, while he, Chu Fan, unwittingly played the role of the male lead. With a cold, ambiguous chuckle escaping his lips, Chu Fan gazed at the crystal-clear faces on the screen. His eyes held no anger, only a wild, primal excitement akin to that of a beast poised to hunt. He meticulously categorized all this damning evidence. encrypting and packaging it before sending it through an absolutely secure channel to two recipients, Gao Chong and his mother, Lin Wanrong, the empire's wealthiest matriarch. Having completed this task, Chu Fan was about to erase all traces from his phone when, at that moment, the device vibrated once more. It was yet another new message from the ghost. Upon opening it, the screen revealed a line of text that caused the corners of his mouth to involuntarily curve upward once more. When the boss found himself in a moment of boredom, he casually browsed through the computer of his adversary. Immediately afterward, a second message popped up. I discovered something rather intriguing. Chu Fan's eyebrows arched slightly. Anything deemed interesting by Ghost was certainly not of trivial nature. He chose not to respond, opting instead to await further developments. As anticipated, the next moment brought forth an image of a captured email. The sender was Zhang Hao, and the recipient was none other than his father, Zhang Yuanshan, the chairman of the Zhang Group. The email contained a PowerPoint presentation entitled Feasibility Report on completely overthrowing the Chu family's young master and subsequent control of public opinion. The screenshot vividly revealed a page that boldly stated, Step 3. Bribe internal personnel of the detention center to create an accident, ensuring their eternal silence and eliminating future threats. How splendid! Chu Fan's eyes glimmered with a cold light. If the prior evidence merely indicated that the Zhang family was scheming against him, this email served as irrefutable proof of their murderous intentions. The distinction between the two was as vast as the heavens and the earth. With this piece of information, he could ensure that the Zhang family would never rise again. For the first time, Chu Fan felt a genuine admiration for the ghostly figure he had yet to meet. This individual was not only technically adept, but also possessed a meticulous mind, understanding the necessity to take the initiative and present the sharpest weapon to his sovereign. A true talent indeed. Just as Chu Fan prepared to save this screenshot, Ghost's third message appeared once more, this time with a more playful and self-congratulatory tone. Boss, I also hacked into Zhang Hao's computer and found an email detailing his collusion with his father, Zhang Yuanshan. Would you like me to send it to you? Chapter 16. The Identity of the Framer, Young Master Zhang. Gazing at the exceptionally clear screenshot of the email, rife with malice and conspiracy, the last vestige of human warmth faded from Chu Fan's eyes, leaving behind an icy desolation akin to the frozen tundra of Siberia. Zhang Hao, the Zhang family. Intent to murder. To eliminate future threats. Very well. This gift from Ghost was akin to the final piece of a puzzle being firmly placed into the vast conspiracy map within Chu Fan's mind. Instantly, all scattered clues, vague inferences and speculations regarding motives were seamlessly interconnected, confirmed, and closed into a perfect circle. Chu Fan shut his eyes. The disordered memories belonging to the original owner of this body, filled with alcohol and hormones, surged forth like a tidal wave. However, this time, Chu Fan was not a passive recipient. Instead, he became the most efficient librarian, conducting a precise and ruthless search using the keywords Zhang family and Zhang Hao. Soon, vivid scenes began to materialize before his eyes. The Zhang family, in the city of magic, stood as an anomaly. Unlike the Chu and Wang families, which had built an unfathomable legacy over generations, the Zhang family had swiftly risen to prominence in merely 2 decades, propelled by the previous head, Zhang Yuanshan, Zhang Hao's father, who seized the tide of reform and opening up with a blend of luck and ruthless ambition. Their foundation was shallow, yet their ambition towered high. Zhang Yuanshan had long harbored aspirations for the Zhang family to penetrate the true upper echelons of society, yearning for a transformation from nouveau riche to genuine aristocracy. What was the quickest and most direct means to achieve this goal? Was it through marriage? Collaboration? No, it was to usurp, to ascend upon the corpses of established elite families and prove their strength to the world. Unfortunate for the Chu family, despite their immense power, the younger generation had birthed an unparalleled wastrel, becoming the perfect stepping stone in the eyes of the Zhang family. This pathological ambition was perfectly inherited by his son, Zhang Hao. In Chu Fan's memories, this Zhang Hao resembled a persistent, buzzing fly trailing behind him. He was consumed by jealousy, madly envious of everything Chu Fan possessed. Jealous of Chu Fan's illustrious lineage, his extravagant wealth, and even envious of the very title he derided, the most debauched young master of the city of magic. For even that title represented an absolute status that Zhang Hao could never hope to attain. Thus, he imitated Chu Fan at every turn, striving to outshine him. When Chu Fan purchased a limited edition Ferrari, Zhang Hao would immediately order a more expensive Bugatti the following day. When Chu Fan booked the most exclusive venue in the city for a pool party, Zhang Hao would spend double the amount to host an even more extravagant affair with the hottest models. He was like a clumsy imitator, a laughable pursuer, exerting every ounce of energy to prove to the world that Zhang Hao was more deserving than Chu Fan to reign as the king of the younger generation in the city. Regrettably, each of his performances was ruthlessly crushed by Chu Fan in a manner both simpler and more brutal. Take, for instance, the charity gala last week. He fought tooth and nail over a Patek Philippe antique watch, even going so far as to spend his entire year's allowance, raising the price to 30 million. He believed victory was assured. He had even envisioned how he would boast about his extravagant spending in the next day's headlines. What was the outcome? Chu Fan had barely lifted his eyelids, lazily raising his paddle to announce a figure that left him and everyone else in the room gasping for breath. 100 million. Then, after winning the watch, he tossed it aside like a worthless toy to a third-tier starlet he had just approached, casually remarking, "This piece is rather shiny. It suits your outfit well." That was a crushing blow, a devastating strike, an absolute disdain emanating from the very core, as if money held no value at all. In that moment, the gaze Zhang Hao directed at Chu Fan transformed from jealousy to something far more sinister: bitterness, hatred, a seething loathing that yearned to consume him whole. So it was all had been foretold. Chu Fan slowly opened his eyes. In his profound gaze, there was no trace of doubt left, only a chilling clarity. The motive was established. The capability was, at the very least, plausible. Coupled with that deadly blend of jealousy, clouding their judgment, everything aligned. This scheme was nothing but a clumsy performance orchestrated by the ambitious yet inconsequential Zhang father and son, presented to him as a farcical spectacle. They believed themselves to be the hunters, convinced they had laid an impeccable trap, successfully caging this bothersome lion. Little did they know, from the moment Chu Fan, or rather, his shadow, stepped into the confines of this prison cell, the roles of hunter and prey had silently exchanged. A chilling smile, one that could even be deemed cruel, graced Chu Fan's face. He preserved the screenshot of the email laden with murderous intent, encrypting and dispatching it just as he had done with the previous video evidence. Having completed this task, he proceeded without a moment's hesitation to activate the highest-level anti-tracking data destruction program embedded within his phone. Countless lines of code cascaded across the screen like a torrential waterfall, flashing frantically. In a mere 3 seconds, every trace of his actions and all data sent or received on that phone were obliterated from the physical realm. Not even a specter could hope to recover a single byte of information from this device. Such was the expertise befitting his shadowy persona. Like a swan's passage, leaving no trace behind, Chu Fan extracted the SIM card, wrapping both it and the phone in a bedsheet. He then approached the small, frail prisoner huddled in the corner. He returned the phone to him. The diminutive inmate gazed at the recovered phone, then at Chu Fan's impassive face, momentarily frozen in indecision, unsure whether to accept it. Chu Fan remained silent, merely observing him. Ultimately, the instinct for survival triumphed over fear. Trembling, the small prisoner took the phone and mustered all his strength to force out a smile, even more wretched than weeping. "Big brother, are you done with it?" Chu Fan nodded slightly, then turned and walked back to his bunk. He lay down once more, covered himself with the blanket, and closed his eyes, as if everything that had transpired was merely an illusion. He had once again become the Empire's foremost wastrel, destined to endure 48 hours in this place. However, beneath his seemingly tranquil exterior, a terrifying murderous intent capable of upending the entire metropolis of magic was brewing furiously. The Zhang family? Very well. I hope you are prepared to bear the brunt of my wrath. Chapter 17. Clues and Key Figures Identified. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the high, barred window of the prison cell, Chu Fan slowly opened his eyes. Within his dark irises lay no trace of the confusion that often accompanies waking. Instead, there was an icy calm reminiscent of a frigid pool. Though he appeared to have slept through the night, his mind had been engaged in intense activity, digesting and integrating all the memories of this body's former owner. Simultaneously, he was charting a new path to ascendancy for himself, the reborn Chu Fan. The starting point of this journey was to resolve the minor inconvenience brought forth by the Zhang father and son. "Get up, all of you!" The harsh, thunderous voice of the guards echoed through the corridor, accompanied by the jarring sound of batons striking iron doors. Within the cell, the inmates sprang into action like startled birds, hastily scrambling from their bunks to organize their belongings. Their movements were exponentially quicker than the day before, and each acted with utmost care, attempting to avoid disturbing the new king, who was slowly rising from the upper bunk. Chu Fan paid no heed to their reactions, focusing instead on stretching his still somewhat weak body. His bones crackled like popping beans. A faint but undeniably present internal energy coursed through his limbs. Early stage of Ming Jin, a smirk of intrigue curled at the corners of Chu Fan's mouth. He had not anticipated that, despite his previous incarnation's dissolute nature. His lineage from the prestigious Chu family had compelled him to acquire a modicum of ancient martial arts foundation. While this meager strength paled in comparison to the formidable prowess he had achieved in his past life, it was at the very least sufficient to handle the current trivialities. Just then, an exceedingly faint vibration, audible only to him, emanated from beneath the covers. Chu Fan's gaze flickered slightly, unobtrusively. He lifted a corner of the blanket to retrieve the specially designed phone his mother had arranged to be delivered. Glancing at the caller ID, he noted a virtual number secured by 3 layers of encryption. He pressed the answer button. "Hey, brother Fan." The voice of Wang Fatty burst forth, filled with excitement and urgency. "How's everything on your end? Those bastards haven't done anything to you, have they?" "I'm fine," Chu Fan replied calmly. "Let's get to the point." "All right." Upon hearing Chu Fan's familiar voice, Wang Fatty released a breath of relief and immediately shifted to the matter at hand. "Brother Fan, the little vixen you asked me to investigate, Su Wanqing, I found her." His tone brimmed with pride. "Damn, it took me ages to track her down. That Zhang Hao has some wits about him. He didn't hide her in any hotel or apartment in the city, but sent her to a private vacation villa he owns in the suburbs. That place is surrounded by desolation for miles. If it weren't for a brother of mine who once did renovation work for his family and knew the location, we would have been completely deceived. What is the situation now?" Chu Fan in Guit? Heh. Wang Fatty let out a savage laugh reminiscent of a beast. "Rest assured, Brother Fan, I know how to handle things. Right now, my 50 strongest brothers have surrounded that villa like a fortress. Not even a fly could hope to escape. That little bastard Zhang probably thinks he has pulled off the perfect scheme. He only sent 7 or 8 bodyguards to watch over the little vixen. Not enough to pose any challenge for us." Wang Fatty's voice grew increasingly animated and bloodthirsty. Lowering his tone, he asked eagerly, "Brother Fan, now, all we need is your word. Just give the nod, and I'll lead the charge to rescue her. Then, we can break those clueless bodyguards' limbs and toss them into the Huangpu River for the fish. How does that sound, Brother Fan? Just give the order." In his worldview, resolving problems was that simple and brutish. However, upon hearing his words, Chu Fan did not respond with the immediate command he expected. The line fell into a brief silence as Chu Fan contemplated. Kidnapping? Storming in to rescue her? No, that would be the height of folly. Su Wanqing was the most crucial and indeed the sole witness in this case. If Wang Fatty were to use violent tactics to rescue her now, even if she later agreed in such a scenario, not only would one fail to vindicate oneself, but one would also inadvertently solidify the accusations of malevolent forces, thereby falling entirely into the adversary's trap. To contend with this predicament, resorting to violence is the least advisable strategy. Instead, one must employ intellect and strategic foresight. The objective is to render the opponent as mute as a fish, unable to articulate their suffering. Moreover, it is imperative to ensure that Su Wanqing, the pivotal piece in this intricate game, willingly aligns herself with our interests. Brother Fan, are you listening? On the other end of the line, Wang the Fat waited in anxious silence for a response. "I'm listening." Chu Fan finally spoke, his voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable decisiveness characteristic of a superior. "Fatty, withdraw all your people." "What?" Wang the Fat was momentarily taken aback. "Withdraw? Why, Brother Fan? This is our best opportunity to extract our people." "I said withdraw." Chu Fan's tone grew more insistent. Though Wang the Fat was perplexed, his almost blind faith in Chu Fan compelled him to grit his teeth and comply. "All right, Brother Fan, I trust your judgment. I will order their withdrawal immediately." Chu Fan nodded in satisfaction. He then gradually articulated his true strategy, his voice soft yet incisive as a scalpel, dissecting the entire situation with clarity. "Su Wanqing cannot be moved for now. She is currently Zhang Hao's trump card, yet simultaneously his greatest burden. If you charge in now, it will only complicate matters." Chu Fan paused, a glint of hunter-like wisdom flashing in his eyes. He coolly issued a new command. "Do not touch her. Just keep her under surveillance and send me the address. I want her to willingly walk out of that villa to testify for me." Chapter 18. The doubts of the beautiful policewoman Qin Bingyan in the Major Crimes Unit office of the Magic City Police Department. It was already 3 in the morning. This floor was illuminated solely by the light of this one office. The air was thick with the rich aroma of caffeine and an incessant undercurrent of anxiety. Qin Bingyan sat at her desk, her eyes, bloodshot and weary, fixed intently on the computer screen before her. The screen displayed a looped replay of the processed corridor surveillance footage retrieved from the hotel last night. She had been seated here for a full 5 hours, watching this brief clip of less than a minute more times than she could count, desperately searching for even the slightest flaw. Yet there was none. The video played smoothly, and the timestamps bore no discrepancies. On the surface, it appeared to be a perfectly ordinary piece of surveillance footage. However, within Qin Bingyan's mind, a voice screamed in turmoil. Something is amiss. There is definitely something wrong. This voice stemmed from her years of experience as a detective, honed to a keen instinct akin to that of a wild beast. It was further fueled by the profound impact of the man she had interrogated last night, Chu Fan. That name pierced her consciousness like a thorn, leaving her restless. His calm demeanor was a terrifying trait that should not have belonged to a mere 22-year-old recently branded a rapist. It was as though he were not a prisoner, but rather a master strategist, observing a troop of clowns fumbling on his chessboard with keen interest. His logic was impeccable. The 3 penetrating questions he posed still echoed in her ears, each one a surgical incision that exposed the critical flaws hidden beneath the seemingly flawless facade of this case. Such meticulous reasoning and formidable presence surpassed even the most sophisticated of the affluent criminals she had encountered. This was not the same individual. The gap between rumor and reality had widened to an absurd extent. Furthermore, a series of subsequent events only amplified Qin Bingyan's suspicions. First, there was the sudden appearance of the top-tier lawyer Gao Chong, akin to a divine intervention. His presence alone signified an overwhelming pressure from a higher echelon. Within mere hours, Gao Chong's legal team had submitted over 10 various procedural objections and evidence preservation requests to the Municipal Bureau. Each document was meticulously constructed, leaving the entire legal department in disarray and chaos. Then came the inexplicable shift in public discourse. Last night, numerous journalists were present, capturing explosive photos and videos. Logically, the topic of Chu Fan's alleged assault should have ignited a firestorm across the empire's media today. Yet the result? Silence. Aside from a few minor outlets hastily publishing inconsequential articles that dared not even mention names, all major portals and mainstream media seemed to have been silenced as if under a gag order. If there were not an overwhelming power suppressing this matter, she would never believe it. Chu Fan's composure, the involvement of a top-tier lawyer, the eerie calm of public opinion, and the sudden disappearance of the crucial victim, Su Wanqing. Since she recorded her statement last night, it was as if she had vanished in a thin air. Attempts to reach her had been fruitless. Her agency claimed she was on sick leave, while her family insisted she had gone on vacation. Every explanation was riddled with contradictions and reeked of insincerity. Was it reasonable for a victim who had just endured such a tremendous trauma to evade cooperation with the police? Was this normal? All the doubts were like pieces of a puzzle, slowly assembling in Qin Bingyan's mind, ultimately forming a bold hypothesis that sent chills down her spine. This case might very well be an elaborate trap, a grand conspiracy aimed squarely at Chu Fan. And Su Wanqing? She was not a victim at all. She was bait. The most crucial element of this scheme. Once this thought took root, it proliferated like wild grass, impossible to contain. Qin Bingyan abruptly sprang from her chair. Her eyes sparkled with the fervor and determination of a hunter. She knew she might have stumbled upon the right path. Yet, she was acutely aware that her current situation was equally perilous. Deputy Chief Lu Mingyuan had already pressured her multiple times to expedite the resolution of this case into an ironclad conviction. It was evident that Lu Mingyuan was entrenched in this scheme, possibly even playing a disreputable role. Within the Municipal Bureau, she was isolated and unsupported. The only allies she had were her own resolve and the few brothers in the Major Crimes Unit who still believed in her. Xiao Li, Wang Fei, come over here. Qin Bingyan cast a solemn glance at her subordinates, who were also burning the midnight oil in the office. The young officers immediately perked up and gathered around her. Captain Qin, have you made any discoveries? Her gaze slowly swept across their faces, and her voice, low yet imbued with undeniable conviction, resonated in the room. From this moment forth, we shall alter the course of our investigation. We will no longer pursue Chu Fan. Our focus will shift to Su Wanqing. The subordinates were momentarily taken aback. Investigate the victim? Precisely. A flicker of wisdom danced in Qin Bingyan's eyes. I want a thorough examination of all Su Wanqing's social connections. Her call records from the past 3 months, and all her banking transactions. I need to know who she has been in contact with recently, especially individuals from the business sector. Understood, Captain Qin. Although perplexed, her subordinates, driven by unwavering trust in Qin Bingyan, promptly stood at attention, saluted, and turned to execute her orders. However, just then, the office door was abruptly flung open with a loud bang. A young officer, drenched in sweat and clutching a freshly printed document, burst in with an excited expression, forgetting even to knock. Qin Bingyan furrowed her brow, about to reprimand him, when he exclaimed in a voice tinged with extreme excitement, Captain Sheen, we found something. Su Wanqing's bank account. Just 3 days ago, she received an anonymous transfer amounting to 5 million. Tracing the source of the funds, we discovered that the money was transferred from an offshore shell company and the controlling stakeholder of that company. The young officer swallowed hard, then shouted out the name that sent shockwaves through everyone present. Captain, we found out that Su Wanqing has been getting close to Zhang Hao, the heir of the Zhang Group. Chapter 19. Zhang Hao's malicious scheme, hiring a hitman. The night had grown quite late, yet the study of the Zhang family villa remained brightly lit. Zhang Hao paced restlessly on the expensive hand-woven carpet, his handsome face etched with anxiety and unease, feelings unbefitting his stature. He tightly gripped the latest model smartphone in his hand, the screen displaying the homepage of major news portals across the empire. The lack of news was strikingly clean, too clean, in fact. It had been a full 10 hours since he orchestrated that grand spectacle, and by now, the name Chu Fan should have dominated the entire empire's online discourse. Yet, the outcome was disheartening. Aside from a few inconsequential articles on third-rate social media platforms that dared not even mention his name, the anticipated uproar never materialized. It was as if a stone had been cast into the ocean, generating not even a ripple. All the negative articles about Chu Fan, all the orchestrated public relations efforts he had meticulously arranged to sway public opinion, seemed to have been ruthlessly erased from the internet by an unseen hand. This was abnormal. Very abnormal. Zhang Hao was no fool. He understood that the Chu family must have intervened. Their counterattack came faster and more ferociously than he had anticipated. It was a level of assault he could neither comprehend nor withstand. A dimensional strike from a higher plane that had rendered the entire media landscape of the empire momentarily mute. What's the panic? Just as Zhang Hao, feeling like a cornered beast, paced anxiously in the study, a voice filled with authority and coldness echoed from the shadows of the room. Zhang Hao's body stiffened. He turned to see a middle-aged man seated on a mahogany sofa, holding a glass of red wine, his expression as somber as the depths of the sea. It was his father, Zhang Yuanshan, chairman of the Zhang Group. Dad. Zhang Hao's voice trembled, betraying his own apprehension. The Chu family seems to have begun their counteroffensive. Our news has been suppressed. Moreover, I just learned that formidable lawyer, Gao Chong, has personally gone to the city bureau to represent Chu Fan. I'm already aware. Zhang Yuanshan's face remained inscrutable. He gently swirled the wine in his glass, observing the crimson liquid tracing elegant arcs along the rim, as if everything had been anticipated by him. Dad, what should we do now? Zhang Hao was as restless as an ant on a hot pan. Gao Chong is no pushover. What if he extracts something from that wretched Su Wanqing? He won tea. Zhang Yuanshan interrupted him with a calm confidence. Su Wanqing has been placed in a location arranged by my people, one where no one can find her. She will not meet anyone until this matter is conclusively resolved. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao felt a slight sense of relief, though his worries lingered. But Dad, the Chu family's influence is immense. I fear that time may work against us. That is precisely why I say you're still too young. Zhang Yuanshan finally lifted his head, his eyes, clouded yet sharp from years of navigating the business waters, bore into his son. Howard, you must remember, our Zhang family is unlike the colossal Chu family, which has been entrenched for over a century. We have no retreat, since we have chosen to ascend by stepping over Chu Fan's corpse. We must ensure he is thoroughly crushed. We must eradicate the roots. Otherwise, when he regains his strength, it will be us who suffer the consequences. Zhang Yuanshan's voice was soft, yet the chilling ruthlessness in his words seemed to lower the temperature in the study. Zhang Hao's pupils constricted sharply, and he suddenly comprehended the import of his father's words. Dad, are you suggesting? Indeed. Zhang Yuanshan downed the wine in his glass in one gulp. He then slowly rose from the sofa and approached Zhang Hao, placing a hand gently on his son's shoulder. His murky eyes gleamed with a coldness akin to that of a serpent. That place is not a five-star hotel. In the detention center, there are at least 8 out of 10 inmates who die daily due to various accidents. One more person with the surname Chu is inconsequential. One less, and the Zhang family can finally rest easy. His father's words echoed in Zhang Hao's ears like the whispers of a demon. A chill ran down his spine. Yet the overwhelming jealousy and hatred he harbored for Chu Fan ultimately drowned out the last remnants of fear and hesitation within him. Indeed, father is right. The roots must be eradicated. As long as Chu Fan lives, I, Zhang Hao, shall forever remain in the shadow of that worthless fool. I refuse to accept it. A surge of unprecedented madness and malice instantaneously engulfed Zhang Hao's every shred of rationality. A grotesque, twisted smile emerged upon his face. Father, I understand now. I know what must be done. He abruptly turned, striding swiftly to his desk, where he retrieved a black, unmarked satellite phone from a locked drawer. This was his dedicated device for contacting those who dwelled in the shadows. Trembling, he dialed a number reserved for only the most dire of situations. The call connected. A raspy voice, akin to two sheets of sandpaper rasping against one another, emerged from the receiver. "Hello." Zhang Hao inhaled deeply, forcing his voice to sound somewhat composed. "It's me. I have a job for you." The voice on the other end let out a chilling, low chuckle. "Oh, young Master Zhang, even you find yourself in need of our kind of assistance? Cut the pleasantries. Just name your price." Zhang Hao's tone grew impatient. "Huh. That depends on what trouble you wish us to resolve for you, young Master Zhang." A glint of ruthless determination flashed in Zhang Hao's eyes. He lowered his voice, articulating a name that could send tremors throughout the entire empire. "The first detention center in Magic City. Zone C, Cell 303. Chu Fan." Silence fell on the other end. Clearly, the individual was taken aback by the name. After a prolonged pause of several seconds, the raspy voice finally broke the silence, now laden with unprecedented gravity. "Young Master Zhang, are you jesting? You are well aware of that person's identity. To touch him is akin to tearing the heavens asunder." "I'm not jesting." Zhang Hao nearly roared. "I want him dead, by any means necessary." The voice fell silent once more, as if weighing the risks and rewards of such a transaction. Ultimately, the raspy voice slowly articulated a figure that could only be described as astronomical. 10 million. A deposit of 5 million. And we will only ensure his accidental demise. What chaos ensues afterward is no concern of ours. "Very well." Zhang Hao assented without hesitation. Though 10 million was not a trifling sum, the prospect of purchasing Chu Fan's life, ensuring he would never rise again, was worth it. This deal was invaluable, incredibly valuable. He hung up the phone and turned to face his father. At that moment, his handsome visage was marred by a deranged, twisted smile. He picked up the phone once more. This time, he dialed the intermediary's number. With a malevolent voice that seemed to echo from the depths of hell, he enunciated each word with chilling precision. "I want him to meet with an accidental demise inside. Ensure it is done cleanly. Once accomplished, I will grant you 10 million. Chapter 20. The Assassin Strikes. Playing with a broadsword before Guangong. The night was as deep as ink. The detention center had long extinguished its lights. The entirety of Zone C was enveloped in eerie silence, punctuated only by the sporadic sounds of heavy snoring. Suddenly, a jarring clank, the sound of a lock turning, shattered the tranquility of the night. The heavy iron door of Cell 303 creaked open, revealing a sliver of light from the outside. "Get in. Behave." A guard's impatient, lowered voice accompanied the rough shove of a new figure into the cell. Bang! The iron door slammed shut, locking with a resounding finality. Outside the corridor, the sounds of guards' footsteps grew distant, laced with cruel whispers. "The person personally arranged by Director Liu is a prime target. Remember to collect the body in the morning." Inside the cell, the sudden disturbance roused several inmates from their slumber. Groggy and irritated, they turned their bleary eyes toward the unfortunate newcomer. He was a man of moderate stature, yet exuded an air of formidable prowess. In his 30s, he sported a buzz cut and wore an expression devoid of any superfluous emotion. However, what was most disconcerting were his eyes. They were the eyes of one who had truly seen blood and taken lives. Cold and venomous, like a serpent lurking in the shadows, they scrutinized this new, unfamiliar environment. As his gaze swept over the startled prisoners, those who fancied themselves daredevils instinctively averted their eyes. Their primal instincts were screaming at them. Danger! This newcomer was exceedingly perilous. Ultimately, the man's gaze pierced through the darkness, honing in on a figure lying at the far end of the bunk, seemingly in deep slumber. His pupils constricted slightly. A flash of unbridled, killing intent flickered briefly in his eyes. He had found his target. Chu Fan. He was none other than the A-level fugitive Zhang Hao had hired for 10 million, a professional killer with at least 3 lives on his conscience. Codename, Viper. Viper did not rush into action. Instead, he found an inconspicuous corner and leaned against the wall, slowly closing his eyes as if he were asleep. Yet only he knew that every muscle in his body was coiled tightly, like a bowstring drawn to its limit. He was waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Waiting for the instant when everyone had succumbed to the deepest slumber, their guard lowered to its nadir. Time ticked away. The cell gradually returned to its prior calm. Snoring resumed, a symphony of slumber. At 3 a.m, the hour when humans sleep the deepest and heaviest. Now was the moment. The figure that had remained statue-like in the corner, Viper, suddenly opened his eyes. Those eyes, gleaming with a ghostly green light in the darkness, radiated a predatory cruelty and excitement. Silently, he rose from the ground. His movements were as light as a feather. His footsteps barely whispered against the floor. He was akin to a specter wandering the earth. He stealthily approached a sleeping inmate, extending his hand to retrieve a weapon that had long been his target from beneath the inmate's pillow. It was a toothbrush handle, painstakingly gnawed and polished over months until it had been sharpened to a deadly point. In the dim, he looked at the target with his back to him, breathing steadily and seemingly unaware of the impending death. A hint of cat and mouse teasing flashed in his eyes. The first playboy of the empire? Chu family young master? Ah, after tonight, there will be no more people in this world like this. And he will fly away with a huge sum of 10 million. Goodbye, Mr. Chu. In the eyes of a venomous snake, a fierce light bursts forth. He no longer has the slightest hesitation. He lifted the sharpened toothbrush handle in his hand and used up all his explosive power. Aim at Chu Fan, who is still steadily fluctuating at the back center position. A fierce knife stabbed down. This stab. Hurry up. Accurate, damn it. Gathering his lifelong learning as a professional assassin, the air seemed to be torn apart by his thrust. Emitting a slight whistling sound, the pale weapon traced a deadly arc in the air. He could even foresee the next second of warm blood, the wonderful touch of splashing on his face. However, just as the sharp handle of the toothbrush was about to pierce through the thin prison clothes of Chu Fan's heart. Change, steep rise. One hand, a hand that has been waiting there for some time, at a speed that completely violates physics common sense. It peeked out of the blanket like lightning. Then at the moment when the venomous snake contracted its pupils to the extreme and stared at it, using two slender, fair, and even elegant fingers, objectively and impartially, steady and steady, caught the deadly weapon that he was determined to obtain. Time seems to have been paused at this moment. That toothbrush handle is enough to penetrate the human body and infuse the full strength of a venomous snake. Strangely stopped less than a centimeter away from Chu Fan's heart. No matter how the venomous snake blushed and used all its strength to feed, it could no longer make any progress. Yes? How is that possible? The snake's brain completely crashed in this moment. An unprecedented, bone-chilling sensation engulfed all of his senses like a tide in an instant. He felt like he was holding on to someone else's finger, but to cold industrial pliers made of alloy. He wants to pull his hand back, but it's already too late. At the moment when his heart was shattered, the prey that kept its back to him, as if it had already fallen asleep. Slowly, he turned around. He didn't even sit up. He just turned his body and lay in bed looking at him leisurely. Then, in the eyes of the venomous snake, which were as terrified as if they had seen a ghost. Chu Fan, open your eyes. There was no hint of confusion in those eyes that shone like stars in the darkness. There was no surprise attack, anger, and panic. Some are just a faint and playful smile, as if watching a jumping clown. He looked at the so-called professional assassin in front of him, whose face was filled with shock and whose body was as stiff as a stone carving. Smiling and speaking softly in a relaxed tone, as if chatting with an old friend, he asked, "How dare you come and kill me with this ability?" Chapter 21. Reverse Interrogation. The Despair of the Assassin. How dare you come and kill me with this ability? Chu Fan's voice was very light, very faint, like whispers between lovers and like the whispers of demons. But when it entered the ears of the venomous snake, it made him feel even colder than the strong wind blowing from the nine abyss hell. His brain completely went down in this moment. Everything happening in front of him has completely exceeded all his understanding of this world in the past 30 years. A monster that was firmly gripped by two fingers and stabbed with all its strength. A monster lying in bed without even changing its posture, putting itself to death. A monster with a playful smile on his face when facing his ultimate blow. Is this his mother human? It's impossible. A ferocity stemming from the instinct of a professional assassin in a moment of madness after being completely humiliated overwhelmed the deep-seated fear. The eyes of venomous snake instantly turned red. He let out a low roar like a wild beast. The trapped right hand twisted violently, attempting to break free from the constraints of those two fingers with rotational force. At the same time, his left hand transformed into a tricky black shadow, and his 5 fingers clawed fiercely towards Chu Fan's nearby throat. He wants to tear apart this monster. However, he's overthinking. Faced with him, who could be considered a textbook level, he turned around on his deathbed. The playful smile on Chu Fan's face grew even stronger, even with a hint of disappointment, as if mocking how ridiculous and powerless his final struggle was. It's too slow. Chu Fan gently spat out 3 words. The moment when the words fall, his 2 fingers, gripping the toothbrush handle, only made a slight mistake and exerted force. Snap! A crisp sound that was 100 times clearer than when the bald man broke his arm before, suddenly sounded. The toothbrush handle, which had been polished by a venomous snake for several days and thought it was incredibly hard, was unexpectedly crushed by Chu Fan with 2 fingers like a fragile biscuit. The pupils of the venomous snake instantly contracted to the extreme. His left hand, which was grabbed towards Chu Fan's throat, also froze in midair for 0.1 seconds due to this scene that overturned the 3 views. Mastery moves, life and death, are only in an instant. And this 0.1 second stiffness was already fatal to him. Chu Fan moved. He still lay in bed without even lifting his head. He just casually lifted and waved his right hand, which had just clipped off the weapon. Hurry up. Get to the extreme. The venomous snake felt as if a white lightning flashed past its eyes. Immediately following, a heart-wrenching pain that made his soul tremble erupted from his left shoulder, crazily bursting out. Click. Another bone dislocation sound that makes your scalp tingle. The venomous snake's left arm, which was grabbing Chu Fan's throat, drooped softly at a strange angle that completely violated human mechanics. His entire left arm joint was forcibly removed by Chu Fan's seemingly casual swing. A suppressed groan of extreme pain uncontrollably squeezed out from the snake's throat. Sharp pain. It is excruciating pain that can make ordinary people faint on the spot. His body convulsed violently due to this intense pain. However, this is just the beginning. At the moment when the venomous snake was losing balance due to severe pain and was about to fall backwards, Chu Fan's other hand reached out like a ghost, grabbed his hair, and pressed down hard. Bang! The head of the venomous snake was forcefully pressed by Chu Fan and hit the hard iron railing on the edge of the bed. There was a dull and nauseating loud noise. The venomous snake felt its eyes turn black and the sky spin around. Countless golden stars erupted chaotically within his mind. He had utterly lost all capacity for resistance. Chu Fan released his grip. The serpent's body slumped to the cold concrete floor like a lifeless mass. The entire prison cell was enveloped in an oppressive silence. All the awakened prisoners fixated on the figure slowly rising from the bed. Their gaze is akin to that of mortals beholding a divine being rather than a demon. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Even the sound of their chattering teeth was stifled. Fearing it might disturb the executioner before them, Chu Fan descended from the bed, his bare feet touching the frigid concrete as he approached the writhing serpent, who was painfully struggling on the ground, clutching its dislocated arm. He looked down upon him from a towering height, his gaze reminiscent of one observing a mere laboratory mouse on an autopsy table. TSK. Suddenly, Chu Fan shook his head, a sound of deep disappointment escaping his lips. Too crude. He gradually crouched down to meet the serpent's terrified visage, speaking with a calmness akin to a teacher addressing a wayward student. Your breath is too erratic. Your murderous intent lacks restraint. Your foundation is weak and unstable. What you deem a lethal strike is, in my eyes, nothing more than a child's futile antics, riddled with flaws. Each of Chu Fan's words struck the serpent's heart like an invisible hammer, shattering the last remnants of his pride as a professional assassin. Who was he? How could he see through every technique that the serpent relied upon for survival? Why you? The serpent stammered, pointing at Chu Fan, his voice trembling violently from sheer terror. Chu Fan paid no heed to his panic. He extended his hand, gently tapping the serpent on his sweat-soaked body. One tap on his right knee, another on his spine. Here and here. Chu Fan's voice remained steady. These are your 2 fatal weaknesses where you exert force. Strike these points the moment you make your move. A glint of cold, ruthless amusement flickered in Chu Fan's eyes. His hand suddenly exerted pressure. Crack, crack. 2 sharper and more horrifying sounds of bone shattering echoed simultaneously. The serpent's right knee and spine were grotesquely rendered useless by Chu Fan's peculiar and forceful technique. This time, the serpent could no longer contain himself. He emitted a wail so piercing it transcended human comprehension. The sound reverberated through the desolate night, reaching far and wide, enough to haunt anyone who heard it for a lifetime. He felt as if he had died. No, it was worse than death. His limbs, his spine, everything felt as if it no longer belonged to him. He had become a complete and utter cripple, and the man before him bore no trace of emotional change whatsoever. Despair, an endless, tidal wave of despair consumed all of the serpent's will. He finally broke. Like a maggot, he writhed on the floor in agony. Tears and snot mixed with saliva streamed down his face. He looked at Chu Fan, his eyes devoid of any ferocity or resentment, replaced instead by the most abject, primal plea. Devil, you are a devil. Kill me, please kill me. Chu Fan slowly rose to his feet. He lifted his foot and gently placed it upon the serpent's thoroughly dishonored face. He gazed down at this once proud serpent, now reduced to mere refuse, with a voice imbued with the coldness of a deity offering a final chance to a mortal. Speak. Who sent you? I grant you a chance to live. Chapter 22. A new dog, a new plan. I grant you a chance to live. Chu Fan's voice, reminiscent of a divine decree, echoed softly in the serpent's ears. For one who had plunged into the depths of despair, this sentence was akin to a lifeline descending from the heavens. Live? He could still live. An unprecedented, fervent desire to survive erupted from the serpent's crumbling heart like a volcano. I'll tell. I'll say everything. He no longer cared about professional ethics or his employer's secrets. Like a dying dog, he strained to lift his head and gaze at the man who trampled on his dignity. With tears streaming down his face and his voice hoarse, he uttered the name he should have taken to the grave. It's Zhang Hao, the eldest young master of the Zhang family. Zhang Hao. He offered me 10 million. He wanted me to create an accident inside and kill you, to eliminate future troubles. In a frantic bid for survival, he poured out everything he knew, but upon hearing his words, Chu Fan's expression remained devoid of surprise, as if all had unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. He merely withdrew his foot from the serpent's face. Freed from his torment, the serpent gasped greedily for the fetid air of the prison cell, as if it were the most exquisite fragrance in the world. He crawled toward Chu Fan, his body utterly numb, like a true dog, desperately rubbing his twisted, pain-racked face against Chu Fan's pant leg. Please, I've told you everything. Spare my life, I beg you. I'm willing to testify against Zhang Hao. Yes, I'll be a witness. I'll send him to prison. He believed this was the value of his life in Chu Fan's eyes. However, Chu Fan merely looked down at him, his gaze akin to that of one observing a self-satisfied fool. Testify against him? Chu Fan lauget like the sound rife with unmasked ridicule and disdain. Do you think I need you to accuse him? Do you think I require the trinkets of law to deal with scum like him? The serpent was instantly bewildered. He stared blankly at Chu Fan, his mind devoid. And no need? Then what am I supposed to do? What value do I have left to live? Just as the serpent sank once more into despair from confusion and fear, Chu Fan slowly crouched down. He reached out, gently patting the serpent's face as one might soothe a well-behaved pet. His voice transformed into a devilish whisper, laced with lethal temptation. Do you wish to live? Yes. Yes. The serpent's heart screamed. I wish for it more than anything. The venomous snake nodded wildly, as if grabbing the last straw of life. Good. Chu Fan's mouth curved with a cold and playful curve. He leaned in close to the snake's ear and, in a voice that only the two of them could hear, slowly came up with a brand new plan that made the snake's pupils instantly contract to the extreme. Listen carefully. I will discipline later at dawn and come back to inspect the room. Just keep screaming and screaming louder and more pitifully the better. Let them discover you. Then tell them that you attempted to sneak attack me last night and were unexpectedly killed by me. What? The venomous snake was instantly stunned upon hearing this. He completely cannot understand the purpose of Chu Fan's plan. Isn't this helping Zhang Hao cover up his crimes? Remember, Chu Fan did not give him any time to think. His fingers, like iron pliers, gently gripped the snake's already worn shoulder joint. Then, slowly exert force. A sharp pain that was 100 times stronger than before instantly overwhelmed all the rationality of the venomous snake. Let him let out another miserable howl. Unlike human voices, my words, just say them once. Chu Fan's voice sounded once again in the venomous snake's ear, cold and devoid of any emotion. After you go out, tell Zhang Hao that your mission has failed. It's because I was already prepared and my skills far exceeded his imagination. Got it? I got it. The venomous snake was tormented by the inhuman pain, and its consciousness had already begun to blur. He could only subconsciously nod wildly. He dare not fail to understand, because he knows that as long as he dares to say half a word no, the next second, my head will be crushed like a ripe watermelon by the devil in front of me. Good. Chu Fan released his hand with satisfaction. He stood up and looked down at the new dog beneath his feet, which he had completely tamed. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes, as if a chess player were looking at his own pieces. Why do you do this? The reason is simple. What he wants is not simply to imprison Zhang Hao. That's too cheap for him. What he wants is fear. He wants Zhang Hao to live every day in an endless fear and anxiety of his assassination failure. He wants to make this chess piece named Poisonous Snake, which he personally buried, a sword of Damocles hanging over Zhang Hao's head. At any moment, it could fall and take his life. He wants to completely destroy him psychologically. Then, in the cruelest and most magnificent way that would prevent him and even the entire Zhang family from ever turning over, they were completely erased from this world. This is the consistent style of Black Shadow's actions. The sky is gradually brightening. When the chaotic footsteps of the discipline came from outside the corridor again, the venomous snake lying on the ground, pretending to be dead, seemed to have received a silent command. He suddenly took a deep breath. Then he used his lifelong acting skills and let out a piercing scream that could break through the clouds. On my hand, my legs, bang down. The iron gate of the 303 warehouse was kicked open by someone from outside. A few discipline officers who had been on duty all night and were bleary-eyed rushed in with their batons and a serious expression on their faces. Damn it, early in the morning. What's the name of a ghost? However, when they saw clearly the hellish scene inside the prison, their faces all froze instantly. Everyone seemed to have seen a ghost and stood still in place. I saw the venomous snake that they personally brought in last night. At this moment, it was like a puddle of mud collapsing on the ground. His limbs twisted at an extremely eerie angle. The whole person seems to have been torn apart and pieced together again haphazardly. That look, how miserable it must be. And on the other side, that Chu Xiao, whom they thought should have turned into a corpse long ago. At this moment, he sat leisurely on the bunk bed, even slowly organizing his clean prison uniform. It seems like everything in front of him has nothing to do with him. What the fuck is going on here? The leading discipline looked at the scene in front of him that completely overturned his worldview, and his voice became somewhat stuttering due to extreme shock. Report, sir. The bald man, whose limbs had been disabled, crawled up and down the ground, leaned over and pointed to the venomous snake on the ground with a righteous and stern expression, complaining. This new one, act recklessly and blindly. Last night, I wanted to sneak attack Lord Chu. As a result, he was killed by Lord Chu. What? Upon hearing these words, several disciplinary officials took a deep breath of cold air. Their gaze once again fell on Chu Fan. That gaze no longer had any trace of mockery or disdain. There is only endless terror and fear. They looked at the young man who was still calm like water and felt their backs blowing cold air out. Monster. This guy's a monster. In the end, they still dared not say a word more to Chu Fan. He could only drag the venomous snake, which was still emitting a mournful howl, out with a dark face like dragging a dead dog. At the moment of being dragged out of the prison gate, the venomous snake struggled to turn its head. He took a deep look at the devilish man sitting on the bed, looking at him with an indifferent gaze. There is no resentment or hatred in his eyes. Some are just the deepest and most humble ones, as if they were looking at gods with reverence and fear. Chapter 23. The impatient Zhang Hao. Sleepless all night. Zhang Hao's eyes were bloodshot, like a wild beast trapped in a cage, pacing back and forth restlessly in his luxurious bedroom. The floor was littered with expensive cigar butts shattered by him and empty wine bottles. He is waiting for some great news that can make him and even the entire Zhang family soar to the sky. He can almost imagine it. This morning, the headlines of major news media will be completely blown up by the explosive headline that the first playboy of the empire, Chu Fan, died unexpectedly in a fight in the detention center. And he, Zhang Hao, will completely replace that useless person as the brightest and only new star among the young generation in the Magic City. As soon as he thought about it, a sickly and excited flush appeared on his pale face, which had been affected by staying up late and alcohol. Ding ling ling ling. At this moment, on the bedside table, the black dedicated satellite phone finally let out a piercing and urgent ringtone. Coming. Finally here. Zhang Hao's heart skipped a beat. He rushed over like a wolf that had been hungry for 3 days and grabbed the phone with just one swift step when he saw his prey. He couldn't even conceal the tremble in his own voice. Hello. What's happening? Has the matter been resolved? However, the hoarse sound of good news that came over the phone was not what he had expected. Instead, it was the voice of the intermediary, fraught with trepidation and anxiety. Zhang Xiao, something has happened. The smile on Zhang Hao's face instantly froze. A sense of foreboding surged through him, like a frigid tide that drowned all his excitement in an instant. Something has happened. What has transpired? You better clarify your words. The mission has failed. The intermediary's voice quivered with a hint of sobbing. The person we sent has faltered. Not only did he fail to eliminate Chu Fan, but he was in fact incapacitated by him. What? The 5 words struck Zhang Hao like a thunderclap, leaving him momentarily stunned. His mind went blank. Failed? How could this possibly be? That is an A-class fugitive, codenamed Viper, a professional killer with blood on his hands. How could he fail against a useless, pampered fool? This is utterly preposterous. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. After a brief astonishment, an overwhelming, impotent rage surged within him. Zhang Hao, like a crazed lion, seized the crystal ashtray on the table and hurled it violently against the wall. Crash! The expensive ashtray shattered into countless pieces. I paid 10 million for you to eliminate a worthless piece of trash. And now you dare tell me you failed? What are you good for? Huh? He raged into the phone, venting his shock and indignation. The intermediary on the other end bore the brunt of his tirade, drenched in humiliation, yet dared not utter a word. He could only stammer, Zhang Xiao, please calm down. This truly cannot be blamed on us. According to Viper himself, that Chu Fan is not a mere fool. He is a monster, a concealed, Top-tier expert. An expert? Zhang Hao is even more incensed, nearly laughing in disbelief. Are you spinning me tales of fantasy? I know exactly what kind of trash Chu Fan is. An expert? If he is an expert, then I am the Jade Emperor. However, no matter how furious or disbelieving he was, failure was still failure. His most meticulously crafted and nefarious plan had been rendered null and void. Just as Zhang Hao was consumed by his frustration over the assassination failure, a news alert arrived that sent a fresh wave of panic coursing through him. Bang! The bedroom door was flung open with force from the outside. The Zhang family's steward rushed in, tumbling forward, his face etched with an apocalyptic terror. Young master, this is bad. A major crisis has unfolded. Our company's stock price has plummeted. What? Zhang Hao felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He shoved the steward aside and dashed into the living room. The gigantic LCD television was broadcasting the morning's financial news, and the most prominent scrolling headline boldly proclaimed, due to malicious short selling by Tianqing Group. Zhang Group's stock opened at a limit down, with a market value evaporating by over 5 billion overnight. Simultaneously, his personal phone rang incessantly, like a death knell. One call after another flooded in from the heads of the subsidiaries under his company. Zhang Xiao, this is terrible. All our collaborations with Tianqing Group have been unilaterally terminated. Zhang Xiao, the bank is suddenly demanding repayment of our loans. Zhang Xiao, our largest suppliers have collectively halted supplies, claiming Tianqing Group has contacted them. One grim report after another struck Zhang Hao like invisible sledgehammers, nearly suffocating him. He realized this was the Chu family's retribution. The wrath of the business empress, Lin Wanrong, was upon them. A catastrophic commercial storm capable of uprooting the entire Zhang family had quietly descended. At that moment, his father, Zhang Yuanshan, descended the stairs. Clad in a night robe, his expression as cold as ice. He did not glance at the television, but instead regarded his utterly disoriented son with a gaze filled with disappointment. Smack! A crisp, resounding slap struck Zhang Hao's face, nearly causing him to stumble to the ground. Dad, Zhang Hao, clutching his suddenly swollen face, looked at his father in disbelief. This was the first time he had ever been struck. You useless thing. Zhang Yuanshan glared at him, trembling with anger. I told you long ago. You must eradicate the root of the problem. And now look, the target remains alive, and you've alerted the enemy. You have dragged our entire Zhang family into an abyss of no return. As his father unleashed a torrent of scolding, combined with the impending doom facing the company and the immense fear stemming from the failed assassination, Zhang Hao's sanity finally snapped under the weight of multiple pressures. His eyes turned a furious crimson, and a wild, obsessive madness flickered across his handsome face, akin to a gambler who has lost all his chips. Indeed, the turning point, his sole chance to turn the tide, rested upon that woman, Su Banqing. As long as he could silence her, as long as she could firmly assert that Chu Fan had assaulted her, then he would still have a chance at redemption. Dad! Zhang Hao lifted his head, locking eyes with his father, his gaze akin to that of a wounded beast cornered in desperation. He grabbed the car keys from the table and turned to rush out, shouting frantically into the phone, Dad, we cannot wait any longer. I must meet Su Wanxing in person and ensure she keeps her mouth shut. Chapter 24. The first piece of evidence thrown out. At 9 o'clock in the morning, during the peak rush hour, the entrance of the Magic City Police Department was already overflowing with people. Reporters from dozens of mainstream media outlets across the empire had turned this place into a battlefield more vibrant than any celebrity press conference, armed with cameras and microphones. Their faces were alight with excitement, as if they were wolves ready to pounce. This frenzy stemmed from the fact that, just half an hour ago, the notorious lawyer, Gao Chong, known as the King of Law, had his law firm release a concise but explosive announcement to all media outlets online. He would be holding a brief press conference regarding the numerous suspicions surrounding Chu Fan's alleged rape case. A stone cast into a calm lake created ripples that stirred the waters. It is worth noting that more than 24 hours had passed since the incident, and the entire affair was shrouded in an eerie fog. The Chu family remained tight-lipped, while the police, citing an ongoing investigation, refused all interviews. This has prompted numerous astute media professionals to sense an unusual flavor in the air. And now, the agent of Chu Fan is finally prepared to make a proactive statement. This is undoubtedly a signal, a momentous signal that is poised to ignite the entire internet. Here it comes. Here it comes. Lawyer Gao has arrived. Just as the journalists were waiting with bated breath, an excited scream erupted from the crowd. Instantly, all cameras, like sharks detecting blood, pivoted in unison toward the same direction. 3 black Mercedes-Benz S-Class vehicles, with an undeniable presence, slowly came to a halt at the entrance of the police station. The door swung open, and Gao Chong, Impeccably dressed in a tailored suit and donning gold-rimmed glasses, exuded an aura so powerful it was almost suffocating as he descended from the vehicle, flanked by his elite team. Click, click, click. The blinding flashes of cameras immediately engulfed him. Lawyer Gao, do you have any new insights regarding Mr. Chu Fan's case? Lawyer Gao, there are rumors suggesting that Mr. Chu Fan has been wronged. Is that true? Lawyer Gao, has the Chu family exerted pressure on you? A barrage of sharp, trap-laden questions surged toward him like a tidal wave. Anyone else in the face of such an overwhelming spectacle would likely have been thrown into disarray. However, Gao Chong maintained his signature, elegant, and confident smile. He simply gestured gently with his hand to calm the throng. A simple motion, yet it seemed to carry an invisible yet formidable presence, miraculously silencing the previously cacophonous crowd. Clearing his throat, he approached the microphone that had been prepared for him. His voice, steady and magnetic like that of a cello, resonated through the multitude of microphones, reaching every corner of the venue and broadcasting across the Empire's networks. Good morning, esteemed members of the media. I am Gao Chong, the agent from Mr. Chu Fan. I am aware that many of you are deeply concerned about my client's case and have numerous questions. However, before I address your inquiries, a glint, sharp as a blade, flickered in Gao Chong's eyes. I would first like to invite you to view a rather intriguing video. With that, he nodded subtly to his assistant. The assistant promptly inserted a USB drive into the prearranged portable projector. A colossal, clear image was instantly cast upon the stark white wall of the police station. The footage revealed none other than the familiar corridor of the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. The timestamp indicated it was merely 10 minutes before the police arrived on the night of the incident. Huh, ISNT this. Confused murmurs rippled through the gathering of journalists. Yet, in the next moment, as they discerned the content of the video, their expressions froze in disbelief. In the footage, a group of individuals, familiar colleagues, armed with cameras, stealthily entered through a seldom-used service passageway, sheltered by a man clad in a hotel security uniform. They deftly navigated to the floor where Chu Fan's room was located. They did not knock nor announce their presence. Instead, like a pack of trained hunters, they lay in wait at the end of the corridor, as if anticipating a signal. At the video's conclusion, it captured a pivotal moment. When the police burst from the elevator, the leading officer exchanged a knowing glance with one of the journalists among that group. Boom! The entire venue erupted. The journalists were struck as if by a bolt of lightning, left aghast and incredulous. What did this video signify? It implied that prior to the police receiving the report, before the so-called incident of assault transpired, the media had already arrived on the scene. This was no mere coverage of news. It was evidently participation in a meticulously orchestrated trap. In an instant, the tide of public opinion had completely shifted. If there had been discussions about Chu Fan's guilt, all focus now shifted to an even more explosive and sinister topic. This was no simple criminal case. It was an utterly orchestrated conspiracy, a perfect setup aimed at Chu Fan. A smile of triumph graced Gao Chong's face. He realized he had successfully dropped a bombshell into the placid waters of public discourse. And this was merely the beginning. The more damning evidence personally provided by Chu Fan had yet to be unveiled. Gao Chong surveyed the crowd of journalists, now ensnared in shock and frenzy. He understood it was time to stoke the flames further. Just then, a bold journalist, who had already coordinated with Gao Chong's team, received a signal and immediately raised his microphone, posing a question laden with shock and indignation that could shake the very foundations of the Magic City's police force. Lawyer Gao, are you suggesting that even the police of the Magic City are participants in this conspiracy? Chapter 25, The Panic of Lu Mingyuan. Lawyer Gao, are you suggesting that even the police of the Magic City are participants in this conspiracy? When the journalist posed this piercing question, filled with anger and disbelief, the vice director's office on the 5th floor of the municipal police station erupted in chaos. Crash! The sound of shattering ceramics pierced the air. An expensive Jingdejun teacup was violently smashed against the enormous LCD screen broadcasting live, propelled by a hand trembling with fury. Scalding tea mixed with leaves trickled down the shattered screen, leaving a chaotic stain on the luxurious carpet. Lu Mingyuan's eyes blazed red as he fixated on the screen, where the unfazed man, still sporting a victorious smile amidst the flashing lights, stood. Gao Chong, his chest heaved with rage. His usually polished visage now flushed to a deep crimson. His throat emitted a ragged, wheezing sound akin to a worn-out bellows. It's over. All of it, utterly over. He never imagined that the Chu family's counterattack would come so swiftly, so ruthlessly, so unreasonably. Even more shocking was that the other party would disregard the most fundamental rules of the game. With a direct and forceful motion, he overturned the table, dragging the police down with him. He gazed at the screen, displaying a horde of reporters, utterly consumed by madness. The barrage of doubts and curses rolling through the live stream resembled a relentless tide. Lu Mingyuan felt a wave of darkness wash over him. A chilling, bone-deep cold surged from his tailbone, racing upward with frantic intensity. In an instant, it enveloped his entire being. He comprehended that he had provoked an entity he should have never dared to confront. He had stirred a colossal hornet's nest, ringing, just as he was paralyzed by overwhelming fear, his limbs numb and his mind blank. The crimson phone on his desk, only to be used in the direst emergencies, suddenly emitted a sharp, urgent ringing that pierced through the air like a death knell. Lu Mingyuan's body jolted violently. He stared at the phone, its red light flashing, as though it were a harbinger of doom from the netherworld. He recognized who was calling. He also understood what awaited him next. Trembling, he extended his hand. He hesitated for a long, agonizing 10 seconds before finally picking up the receiver, resigned like a prisoner about to ascend the guillotine. "Hello, Secretary Lee." His voice, laced with dread, emerged hoarse and steeped in obsequiousness. However, what he received in return was not the usual soothing tone of leadership, but a thunderous roar capable of shattering his very soul. "Lu Mingyuan." The voice on the other end erupted, filled with boundless fury. "Are you a pig or what? Look at what you've done. The entire world is mocking our police force in Magic City. Media oversight, collusion between police and press, passing judgment before the trial. Lu Mingyuan, you truly are a piece of work. Do you think your position as deputy director is too secure?" "And no, Secretary Lee, please let me explain." Lu Mingyuan stammered, panic-stricken, scrambling to defend himself. "Explain. You dare to explain to me? I don't want to hear any of your explanations. I am giving you 24 hours. In 24 hours, if you cannot quell this matter and turn this case into an ironclad resolution beyond reproach, then you can strip yourself of this skin and go home to grow sweet potatoes." The phone was abruptly slammed down. The receiver echoed with a chilling, despairing busy tone. Lu Mingyuan, utterly despondent, collapsed into the plush leather chair. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat, as if he had just emerged from the depths of a lake. An ironclad case? Quelling the storm? Such words were deceptively easy. All evidence was firmly grasped in the opponent's hands. Witness Su Wanqing had vanished, concealed by that foolish Zhang Hao. This case was rotten to its core. How could he possibly turn it into an ironclad resolution? It was an utterly impossible task. In his desperation, Lu Mingyuan recalled his last shred of hope. The Zhang family. Yes, the Zhang family. They had orchestrated this affair. Now that such a colossal blunder had occurred, they had to provide him with an explanation. They must assist him in navigating this perilous situation. Like a drowning man clutching at a final piece of driftwood, he frantically retrieved his personal phone and dialed the number he knew by heart. Zhang Yuanshan's number. The call rang for what felt like an eternity before it was answered with an unhurried tone. The calm voice of Zhang Yuanshan resonated from the receiver. "Hello, Mingyuan. What brings you to call so early?" His tone was as tranquil as if the chaos of the morning had no bearing on him. This tranquility ignited Lu Mingyuan's fury and panic to a fever pitch. "Chairman Zhang, my esteemed chairman." Lu Mingyuan could no longer concern himself with decorum, nearly roaring. "Are you playing ignorant while disaster looms? Do you realize that Gao Chang has sold us all out? The city has issued a death warrant. If we mishandle this, we are all doomed." Yet, in response to Lu Mingyuan's frantic outburst, Zhang Yuanshan merely chuckled lightly, unperturbed. "Huh, Mingyuan, you are far too anxious. The sky is not falling." "Not falling?" Lu Mingyuan felt his anger boiling over, nearly maddened by the urgency of the situation. "You dare say it's not falling? Zhang Yuanshan, I tell you, this mess was caused by your son. You must find a way to resolve it." On the other end, silence reigned. That silence weighed heavily on Lu Mingyuan's heart, slowly dragging him down. After an excruciating pause, Zhang Yuanshan's cold, emotionless voice finally broke through the stillness, laced with undisguised contempt and cruelty. "Director Lu, one may eat haphazardly, but one must not speak carelessly. What has my son done? I fail to understand. Investigating and apprehending criminals is your duty as a police officer. What does it have to do with the Zhang family? This is your own affair. Handle it yourself." With that, he hung up the phone without allowing Lu Mingyuan another word. Listening to the chilling, busy tone from the receiver, Lu Mingyuan stood frozen, like a statue, motionless. It took a full minute before he finally comprehended the bleak reality. He had been discarded like a pawn. The Zhang family had callously abandoned him. An unprecedented surge of rage from betrayal and the impending descent into the abyss consumed all of his rationality. A manic and fierce expression, akin to a gambler who had lost all his chips, overtook his face. Indeed, A discarded pawn? You want me to bear the blame alone? Not so easily done. Since you lack compassion, do not blame me for my lack of righteousness. With a sudden resolve, he sprang from his chair. His fist crashed down onto the desk with force. His eyes, bloodshot from fear and fury, burned with a feral intensity. He would save himself. He must save himself. And the only way to do so was to compel the epicenter of this storm, Chu Fan, to confess before the lawyer could present more damning evidence. As long as he confesses, then this case can be immediately classified. At that point, even if Gao Chong possesses extraordinary abilities, it will be too late for him to intervene. With this thought in mind, Lu Mingyuan abruptly pressed the internal phone on his desk. Addressing the quaking voice of his subordinate on the other end, he snarled in a tone that brooked no dissent, "Prepare the car. I shall personally confront that little bastard." Chapter 26. The second confrontation in the interrogation room. In the frigid interrogation room, the same position and environment prevailed. However, this time, seated opposite Chu Fan was not the cool yet principled Qin Bingyin, but rather the corpulent and brutish deputy chief, Lu Mingyuan, whose authority seemed to emanate from his ill-fitting police uniform. Bang! Upon entering, Lu Mingyuan forcefully slammed a thick dossier onto the cold iron table, producing a resounding echo intended to utterly overwhelm Chu Fan from the outset. He pulled out a chair with a flourish and settled down, his eyes, reddened by rage and fear, fixated on the culprit before him, the object of his intense loathing, Chu Fan. He spat out the name with palpable venom, as cold as a poison blade. Yet, in the face of this textbook intimidation tactic, Chu Fan's expression betrayed not a single ripple of concern. Instead, he bestowed upon Lu Mingyuan a warm and even cordial smile, as if the man before him were not a foe eager to devour him whole, but rather an old friend long unseen. "Director Lu," Chu Fan ventured, "did you not get a good night's sleep with all that fury? Your tone seems rather lighthearted today." The lightness of his tone and the playful tease instantly deflated the tempest Lu Mingyuan had just conjured. "Stop that damn smirking," Lu Mingyuan bellowed, his patience wearing thin. "Chu Fan, let me make this clear. Don't think that just because you've hired a good lawyer and held some nonsense press conference outside, you can turn black into white. I am laying out plainly for you today. The evidence is irrefutable. Your charge of rape is as solid as a rock. No one can overturn this verdict." His words were resolute, yet the slight tremor in his voice betrayed his inner trepidation. Chu Fan continued to smile, gazing at the man who resembled a mad jester, his eyes reflecting the calmness of one observing a tragedy with a predetermined conclusion. He even relaxed into a more comfortable position against the cold chair back. "Oh, you have come personally today, Director Lu? For what reason, I wonder? To deliver this good news, perhaps? You?" Lu Mingyuan was nearly apoplectic, his fury barely contained. He understood that reasoning with such a brazen scion of privilege was futile. To deal with someone so oblivious to their own insignificance, one must employ more direct and ruthless methods, strike at his vulnerabilities. A sinister smile crept across Lu Mingyuan's face as he leaned forward slightly, his eyes glinting with malice and calculation. "Chu Fan, I admit I underestimated you and the influence of the Chu family. However, do not forget, not all your kin are as formidable as your parents. Let me reveal my final and most lethal weapon. As I understand it, your uncle, Chu Guodong, is the governor of the southern province, correct? Your second uncle, Chu Guoyang, governs the western province, does he not? And your cousin, Chu Feng, is already making waves in the political arena at such a young age. They are all entrenched within the system." He paused, the implication of his threat hanging palpably in the air. "Tell me, if a certified rapist emerged from your family, what repercussions would that have on their careers and future prospects? Public opinion is a weapon that strikes without bloodshed, young Master Chu. Surely you do not wish to annihilate the hard-earned legacy of your family across 2 generations because of your actions?" This was his ultimate trump card. He could scarcely believe that this spoiled wastrel, no matter how reckless and indifferent he might be, would not care about the fate and future of his family. Yet again, he was met with disappointment. Upon hearing this brutal threat, the smile on Chu Fan's face remained unchanged. His gaze, deep and black as a bottomless well, remained as tranquil as still waters, even tinged with a hint of pity. It was as if he were looking at a pitiful creature unaware of its impending demise. "Are you finished?" Chu Fan suddenly inquired. Lu Mingyuan froze. "What?" I said, "have you finished delivering your last words?" Chu Fan maintained his warm smile, yet for reasons unknown, Lu Mingyuan felt a bone-chilling dread surge through him at that expression. "Who do you think you're scaring?" Lu Mingyuan shouted, his bravado crumbling. "Scaring you?" Chu Fan shook his head. He slowly straightened his posture, and in that moment, a glimmer of ice-cold, razor-sharp intensity flickered in his calm eyes. An invisible yet terrifyingly potent aura erupted from him, enveloping the entire interrogation room. Lu Mingyuan felt as though he were being gazed upon by a slumbering, primordial beast awakened after millennia. The overwhelming pressure emanating from the depths of Chu Fan's being rendered him breathless and set his heart racing. Just as Lu Mingyuan began to tremble in fear from this sudden, horrific atmosphere, Chu Fan's calm, yet ominous voice resonated like the pronouncement of death. He offered no rebuttal, nor did he issue a threat. Rather, he stated a chilling fact in a tone as unembellished as if he were recounting the simplest of truths, delivering a series of numbers that froze Lu Mingyuan's blood in an instant. Swiss Union Bank. Anonymously held account number, ending in 7788. The account owner is one Louis Chun. Opened using a forged overseas passport just 3 days ago. A cold, devilish smirk curled at the corner of Chu Fan's lips. This account received an anonymous transfer totaling $5 million, sourced from a shell company registered in the Cayman Islands. The shadowy figure behind that company, Chu Fan, paused momentarily. He gazed at the man before him, whose pallor was ashen and whose body trembled violently like a leaf in a tempest. With deliberate enunciation, he uttered the name that could plunge him into an abyss of irretrievable despair. Yes, it was Zhang Yuanshan, the chairman of the Zhang Group. Boom! This revelation struck Lu Mingyuan's already fragile psyche like a bolt of black divine thunder, shattering all his hopes, authority, and frenzied bravado into mere fragments. The color drained from his face, leaving it ghostly pale, akin to that of a corpse. He stood there, petrified like a stone statue, his eyes wide with sheer terror, resembling copper bells filled with boundless horror and disbelief. How could he possibly know? This was the deepest secret, one so well concealed that even his wife was oblivious to it. Who was he? How could he possess such intimate knowledge? He stared at the young man before him, still wearing a smile, as if beholding a specter. His finger trembled violently as he pointed at Chu Fan, his throat emitting a raspy sound akin to a deflating balloon. He attempted to articulate his thoughts, yet found himself incapable of uttering a single coherent sentence. Ultimately, he summoned the last remnants of his strength, squeezing out a few syllables filled with trepidation and dread from his parched throat. Who? Who are you? Chapter 27. An assist from the Phantom. Who are you? Lu Mingyuan's voice, laden with tremors and dread, echoed within the frigid interrogation room. Yet, Chu Fan offered no further response. He merely regarded him with a gaze imbued with a pity reserved for the deceased, and then slowly rose, striding toward the door as if he had already pronounced the man's death sentence. Take me back, he instructed the two trembling prison guards, who had been unnerved by the eerie atmosphere of the interrogation room. Lu Mingyuan, now a mere shadow of himself, returned to his office. He collapsed into the leather executive chair that symbolized his power, as if all his bones had been extracted, leaving him a mere pile of flesh. His mind was a blank slate, while the chilling echoes of Chu Fan's ominous numbers and names reverberated in his ears. Swiss Union Bank. Ending digits 7788. $5 million. Zhang Yuanshan. Each word struck his heart like a red-hot, invisible hammer, inflicting unbearable agony. He was finished. He comprehended that he was utterly doomed. The most deeply buried secret, one that could imprison him for the rest of his life, was now firmly grasped in the hands of his adversary. He was but a piece of meat on the butcher's block, awaiting slaughter. Yet, he could not fathom it. No matter how he racked his brain, he could not understand. Chu Fan, that useless fool. How could he possibly know? This was a matter known only to him and Zhang Yuanshan. How had he managed to uncover it? Could it be that the Chu family had truly ascended to such heights of power, capable of accessing the highest levels of encrypted Swiss bank accounts? This transcended mere authority. It was akin to divine intervention. Fear. An endless tide of unknown terror washed over Lu Mingyuan, completely consuming his rationality. He felt as though he had not tangled with a mere debauched scion, but rather with a demon clad in human guise, omniscient and omnipotent. Just as he was on the brink of collapse from overwhelming dread, the encrypted computer on his desk, designated for handling unsavory matters, flickered to life. Ding-dong. A sharp email notification pierced the oppressive silence of the despair-laden office, sounding eerie and jarring. Lu Mingyuan leaped from his chair, startled as though a cat had been stepped on. His eyes widened in terror as he beheld the glowing screen of his computer, akin to staring into Pandora's box. He dared not approach. His instincts screamed at him, warning him that the email contained something so horrifying it could shatter his very soul. Yet, he had no choice but to confront it, for he understood that this email might very well be the final decree from that devilish young man. He trembled as he took each hesitant step closer, each one akin to walking toward the guillotine. Beads of cold sweat adorned his forehead, while his shirt was thoroughly soaked through with perspiration. Ultimately, he stood before the computer, staring at the unread email quietly resting in his inbox. His heart raced uncontrollably, as if it were desperate to leap from his chest. The subject line was deceptively simple, consisting of merely 3 words, "For you." However, the sender's name sent a shiver down his spine. It read, "Phantom." Lu Mingyuan inhaled deeply, steadying his trembling hand, which could barely grip the mouse. With trepidation, he clicked open the email that would determine the fate of the latter half of his life. Inside, there were scant words, only an attachment of a compressed file and a chilling phrase that whispered like the breath of death. Director Lu, contained herein are your accomplishments over the years. I hope you find them to your liking. Lu Mingyuan's hand quivered violently as he clicked on the attachment and proceeded to extract its contents. In the next moment, a deluge of folders and files inundated his computer screen. Word documents, Excel spreadsheets, audio recordings, videos, and even high-definition photographs. Each file title pierced his vision like poisoned daggers. Complete evidence chain regarding the illegal land acquisition in Chengnan Development Zone that resulted in 3 deaths. Bank transaction records revealing collusion with the Zhang Group involving embezzlement of public funds amounting to 370 million. The truth behind the sensationalized naked lone suicide case of a female university student 3 years ago. Each item, each case, all of the sins he believed he had meticulously concealed over the years, buried deep within his memory, were now laid bare and systematically organized before him. The evidence is so meticulous that it details the exact date and amount of money a certain businessman paid him at a particular club, along with every word exchanged, all captured in high-definition audio recordings. Is this even human? It is akin to the ledger of life and death from the king of hell. Lu Mingyuan could no longer endure it. His legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the cold, hard floor with a thud. His face had drained of all color. His eyes, wide with sheer terror, resembled those of a dead fish, filled with boundless despair and silence. He realized that there was no possibility of turning the tide. This evidence could not only cost him his position, but could also lead to him being executed 10 times over, just as he was completely engulfed in despair, contemplating a leap from the 5th floor to end his wretched existence. The final line of the email loomed before his eyes like a cold decree from the Grim Reaper. You have 24 hours to make the right choice. The right choice? What constitutes the right choice? As Lu Mingyuan's mind became a chaotic muddle, his personal phone suddenly rang without warning. The urgent ringtone pierced the silence of the office, sounding particularly jarring and horrifying. Like a jolt of electricity, he trembled. With shaking hands, he retrieved the phone. The screen displayed an unknown source number. He knew who was calling. He dared not ignore it. Trembling, he pressed the answer button and slowly brought the phone to his ear. A voice emerged from the receiver, calm, yet reminiscent of a demonic whisper, one he would never forget. Director Lu, what have you decided? Chapter 28. The hesitation of key witness Su Wanqing. In the suburbs of the Magic City, within a heavily guarded private vacation villa, Su Wanqing curled up on a soft leather sofa, looking like a canary trapped in a gilded cage, filled with anxiety. Before her lay an array of the freshest fruits airlifted from around the world. On the table sat a bottle of exquisite top-tier red wine. Soothing classical music played softly in the background. Zhang Hao had provided her with every luxury she could ever desire. Yet, there was not a hint of joy on Su Wanqing's face. Instead, it was marred by an endless, soul-deep terror and unease. She knew she was no longer the free-spirited bird she once was. She was a prisoner, confined within this opulent cage. Since being brought here by Zhang Hao's men 2 days ago, her phone and all means of communication with the outside world had been confiscated. Surrounding the villa were 7 or 8 burly, menacing bodyguards in black, patrolling day and night. They were ostensibly there to ensure her safety, but in reality, they were there to monitor her every move. She was under house arrest. For these past 2 days, she felt like a solitary spirit, cut off from the world. She had no knowledge of what was happening outside. She was unaware of Chu Fan's condition. Most terrifying of all, she did not know what the future held for her and her family. The unknown was the most terrifying of all. This fear gnawed at her heart like a venomous snake, leaving her restless and on the verge of collapse. Just as she was about to be consumed by this unending dread, the door of the villa swung open from the outside. Zhang Hao, looking haggard with bloodshot eyes, yet bearing a hint of madness and obsession, strode in. Wanqing. The moment he saw Su Wanqing, a self-proclaimed gentle smile, more grotesque than weeping, stretched across his face. He promptly approached the sofa and plopped down beside her, even attempting to wrap his arm around her delicate shoulder. However, Su Wanqing recoiled like a startled rabbit, instinctively evading his aggressive touch. Zhang Hao's outstretched hand froze awkwardly in midair. A flicker of barely perceptible malice crossed his eyes, quickly masked by a more radiant smile. Wan Qing, please don't be afraid. He endeavored to soften his tone. I am here to protect you. Protect me? Wan Qing gazed at this man, whose face twisted with jealousy and rage, and a bitter, self-deprecating smile crept on her lips. Zhang Xiao, could you please stop the charade? Are you really protecting me, or are you merely keeping me under house arrest? Confronted directly by Wan Qing, a flash of anger crossed Zhang Hao's face. Yet, he understood that this woman was his only, last lifeline. He could not afford to turn against her. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to suppress his rising fury. He retrieved a prepared bank draft from his pocket and gently slid it across the table towards Wan Qing. Wan Qing, his voice brimmed with fatal allure. I know you have suffered. Rest assured, as long as you obediently comply. Once this matter has passed, he gestured toward the bank draft on the table. This contains 10 million. I will add another 10 million for you. 20 million. Enough for you to live comfortably for the rest of your life abroad, enjoying a life of luxury. As Wan Qing's gaze fell upon the substantial check capable of altering her fate and that of her entire family, her breath quickened. A flicker of intense struggle flashed in her eyes. Zhang Hao, keenly attuned to that glimmer of greed, recognized that the moment was ripe. It was time to stoke the flames of threat. His expression darkened immediately. His bloodshot eyes gleamed coldly, reminiscent of a serpent. He slowly leaned closer to Wan Qing's ear. His voice lowered to a whisper, yet it resonated like a devil's murmur from the depths of hell. Of course, if you choose not to comply and decide to speak out about matters you shouldn't, you should be aware that I, Zhang Hao, still hold considerable influence in this city. Your ailing parents in the countryside, and that precious younger brother of yours in college. He paused, licking his dry lips, a cruel and sinister smile creeping onto his face. I cannot guarantee that they will remain unharmed. This blatant, blood-soaked threat crashed down upon Wan Qing like a bucket of icy water, extinguishing the last flicker of defiance in her heart. Her body trembled violently. The color drained from her face, leaving it pale as a ghost. She understood. Zhang Hao, a desperate fugitive on the brink of madness, is truly capable of anything. She dares not gamble, nor risk the lives of her loved ones for a bet. Her lips quivered violently, tears cascading uncontrollably from her beautiful eyes. Ultimately, she lowered her proud head like a delicate flower utterly ravaged by a storm. I understand. I will obey. This is precisely what is required. Witnessing Wan Qing's complete capitulation, a triumphant smile once again graced Zhang Hao's face, the countenance of a victor. He reached out and, without hesitation, gently patted Wan Qing's face, now frozen in fear, as if soothing a pet he had fully tamed. Rest assured, as long as you comply, I guarantee you will acquire everything you desire. With that, he stood up, utterly satisfied, and turned to leave the opulent prison, laughing heartily. As Zhang Hao's arrogant figure receded from view, Wan Qing could no longer maintain her composure. She buried her face deeply into the soft cushions of the sofa, allowing her tears, filled with despair and regret, to completely soak the expensive fabric. She realized she had irrevocably sunk into a quagmire from which there was no return. However, just as she was about to resign herself to her fate, a faint vibration emanated from the crevice of the sofa. Wan Qing's body stiffened abruptly. Her sobs ceased instantly, and like a startled rabbit, she warily raised her head to glance towards the door. After confirming that the guards were oblivious to the anomaly, she tremblingly extended her hand and retrieved something she could never have imagined finding here. Her mobile phone, the very device that should have been confiscated by Zhang Hao's men. How could it be here? Moreover, what astounded her even more was that, in this villa where all signals had been completely jammed, her phone screen displayed full bars of 5G signal, and it was connected to Wi-Fi. What on earth was happening? In the midst of her swirling thoughts, a message from an unknown number suddenly popped up on her phone screen. Compelled by some unseen force, Wan Qing cautiously tapped on the message with her trembling finger. It contained little text, only a video attachment. Her heart raced. A foreboding sensation enveloped her entire being. She shakily opened the video. The next moment, her pupils constricted to their utmost. The color drained from her face. The video revealed the very night of the incident. She, Wan Qing, had willingly taken a room key from a waiter and had elegantly approached the door of Chu Fan's room, ultimately swiping the card to enter. At the video's conclusion, chilling words akin to a death sentence accompanied the footage. Jean, how can I offer you 10 million? I can offer you a way out. Choose for yourself. Chapter 29. Two Fronts, a Final Chance. The cold, emotionless words on the phone screen struck Wan Qing's already fragile heart like a dagger forged from the iciest of blades. In an instant, the last remnants of her hope and fantasy were utterly shattered. A way out? Those two words struck her like a bolt of black lightning, tearing through the fog and chaos in her mind, awakening her to a stark and cruel reality. Yes, a way out. Wasn't that exactly what she needed? Was Zhang Hao's 10 million a way out? No, it was not. It was a death sentence, a poison that would lead her willingly down the path to destruction. Su Wanqing was not a mere pretty face devoid of intelligence. She had climbed from a backgroundless girl in a small town to a third-rate star in the ruthless entertainment industry, equipped with both cunning and depth. Her earlier submission stemmed from a flicker of hope that Zhang Hao would honor his promise and spare her and her family once his plans came to fruition. She imagined herself escaping with a fortune that would secure her future. However, upon witnessing the video of her willingly entering Chu Fan's room and receiving that mysterious message, she emerged from her reverie. A chilling dread coursed through her spine, enveloping her entirely in a frigid grip. She recalled Zhang Hao's grotesque, twisted visage filled with madness and obsession as he departed. His threats, laden with malice and lethal intent, rang in her ears. She suddenly understood her place in Zhang Hao's eyes. She was not an ally. She was merely an expendable tool, a living testament to secrets better left undisclosed. As long as she breathed, she was a sword poised above Zhang Hao's head, ready to fall at any moment. Given Zhang Hao's ruthless character, how could he allow such a significant risk to remain? He would undoubtedly eliminate her. Without a doubt, after everything concluded, he would mercilessly extinguish her life and that of her family to ensure no evidence remained. Realizing this, Su Wanqing's face turned ashen, drained of all color. Her body trembled violently from sheer terror. She did not wish to die. She was still young. She had her whole life ahead of her. She had parents to support and a brother to care for. She could not simply perish here, shrouded in ambiguity. And now, this mysterious sender, the one who had returned her phone unnoticed under Zhang Hao's meticulous surveillance, restored the villa's signal, and even retrieved the original surveillance footage that should have been destroyed. This enigmatic figure had offered her a second chance, a glimmer of hope. Though she knew not who this person was, nor their intentions, she was aware. This is her final opportunity. It is the sole lifeline for her to escape from this abyss of despair. What should I do? Su Wanqing clutched her phone tightly, her beautiful eyes blurred by tears, shimmering with intense struggle. Ultimately, the profound desire for survival, emanating from the depths of her soul, triumphed over all. A flicker of resolute determination flashed in her gaze. She made her choice. Meanwhile, at the Major Crimes Unit of the Magic City Police Department, the atmosphere was so oppressive it felt as though it could condense into droplets of water. Qin Bingyan, under unprecedented pressure from Lu Mingyuan, led her team in relentless work for over 30 hours without rest. The fatigue etched on everyone's faces was palpable, yet their eyes burned with a flame named perseverance. "Captain Qin," exclaimed Xiao Li, the head of the technical team, his panda-like dark circles underlining his excitement as he pointed at the massive electronic map of the city. "We have scrutinized all vehicles that departed from the Zaijinshan Villa area after the incident. Finally, through the vehicle recognition system and big data comparison, we have pinpointed Zhang Hao's black Porsche 918. Qin Bingyan abruptly stood up from her chair, her bloodshot eyes instantaneously igniting with an alarming intensity. "Well done. What about its driving trajectory?" "Right here." Xiao Li's fingers flew across the keyboard with remarkable speed. Soon, a vivid red driving trajectory appeared on the enormous screen. The line meandered eastward from the Zaijinshan Villa area, ultimately halting at a location that seemed rather desolate on the map. "What is this?" Qin Bingyan furrowed her brow tightly. "This is a failed development site by the Zhang Group from 3 years ago," an old officer, well-versed in the city's history, added. "Later, Zhang Hao purchased it and transformed it into a private vacation villa. It's an isolated area with no nearby villages or shops, and the security there is reportedly stricter than ours." All the clues instantly connected. Every speculation was validated at that moment. What a perfect case of darkness under the lamp. Qin Bingyan's anger turned to sardonic amusement. Excitement flickered in her eyes, akin to a hunter finally discovering the trail of its prey. Su Wanqing must be hiding in that location. "Captain Qin, what are we waiting for?" a young officer exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table. "Let us apply for a search warrant immediately. Let us take them down." "No." Qin Bingyan decisively shook her head, a grave expression settling upon her face. "Zhang Hao is too cunning. We lack direct evidence to prove that Su Wanqing is inside. Relying solely on a driving trajectory won't suffice for a search warrant. If we alert him, he might act recklessly. What then?" The hearts of everyone sank once more. were they to stand idly by while helplessly watching over that place? Just as the major crimes unit fell into yet another stalemate, a sudden vibration emanated from Qin Bingyin's pocket. The encrypted phone she used solely for contacting informants. Her brow furrowed slightly. She stepped into an unoccupied corner and opened the newly received encrypted message. In the next instant, her pupils constricted to their utmost. A chilling wave of dread surged from her feet to the crown of her head. Her hand, clutching the phone, trembled violently from shock and fury. Captain Qin, what is wrong? A nearby subordinate keenly noticed her distress. Qin Bingyin did not respond. She abruptly turned around. Her usually icy demeanor was now enveloped in a fierce, unyielding, murderous intent. She hurried to her desk and seized a firearm hanging on the wall. With a sharp click, the sound of a bullet chambering echoed throughout the office. She addressed her stunned subordinates, who were rendered speechless by her sudden actions, with a voice as cold as ice, yet brimming with relentless malice. Everyone, arm yourselves. We are leaving. A young officer, gathering his courage, stammered, "See, Captain Qin, where are we going? The search warrant isn't ready." "To hell with the search warrant." Qin Bingyin snapped, her beautiful eyes now ablaze with crimson fury. She slammed the phone onto the table, revealing the contents of the informant's message clearly before everyone's eyes. The message was succinct, containing merely a single sentence, yet it drove every officer present to the brink of madness. "Captain, Zhang Hao seems to be contacting the underworld, apparently planning to take action against Su Wanqing." Chapter 30. The Scheme from Chu Fan. In the Magic City's First Attention Center, Block C, Cell 303. Chu Fan sat cross-legged on the uppermost bunk like a serene monk, his eyes slightly closed, breathing steady and deep, as though all external turmoil was irrelevant to him. The cell was enveloped in an eerie silence. The remaining prisoners sat like the most devout of followers, afraid to even breathe lest they disturb this gentleman's tranquility. However, beneath this peculiar calm, a monumental storm capable of upheaving the entire Magic City was quietly brewing under his direction. A minuscule wireless earpiece, smaller than a grain of rice, nestled in his ear, relayed the exhilarating live report from Wang Pengzi. Fanye, you're simply a genius. That Qin Bingyin is acting like she's gone mad, armed to the teeth with her team. She's heading straight to that villa in the suburbs without even applying for a search warrant. It's as if she's preparing for battle. I bet Zhang Hao is still oblivious. Listening to Wang Pengzi's immersive report, a subtle smile of satisfaction graced Chu Fan's lips. Indeed, the critical intelligence that drove Qin Bingyin to the brink of defiance against protocol originated from him. He had discreetly leaked the half-truth that Zhang Hao was in contact with hitmen to prepare for a cover-up through Wang Pengzi's underground connections, presenting it in a seemingly coincidental manner to Qin Bingyin's informant. He understood that, given Qin Bingyin's fierce sense of justice and her loathing for evil, upon learning that a witness was in imminent danger, she would never adhere to the tedious procedures. She would undoubtedly rush to save the person at any cost. And this was precisely the initial step that Chu Fan wished to witness. Chu Fan slowly opened his eyes. Within those deep, starry orbs flickered a calmness and wisdom akin to that of a chess player surveying his board. Merely having the police was insufficient. On the other end of the line, Wang the Fat was momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean, Brother Fan?" It was not lively enough. The corners of Chu Fan's mouth curled into a cold, amused arc. A splendid performance cannot rely solely on righteous heroes, can it? One must introduce a touch of chaos. Mustn't one? With that, he hung up on Wang the Fat. He then connected to another encrypted communication line through his earpiece. "Boss," the voice of Phantom, as always filled with fervor and admiration, came through the receiver. "Your loyal servant is at your beck and call." "Phantom." Chu Fan's tone was remarkably flat. "Do you recall the last time I tasked you with investigating Zhang Hao's business rival?" "Of course." Phantom responded. "It's that incompetent young Master Zhao from the Hui Guang group. They nearly came to blows over a piece of land." "Excellent." A glimmer of cunning, reminiscent of a fox, flashed in Chu Fan's eyes. "I need you to do something. Under an absolutely secure and untraceable anonymous identity, deliver a grand gift to young Master Zhao." "A grand gift?" Phantom's tone brimmed with curiosity. Indeed, a devilish smile played upon Chu Fan's lips. "Inform him that his nemesis, Zhang Hao, has specifically enlisted a popular actress, Su Wanqing, to stage a performance in order to frame me. This actress is currently hiding in a private villa on the outskirts. And most importantly, Chu Fan de but then pauset," infusing his tone with lethal temptation. "That fool Zhang Hao installed numerous high-definition pinhole cameras in that villa to capture some risque footage for leverage." "What?" Phantom on the other end instantly grasped Chu Fan's intent. He couldn't help but let out an exclamation filled with excitement and admiration. Boss, this move is utterly ruthless. If that young Master Zhao learns of this, wouldn't he go absolutely mad with joy? Go take care of it. Chu Fan disregarded his astonishment, merely issuing his final command with indifference. Remember, the bigger the commotion, the better. I want the media in all of Magic City to know about the splendid show unfolding in Zhang Hao's villa. Yes, boss, I guarantee the mission will be accomplished. Phantom excitedly hung up, as if foreseeing the onset of an annual spectacle that would drive the entire city into a frenzy. This was Chu Fan's grand scheme. Not only did he intend for the police to rescue the hostages, but he also aimed to have Zhang Hao's rival bring a multitude of media reporters to catch him in the act. He sought to orchestrate a dramatic encounter between two parties with differing objectives at the same time and place. Then, he would ignite the magnificent trap he had meticulously set. He wanted Zhang Hao to be utterly disgraced before the live broadcast of the entire empire, with no place to bury him. This was the revenge that Chu Fan, or rather, the Shadow, truly desired. A lavish feast of artistic carnage. Having arranged everything, Chu Fan slowly removed the tiny earpiece from his ear. He stretched languidly, as if he had merely accomplished a trifling task. He stepped down from the cot and approached the ever-obsequious and attentive bald-headed Chong, who had been serving him diligently these past few days. Upon seeing Chu Fan, Bald Chong immediately approached with an air of adulation, like a dog eager to please its master. Sir, what are your orders? Chu Fan gazed at him, displaying a harmless, radiant smile. He gently patted the bald head. Then, in a tone as casual as conversing with a neighbor's young brother, began to speak leisurely. Go inform the warden that I'm feeling unwell and wish to apply for medical parole. Chapter 31. A Night of Terror at the Villa. Zhang Hao can offer you 10 million. I can offer you a way out. Choose wisely. The chilling message from an unknown number seared itself into Su Wanqing's mind like a red-hot iron, leaving her tossing and turning throughout the night. Two inner voices waged a frantic battle within her. One shouted at her with insistent urgency. Run. Quick, run. Zhang Hao is a devil. He will surely kill you. Trust that mysterious person. He is your only chance. The other, trembling with fear and despair, cautioned. You can't run. What about your family? That madman Zhang Hao could do anything. He would kill your parents. He would kill your brother. They would be buried with you. Fear, regret, the instinct to survive, alongside worries for her family's safety. Countless complex emotions gnawed at her insides like cold, venomous serpents, driving her to the brink of madness. Time ticked away relentlessly. The night outside deepened, enveloping her and the lavish villa in a suffocating shroud woven from despair. Just as she was on the verge of succumbing to this relentless torment, a faint click echoed from the ground floor sliding door leading to the back garden. Su Wanqing's body stiffened abruptly. Her heart raced to her throat. Who? At this late hour, who could it be? Was Zhang Hao back again? No, that couldn't be right. Zhang Hao always arrived with a grand entourage, eager for the world to know of his presence. He would never resort to such a sneaky approach. Then, if not him, who could it be? A terrifying thought surged from the depths of her heart, freezing her blood in an instant. A killer, a hitman sent by Zhang Hao to silence her. No. She clamped her mouth shut, trembling violently from sheer terror. Tears streamed uncontrollably from her beautiful eyes. She was wrong. She was gravely mistaken. She thought Zhang Hao would at least wait until the situation concluded before taking action against her. But she never imagined he would be so ruthless, so impatient, not willing to wait even a single day. Just as despair overwhelmed her amidst unending fear and regret, a thunderous gunshot suddenly erupted from outside the villa. In an instant, the tranquil night sky of the desolate suburb was violently torn asunder, followed by a cacophony of gunfire akin to popcorn popping. Bang, 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 bang. An overwhelming chorus of frantic roars from terrified and enraged men intertwined with the chaotic sounds. A fierce gunfight erupted without warning outside this otherwise serene luxury villa. Don't move. Police. Put down your weapons. The word police sent Su Wanqing into a stupor. She scrambled to the second floor, cautiously lifting a corner of the curtain to peer outside. In the next moment, she was confronted with a scene so chaotic it would be forever etched in her memory, resembling the climax of an explosive blockbuster. Outside the villa, dozens of police cars, adorned with flashing red and blue lights, had mysteriously converged. Hundreds of fully armed SWAT officers, wielding riot shields and submachine guns, surrounded the villa, sealing it off completely. Within their encirclement, several black-clad assassins, who had just vaulted over the garden wall, were fiercely engaged in a gunfight with the police. Yet, even more astonishingly, beyond the police perimeter, a fleet of vehicles emblazoned with various media logos had inexplicably gathered. Countless reporters, armed with cameras, crouched behind police cars. Their excitement palpable as they conducted live broadcasts. What on earth was happening? Police, assassins, journalists. How could these three disparate groups converge so dramatically at the same time and place? Su Wanqing's mind was utterly overwhelmed. She struggled to comprehend this surreal tableau before her. However, despite her confusion, her inherent feminine intuition screamed at her. This was her chance. The sole opportunity to escape the clutches of this deadly whirlpool. Just then, bang, a stray bullet, its origin unknown, struck the window beside her. The sturdy, bulletproof glass shattered like a spider's web. Terrified, Su Wanqing let out a scream and dove beneath the bed. Chaos, an unprecedented tumult, gunfire, shouts of violence, police sirens, the ecstatic roars of reporters, all intertwined, as if to uproot the very roof of the villa. Amidst this apocalyptic turmoil, her mind, rendered blank by sheer terror, suddenly recalled that mysterious text message. The last ominous words echoed in her thoughts. I can offer you a way out. Yes, a way out. She had to survive. An unprecedented, overwhelming urge to live eclipsed all her fears and hesitations. No longer hesitating, she emerged from beneath the bed, grabbing the life-saving phone that had slipped from her grasp and fallen to the ground. She trembled as she unlocked the screen. She dialed the number she had long memorized but never envisioned herself calling. 110. The call connected almost instantaneously. A calm female voice answered from the other end. Hello. This is the emergency response center. Upon hearing this voice, a symbol of justice and hope, Su Wanqing's taut nerves finally snapped. She could no longer contain herself. With the last ounce of her strength, she cried out into the phone, her voice filled with heart-wrenching remorse and terror. Help! This is Su Wanqing. I want to surrender. Zhang Hao instructed me to frame Chu Fan. Chapter 32. The Truth Unveiled. The City in Turmoil. Help! This is Su Wanqing. I want to surrender. Zhang Hao instructed me to frame Chu Fan. Her anguished cry, laden with profound regret and fear, resonated through that small phone and a multitude of media live broadcasts at the scene, exploding like a nuclear bomb of immense magnitude. It detonated, completely shattered. If the earlier video, strategically leaked by the prominent lawyer, had merely cast a shadow of doubt on the fairness of the case, now, with Su Wanqing, the very core of the narrative, who should have been the victim, publicly confessing, it struck like an ancient, indomitable hammer upon the heads of all who harbored the last vestiges of hope regarding the matter. It obliterated all their conjectures, all their fantasies, all their conspiracy theories, leaving them in utter disarray. The reversal was epic, an astonishing twist of fate. At that moment, the entire digital realm of the Empire descended into unprecedented chaos and paralysis. Weibo, the top 10 trending topics. No, the top 20, all dominated by a plethora of shocking headlines related to this incident. Su Wanqing serenders, explosive. Zhang Hao fumet Chu Fan, et blivi. Unbelievable conspiracy. The Empire's most notorious playboy is exonerated. Explosive. Zhang Hao hired assassins, boiling. Feel for Chu Fan, trending. Each entry accompanied by a crimson explosive, enough to incite envy in all trending celebrities. Countless netizens surged forth like fish thrown into a depth charge, flooding social media with furious comments and reposts, venting their outrage at having been deceived. Damn it, I knew something was amiss. Why would the heir of the Chu family need to rape a third-rate starlet? It's utterly outrageous. Zhang Hao must face the death penalty. And that Lu Mingyuan, a disgrace to the police force. An urgent call for thorough investigation. My heart aches for Brother Fan, suffering inside. Public opinion had completely turned. Those who had previously raged against Chu Fan, wishing for his demise, now redirected their fury towards Zhang Hao and his father, as well as their protective umbrella, Lu Mingyuan. The final straw had quietly descended. After a tense silence of 36 hours, the official Wei from the bank transfer screenshot showing Zhang Hao's remittance of 5 million to Su Wanqing. To the segment provided by a mysterious righteous figure that clearly recorded how Su Wanqing voluntarily swiped her card to enter Chu Fan's room in the original surveillance footage. And then to the confessions of the several professional assassins who were caught red-handed. Each incident, each piece of evidence, struck like a series of justices searing iron hammers upon the already decayed and malevolent corpse of the Zhang father-son duo. All their attempts at evasion and luck were shattered into a million pieces. The truth was laid bare for all to see. The entire city of Magic Capital, and indeed the whole empire, was profoundly shaken. Countless phone calls inundated the complaint hotlines of the magic capital, municipal government, and the police department like a flurry of snowflakes. Many citizens even spontaneously gathered at the city bureau's entrance, unfurling banners demanding severe punishment for the perpetrators and justice for Chu Fan. Public sentiment rose like a mountain, and the people's fury blazed like an inferno. The overwhelming pressure of public opinion bore down upon the police force of the magic capital like an invisible, towering mountain. Ultimately, the mountain could no longer withstand the weight. Under this tsunami-like wave of opinion that could terrify any authority, the highest-ranking official in the magic capital, the usually elusive Secretary Li, personally placed a thunderously furious call to the head of the police department, Director Wang Weigua. On the call, Secretary Li uttered a single sentence, a statement that caused Wang Weigua to tumble from his chair in sheer fright. "Old Wang, I don't care what methods you employ. Within half an hour, I want to see the young master of the Chu family walk out of your police station unharmed. Otherwise, both you and Lu Mingyuan will be dismissed." After hanging up, Wang Weigua sat on the floor, dazed and disheartened, for a full minute before he sprang up like a thoroughly enraged lion. He seized the internal phone on his desk and, with a voice filled with thunderous wrath that seemed capable of shattering the receiver, he roared into the phone, "Notify everyone. Major Crimes Unit, Criminal Investigation Department, Public Security Team. All of you, immediately, right now, go to the damn detention center. Bring Mr. Chu out respectfully." After a brief pause, he seemed to recollect something and added, in a tone laden with humiliation and reluctance, a command that would bring disgrace to the entire police force of the magic capital. "Draft an official apology statement. I will personally apologize to Mr. Chu." Chapter 33. The Return of the King. Creaking, the heavy cold and rust-streaked iron door of the magic capital's first detention center emitted a dull sound that sent chills down spines before slowly swinging inward. It was as if one era was drawing to a close while another, a new epic belonging to the king, was about to commence. Time seemed to pause at this moment. The hundreds of reporters who had long awaited this moment instinctively held their breath, their fingers pressed tightly against their shutters. Their eyes remained fixated on the widening gap of the door, terrified of missing the historic scene that would undoubtedly be etched into the annals of the Empire's annual news record. Finally, under the watchful gaze of the masses, a figure slowly emerged from behind the dark and oppressive iron gate. He no longer wore the faded gray prison garb, but had donned a perfectly tailored, pure black custom suit. The crisp white shirt beneath, free of any creases, had its top two buttons casually undone, revealing a glimpse of his bronzed, muscular chest. His handsome face, capable of eclipsing any current star, bore no trace of the excitement or ecstasy one might expect upon regaining freedom. Nor did it show the anger or grievance that should accompany being wrongfully detained for hours. Instead, it exuded an innate, profound tranquility, as serene as an undisturbed abyss. He calmly stepped out into the blinding yet hopeful sunlight, entering a sea of flashing cameras that threatened to engulf him. Click, 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 click. After a silence that lasted a full 3 seconds, the scene erupted into a frenzy of shutter sounds, more frenzied and intense than ever before. As if to freeze time itself, Chu Fan, he had emerged, the Empire's foremost scion, who had stirred the entire magic capital's storm in less than 2 days. The center of a whirlwind that drew both contempt and sympathy from countless onlookers. He had returned, embodying the very essence of a king. "Mr. Chu, what are your thoughts on this miscarriage of justice? Master Chu, how do you wish the law to severely punish the Zhang father-son duo who conspired against you? Mr. Chu Fan, what is the first thing you wish to do now?" After a brief yet chaotic flurry of clicking cameras, countless reporters, like sharks sensing blood, surged forward with microphones in hand, instantly encircling the newly emerged Chu Fan. A deluge of sharp, leading questions bombarded him like a tidal wave. Had this been the old Chu Fan, he would have likely panicked or demanded his bodyguards to clear a path. However, the current Chu Fan merely stood there quietly, not even furrowing his brow. He slowly raised his hand and gently pressed down, a gesture so simple yet imbued with an irresistible, invisible power that miraculously silenced the cacophony of chaos around him. All the reporters instinctively closed their mouths, their eyes fixated on the young man who seemed transformed, awaiting his first declaration upon returning as king. Chu Fan's gaze calmly swept over each face present, his eyes, deep as the cosmos, revealing no turbulence. Finally he spoke, his voice soft yet resonant enough to reach every corner of the venue and the entire empire. "I believe the Empire's laws will deliver a fair judgment." With that, he uttered no further words, but, under the astonished and incredulous gazes of the crowd, strode directly through them. All reporters instinctively parted to create a pathway for him. As if welcoming a sovereign surveying his dominion, he was utterly transformed. No longer the arrogant fool spoken of in whispers. The contrast was stark. The composure he exhibited, the commanding aura he radiated, was nothing short of remarkable. Do not utter the words of a mere 22-year-old. Even the seasoned veterans who have navigated the turbulent waters of politics and business for decades pale in comparison. While the crowd remained ensnared in the profound shock brought forth by his astonishing transformation, a sudden, harmonious roar akin to that of wild beasts erupted nearby. Everyone turned their gazes toward the source. In the next moment, all eyes widened in disbelief. At the far end of the street, a procession of 10 black Rolls-Royce Phantoms and 10 equally dark Mercedes-Benz G-Class vehicles, a cavalcade so lavish it bordered on the grotesque, advanced imperiously towards the gates of the detention center. Leading the entourage, the foremost Rolls-Royce bore a license plate that was nothing short of sensational. 88888. This was the exclusive vehicle of Lin Wanrong, the wealthiest individual in the empire. Beside the convoy, a rotund man named Wang, clad in a flamboyant pink suit and sporting oversized sunglasses that nearly obscured half his face, stood. Behind him, a cadre of over 100 formidable men dressed uniformly in black suits, adorned with tattoos of dragons and tigers, flanked the sides, bowing at a precise 90-degree angle. The spectacle was more extravagant than a cinematic production. The convoy came to a halt before Chu Fan. The rear door of the leading Rolls-Royce was respectfully opened by a white-haired butler clad in a tailcoat. Without a moment's hesitation, under the envious, jealous, and awestruck gazes of the onlookers, Chu Fan bent slightly and entered the vehicle. The door closed slowly, sealing off the cacophony of the outside world. Inside, plush pure wool carpets lined the floor, and the air was suffused with a faint, refreshing scent of sandalwood. Chu Fan sank comfortably into the soft leather seat. He did not indulge in the joy of his newfound freedom, nor did he contemplate how to celebrate. Instead, he leisurely retrieved a pristine crystal glass from the car's bar and produced a brand-new satellite phone that had been prepared for him. He dialed the number he knew by heart, his mother Lin Wanrong's phone. The call connected almost instantaneously. Through the receiver, Lin Wanrong's voice, tinged with fatigue, yet brimming with boundless concern and affection, emerged. Chu Fan, have you come out? Have you suffered? However, Chu Fan did not respond like a typical son, offering affection or reassurance. He interrupted her, his deep-set eyes glinting with a predator's cold, bloodthirsty light. He posed a question that left Lin Wanrong momentarily stunned. Mother, what is the current stock price of the Zhang Group? Chapter 34. The Demise of the Zhang Family. Mother, what is the current stock price of the Zhang Group? As Chu Fan's calm, yet chillingly murderous voice flowed through the receiver, the business empress, who had weathered countless storms throughout her life, felt her heart seize with an involuntary tremor. She was momentarily taken aback. It took several seconds for her to regain composure from the overwhelming transformation of her son. A proud smile, filled with satisfaction and formidable power, began to grace her lips. This was indeed her son, Lin Wanrong. This was the prodigious heir of the Chu family. A vendetta to be exacted in the most ruthless and gratifying manner, multiplied tenfold, 100-fold. Chu Fan, Lin Wanrong's voice now radiated with regal composure and confidence, devoid of any trace of fatigue or worry. The stock price of the Zhang Group is currently 37 yuan and 8 jiao. However, I assure you, within half an hour, it will plummet to 1 yuan. With that, she ended the call and pressed a red button on her desk, signifying the highest command. She issued a chilling directive to her chief secretary, who had just entered her office, a command that would send shockwaves through the entire business empire. Initiate the Thanos plan. I want the Zhang Group to vanish entirely from the empire's landscape starting today. Meanwhile, at the Zhang family villa, the living room was engulfed in a suffocating silence, the atmosphere thick enough to condense into droplets. Zhang Yuanshan, a man who usually exuded the calm and confidence of a formidable leader, now appeared to have aged 20 years in an instant. He sat despondently on an opulent Italian-imported sofa, his once sharp and calculating eyes now dull and filled with despair. On the colossal LCD screen before him, a harrowing scene replayed incessantly. His son, his only hope for the future, Zhang Hao, was handcuffed and, under the relentless glare of countless flashbulbs, was being led away by armed special police, as if he were a mere animal being herded into a cage. Below the screen, the glaring crimson headlines of the rolling news pierced his heart like venomous daggers. Stunning turnaround. Zhang Hao, heir to the Zhang Group, formally arrested by police on charges of malicious defamation and attempted murder. This is all a lie, Zhang Yuanshan murmured in a daze. He was unwilling and afraid to accept the reality unfolding before his eyes. His meticulously crafted plan, designed to catapult the Zhang family to unprecedented heights, had imploded in less than 2 days. How could it have collapsed so utterly and disgracefully? Yet, reality is merciless. It has not been to his disbelief. As he remained ensnared in the crushing blow of his son's arrest, a thunderous and devastating vengeance from the Chu family was quietly descending upon him. Ding, ding, ding. The encrypted phone in the living room, designated for company affairs, suddenly erupted with a sharp and urgent ring, as if heralding doom. Zhang Yuanshan jolted at the sound. Mechanically, he turned to face the phone, its red light flashing ominously. An unsettling premonition enveloped him entirely. Trembling, he reached out and pressed the speakerphone button. Hello? His voice was hoarse and unrecognizable. Chairman, it's bad, came the panicked shout from the other end, filled with apocalyptic dread. Our stocks are finished. Tian Sheng Group. It's Tian Sheng Group. They gone mad. They VE allied with dozens of top capital giants, both domestic and international. They're recklessly dumping our stocks, shorting us. Our stock price has collapsed. It's plummeted completely. Within 10 minutes of the opening, we've already hit 3 consecutive limits down. Chairman, enough of this procrastination. Tomorrow, we shall be forced to liquidate. This proclamation struck Zhang Yuanshan's already frayed nerves like a bolt of black lightning from the heavens. Financial sniping. It is the most elite and merciless form of financial assault. That woman, Lin Wanrong, she intends to obliterate him and the commercial empire he painstakingly built over a lifetime from the capital market using her most proficient and tyrannical methods. Yet, this is merely the beginning. Just as despair enveloped him due to the impending catastrophe facing his company, the villa's door was violently kicked open from the outside. Wang Pengzi, clad in a flamboyant pink suit, with an expensive Cuban cigar clenched between his teeth, swaggered in, flanked by dozens of menacing figures in black attire. He strode in with unabashed arrogance, accompanied by a throng of reporters armed with cameras and microphones. Who are you people? The Zhang family's butler, trembling with fear, stepped forward in an attempt to intervene. Get lost. Wang Pengzi didn't even spare him a glance, merely uttering a single word with disdain. 2 of his bodyguards immediately advanced. Tossing the butler aside as if he were a mere chicken, Wang Pengzi approached the now petrified Zhang Yuanshan, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke onto his pallid face. Then, he produced a hefty dossier from his coat and slammed it down onto Zhang's face. Zhang, a cruel smile akin to that of a demon spread across Wang Pengzi's visage. Open your eyes wide and behold. This is all the evidence of your years of tax evasion, collusion with officials, and ruthless demolition of homes, trampling on lives. My brother, being kind-hearted, is prepared to engage you through legal means. I, however, lack his patience. I favor an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Having said that, he disregarded the terrified failure before him. With a wave of his hand, he beckoned to the reporters who were poised and ready. Ladies and gentlemen, feel free to take pictures and ask whatever you wish. Today, I shall treat you. In just 3 days' time, a once mighty commercial empire, valued at over $1 trillion, which had once commanded respect in the bustling metropolis, crumbled under the thunderous onslaught of the Chu family. It collapsed in a cataclysmic fashion, turning to dust. The stock prices of the Zhang Group plummeted, ultimately becoming worthless scraps of paper. It was declared bankrupt. All the Zhang family scandals were exposed, creating a tidal wave on the internet. Awaiting them are the stern punishments of the law and the scorn of the people. The Zhang family is finished, utterly finished. That evening, as the sun set blood red, a figure, whose hair had turned completely white in just 3 days, fell heavily to his knees on the cold stone floor outside the imposing bronze gates of the heavily guarded Chu manor. It was Zhang Yuanshan. Like a wretched dog stripped of its backbone, he expended his last ounce of strength to knock his head against the closed gates that symbolized unparalleled power. His once proud forehead soon became bloodied and bruised. Mr. Chu, I was wrong. I truly understand my mistakes. I beg you, grant the Zhang family a chance to survive. He pleaded, tears streaming down his face, his voice a lamentation as sorrowful as a cuckoo's call. Yet, the cold, formidable bronze gates remained firmly shut, offering not even the slightest crack of mercy. Chapter 35, Homecoming, the Care family. As the Rolls-Royce Phantom, bearing the license plate to 88888, a symbol of immense wealth and status, glided into the heavily fortified Chu manor, Chu Fan peered through the thick, one-way bulletproof window and beheld several familiar, yet unfamiliar figures. They stood silently at the grand, white marble steps of the main villa, awaiting his return, as though they had been waiting for an eternity. Leading them was a robust, middle-aged man, exuding an aura of ironclad authority. Clad in a uniform devoid of insignia, yet radiating a commanding presence surpassing that of a general. His face bore a perpetually stern expression, as if the world owed him a debt of 8 million. He stood there like a silent statue forged from steel and battle spirit. It was his father, General Chu Fan. Beside Chu Fan stood a woman dressed in an exquisitely tailored white Chanel suit, her grace reminiscent of a rare peony blooming atop a snow-capped mountain. Though her countenance bore hints of worry and fatigue, it could not overshadow her breathtaking beauty that could astonish the very passage of time. She was his mother, the wealthiest individual in the empire, Lin Wanrong. Behind her stood a tall figure, obscured by oversized sunglasses and a mask, concealing a face that could drive the entire empire to madness. Clad in casual yet luxurious designer attire, she exuded an icy demeanor that suggested a reluctance to be approached. Yet her beautiful eyes, hidden behind sunglasses, were brimming with unmistakable concern. She was his sister, the internationally acclaimed actress, Chu Fan. The car came to a steady halt at the foot of the steps. The elderly but sprightly housekeeper, Chun Bo, personally approached to open the door for Chu Fan. Slowly, he stepped out of the vehicle. Raising his head, he gazed at the familiar yet foreign faces on the steps. A warm, complex wave of familial affection, a sensation he had never experienced in his past life, surged through him. In his previous existence, he was an orphan, a solitary king clawing his way out of a sea of corpses and blood. He had never felt the warmth of a home, nor yearned for the care of kin. Yet now, the heavens had compensated him for all of this in such a dramatic manner. I have returned. Chu Fan's voice was slightly hoarse as he softly spoke. Humph. In response, his father, Chu Fan, let out a cold snort filled with authority. You little rascal. So you never come back, huh? Didn't you think you were capable enough to stir up the entire Shanghai all on your own? Do you still need us old folks to clean up your mess? Despite his harsh words, a glimmer of unacknowledged pride and approval flickered in his deep-set eyes. This son, who had constantly disappointed him, had finally begun to act like a man. Mother Lin Wanrong cast a reproachful glance at her husband before swiftly descending the steps. She enveloped Chu Fan in her warm and tender embrace, her well-maintained, fair hands gently patting his back as if soothing a child who had endured great injustice. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back, she said, her voice tinged with an unmistakable quiver. Let me see how thin you've become. You must have suffered greatly while you were away. Feeling the genuine warmth in her embrace and the familiar, comforting fragrance wafting around him, Chu Fan felt a small corner of his heart, long frozen by the violence and solitude of his past life, begin to thaw ever so slightly. Mom, I'm fine, he murmured softly. At that moment, a tall figure, adorned with a faint fragrance, rushed in from behind his mother. She forcefully pushed Lin Wanrong aside, then unceremoniously enveloped Chu Fan in an even more fervent and possessive embrace, akin to that of a protective sister. You rascal. Resting her chin on Chu Fan's shoulder, her voice as ethereal as a celestial melody, yet trembling with a hint of fear. Do you have any idea how close you drove me to despair? If anything had happened to you, I would never forgive you for the rest of my life. Feeling the depth of his sister's concern in her embrace, Chu Fan couldn't help but smile wryly, a blend of warmth and helplessness evident on his face. Sister, I'm perfectly fine, see? The family lingered at the doorway, basking in their affection for a long while until the old butler, Chun Bo, approached with a smile and interrupted them. Sir, Madam, Miss, young master, it's quite breezy outside. Perhaps we should head inside to talk. Only then did they gather around Chu Fan and proceed into the opulent main hall of the villa, reminiscent of a European palace. Dinner had been meticulously prepared, featuring all of Chu Fan's favorite dishes. The family sat around the grand dining table, the atmosphere warm and harmonious. During the meal, although his father remained stern and taciturn, he unexpectedly served Chu Fan several dishes, and both his mother and sister fussed over him as if he were a mere 3-year-old, attending to his every need. The family was profoundly astonished and looked upon him with newfound respect, having witnessed his extraordinary conduct during his time in the detention center. They could all sense that the Chu Fan before them was entirely different from the frivolous youth who had once only sought pleasure. There was an ineffable quality about him now, one that evoked a mixture of admiration and unease, characterized by a newfound steadiness and sagacity. Just as the family was relishing this precious moment of warmth, the old butler, Chun Bo, approached briskly, holding a secure tablet. Sir, madam, there's a video call from the old master in the capital. The once cozy atmosphere in the living room shifted to one of solemnity. Chu Fan immediately set down his chopsticks and sat up straight, while even the fearless Chu Fan instinctively straightened her posture. A flicker of seriousness crossed Chu Fan's eyes. His grandfather, Chu Jingwa, was the true anchor of the entire Chu family, one of the few surviving founding elders of the empire. A legendary figure who had emerged from a sea of blood, a presence capable of shaking the entire empire with but a stamp of his foot. The video call connected, revealing the face of an elderly man, silver-haired yet vigorous, his expression commanding respect. His face was etched with deep wrinkles, yet his slightly clouded eyes sparkled with a wisdom that seemed to pierce through the very fabric of reality. Grandfather, Chu Zhantian, Lin Wanrong, and Chu Qinghue all stood respectfully. Chu Xinghua merely nodded at them, his penetrating gaze gradually settling upon Chu Fan. He studied him silently for a full minute, making Chu Fan feel as though he had been entirely laid bare before the old man. Finally, a meaningful smile of reassurance creased Chu Xinghua's aged visage. His voice, though somewhat hoarse, bore an undeniable authority as he spoke. Xiao Fan has grown up. Come to the capital. There are matters you need to be informed of. Chapter 36. The conclusion before departure. The video call ended, and the screen of the tablet dimmed. However, the old master's final words, filled with immense authority and approval, continued to resonate within the expansive hall of the Chu family. Xiao Fan has grown up. Come to the capital. There are matters you need to be informed of. A profound silence enveloped the living room. Chu Zhantian, Lin Wanzong, and Chu Qinghue regarded the still quiet Chu Fan at the table with eyes brimming with a complex mix of astonishment, pride, and a sense of looking at a familiar stranger. They understood the significance of the old man's succinct remarks. It implied that the once ashamed, wayward scion of the family had, from this moment forward, been officially recognized by the highest authority of the Chu family as its future phoenix. He was poised to step onto a new stage, one that truly belonged to the elite of the empire. I will go to the capital tomorrow. Chu Fan finally broke the silence, his tone calm as if he were merely discussing a trivial matter. So soon? Lin Wanrong's eyes flickered with reluctance. Yes, Chu Fan nodded. Grandfather is waiting for me. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanrong ceased further discussion, well aware that the old master's orders were law within the Chu family. Chu Zhantian slowly rose from his seat and approached Chu Fan, his formidable hand, capable of crushing steel, patting Chu Fan's shoulder with a firm, yet silent acknowledgement that transcended words. Just then, Chu Fan suddenly recalled something. He turned to his parents and sister, offering a relaxed smile. But before I leave, there's a small loose end I need to tie up here in Magic City. With that, he nonchalantly retrieved his phone before everyone's eyes, his slender fingers deftly composing a message on the screen. Shortly thereafter, he sent a brief and signed text. Once he completed this task, he stood up slowly, his expression shifting back to that of a carefree, wayward youth. Mom, Dad, sister, I am full. First, let me ascend the stairs and indulge in a restful slumber, for tomorrow I shall embark on a journey far afield. The following morning, within an open-air cafe on the Bund, imbued with the essence of the Renaissance, Qin Bingyan, clad in a beige trench coat, sat alone in the most inconspicuous corner. Before her lay a glass of lemon water, now long since chilled. Her mood mirrored the floating lemon slices within the glass, rife with contradictions and turmoil. This very morning, she had received an unexpected message from an unknown number. The content was succinct, merely indicating a time and a place, devoid of any signature. Yet, inexplicably, she felt compelled to come, her intuition fervently whispering that the sender was the man she might never be able to forget in this lifetime. As she wrestled with her restless thoughts, a figure approached, dressed in seemingly casual attire that exuded an air of sophistication. In her moment of heightened anticipation, he leisurely took a seat opposite her. It was Chu Fan. It's you. Qin Bingyan's throat felt slightly parched. It is I, Chu Fan replied, offering her an innocuous smile. Officer Qin, I trust you are well. Observing his calm demeanor, as if nothing untoward had transpired, the overwhelming curiosity that had brewed within her for days finally erupted. She had even forgotten that her primary aim for this meeting was to apologize. Without preamble, she plunged into the inquiries she had longed to pose. I cannot fathom how you managed it. She fixed her gaze upon Chu Fan, her beautiful eyes shimmering with the fervor of one who has stumbled upon a new world. How did you accomplish such feats within that impenetrable detention center? The fatal surveillance footage, the anonymous email that shattered Lu Mingyuan, and the assassin Viper, whose limbs you rendered useless. This all feels like a meticulously rehearsed stage play, with you as the sole hidden director. Her excitement mounted, causing her to lean forward slightly, as she implored, how do you know so many secrets that even our police could not uncover? Who are you? In the face of her interrogation, which could only be likened to an intense cross-examination, Chu Fan's expression remained unperturbed. He leisurely lifted the coffee cup before him and took a delicate sip, regarding her with a look of mild exasperation. as if she were a curious child. Officer Chin, he began slowly. It seems you have forgotten the primary purpose of our meeting today. Huh? Chin Bingyan blinked in surprise, the color rising to her fair cheeks in embarrassment as the realization dawned upon her. She had come to apologize. I am truly sorry. This incident was a lapse on our police department's part. I extend my formal apologies on behalf of the Shanghai Police Department. As she presented this endearing yet stubborn visage, a broader smile graced Chu Fan's face. He gently set down his coffee cup and glanced at the exquisite Patek Philippe on his wrist. I accept your apology, he stated in a calm tone. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, as my flight to the capital departs shortly. With that, he began to rise, preparing to conclude what he perceived as a rather tedious encounter. Wait. Observing Chu Fan's elegant silhouette poised to depart, Chin Bingyan instinctively sprang to her feet. She disregarded the proprieties of inquiry and blurted out the ultimate question that had lingered in her heart, the one she yearned to know yet feared to ask. It was you who anonymously provided me with the clues that night, urging me to rescue him at the villa, wasn't it? Chapter 37. The Finale of Revenge. Outside the cafe's expansive windows, the sun shone brilliantly. Chin Bingyan gazed at the figure of the man who had left behind nothing but a stylish and enigmatic silhouette, unable to shake off the myriad of unanswered questions swirling in her mind. Yet she understood that perhaps from this moment on, she and he would inhabit entirely different worlds. According to the original plan, Chu Fan was set to depart that afternoon for the capital, the heart of the empire, to meet the formidable patriarch of the Chu family. He intended to embark upon a new chapter of his life. However, just as he settled into the car bound for the Chu family estate, a call from a Supreme People's Court of Shanghai compelled him to temporarily postpone his journey. The call was made by the court's clerk, whose tone was imbued with unprecedented respect and courtesy. The message was straightforward. Due to the social impact of the malicious defamation and attempted murder case involving Zhang Hao, coupled with an exceptionally complete chain of evidence, the court had resolved to initiate expedited proceedings for cases of significant social impact. The trial was scheduled to commence in 1 week, and they sincerely suggested that Mr. Chu Fan, as the most central victim of the case, personally attend the proceedings to witness the final moments of justice. How intriguing. After hanging up, a meaningful smile curved upon Chu Fan's lips. He understood that this was the Shanghai authorities extending an olive branch to the Chu family, seeking to cleanse the stains left by Lu Mingyuan through the most efficient and public trial. Very well, Chu Fan reclined against the plush seat, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his profound gaze. Before departing this novice village, he would bear witness to the farcical clowns being nailed to the pillars of historical shame, thus concluding his brief yet poignant rebirth in Shanghai with a perfect punctuation mark. He consented. 1 week later, at the Supreme People's Court of Shanghai, the first trial chamber was already brimming with attendees. Hundreds of media representatives from across the empire surrounded the venue, creating an impenetrable wall of humanity. Countless flashes and cameras fixed upon the cold defendant's seat, awaiting a righteous judgment whose conclusion had long since been scripted. All rise. With the solemn declaration of the court officers, the trial commenced in earnest. As Zhang Hao, Zhang Yuanshan, Lu Mingyuan, and others, clad in gray prison garb and shackled in cold handcuffs and leg irons, were led in with a degree of indignity akin to that of a dog being dragged. A wave of suppressed commotion erupted in the courtroom, accompanied by a cacophony of scornful shutter clicks. In less than 10 days, these individuals, once considered prominent figures in Shanghai, now appeared utterly drained of all vitality. Their faces turned pale and withered, as if they had aged decades in an instant. In those eyes that were once full of ambition and calculation, there was now only a deathly, numb, and desperate look left. Especially Zhang Hao. He no longer has the arrogant arrogance he used to have. He lowered his head and arched his back like a defeated, lost dog. He didn't even have the courage to look up at the gallery, because he knows there sat a man who was like a nightmare that he could never defeat in his lifetime. Chu Fan also came today. He sat quietly in the gallery. In the first row, on his face, there was no hint of satisfaction in seeking revenge. There is no joy of victory either. Some are just a kind of calmness, as if watching a boring stage play that has nothing to do with oneself. It's so calm that it makes people feel palpitations. There is no suspense in the trial process. In front of that mountain of ironclad evidence, the Zhang family, father and son, and Lu Mingyuan gave up all their struggles and confessed to all their crimes. Finally, the presiding judge struck the gavel, symbolizing justice and the end. Bang! A crisp and solemn sound, echoing throughout the entire courtroom. The defendant Zhang Hao was sentenced to life imprisonment and deprived of political rights for life for multiple charges, including malicious defamation, attempted murder, and other crimes. The defendant Zhang Yuanshan was sentenced to 25 years in prison for multiple charges, including illegal business operations, bribery, and other crimes. The defendant Lu Mingyuan was sentenced to death with a 2-year reprieve for the crime of abuse of power, corruption, and bribery. The defendant Su Wanqing was given a lenient sentence of 3 years in prison for her significant meritorious performance. When I hear my final outcome, that feels like a death sentence. The body of Zhang Hao, who had been bowing his head all along in the defendant's seat, suddenly stiffened. He slowly lifted his head. Those bloodshot eyes, which had long lost all their radiance, instantly burst out with a wild beast-like crazy resentment and hatred. He stared fixedly at the man in the gallery, who remained expressionless from beginning to end. His lips opened and closed silently, as if exhausted. The last bit of strength in my body roared at those 2 words filled with endless curses. Chu Fan, however, faced with him. His eyes were filled with helpless anger and resentment. Chu Fan didn't even bother to even lift his eyelids. He just slowly stood up from his seat. A faint, contemptuous, and mocking curve curved around the corner of the mouth. Then turn around and leave. It seems like I just accidentally ran over an annoying ant. Completely shattered Zhang Hao's last psychological defense line. Step out of the solemn and dignified gate of the court. It's already sunny outside. Wang Pengzi was wearing a shiny yellow suit with a slutty bag and holding a cigar in his mouth, waiting excitedly at the door. As soon as he saw Chu Fan, he immediately greeted him with a smile on his face. Brother Fan, come out. Damn it. Really, it's so frustrating. These ignorant dogs. Finally, I have been rewarded. He excitedly danced and hugged Chu Fan's shoulder. Brother Fan, the Zhang family is completely finished. The matter with the Demon City has been completely resolved. Where should we celebrate next? King's Club. I have already booked the venue. Tonight? No. Chu Fan shook his head and interrupted him. He slowly broke free Wang Pengzi's arm. He didn't speak. Just slowly I lifted my head, looking at the endless blue sky above my head. A huge silver-white passenger plane was roaring, pulling out a long white trail. Fly towards the distant northern sky. Chu Fan's eyes flashed with a deep and endless glimmer of anticipation. He spoke slowly to Wang Pengzi beside him, who looked puzzled. The matter of the Demon City is over, but my matter has just begun. Chapter 38, The Last Feast Before Departure. The matter with Mo Du is over, but mine has just begun. Chu Fan's voice, full of endless deep meaning, still echoed gently in Wang Pengzi's ear. He looked at Chu Fan's deep gaze towards the north. Although he couldn't fully understand the meaning behind it, but he can feel it. The man in front of him. His future journey is not just about this small pond in the Magic City, but rather that vast and magnificent sea of stars. Okay, Brother Fan. Although Wang Pengzi had some regrets, he still casually patted his chest. Since you have important matters to attend to, then, brother, I won't keep you. Call me anytime you feel like drinking. The entire nightlife of the Demon City is ready to be cleared for you at any time. Okay. Chu Fan smiled from the bottom of his heart at his only best friend. He is preparing to bid farewell to Wang Pengzi and arrange a flight to Beijing the next day. At this moment, the encrypted phone in his pocket, prepared by his mother for him, suddenly vibrated. The caller ID shows Lin Wanrong. A hint of doubt flashed in Chu Fan's eyes. He answered the phone. Mom? Xiao Fan. On the other end of the phone came the voice of my mother Lin Wanrong, who was as elegant and dignified as ever, but with a hint of unquestionable seriousness. Where are you now? Just came out of the court. Lin Wanrong responded with a nod and then went straight to the point, saying, don't rush to arrange your trip to the capital for now. There is an important banquet tonight that you must attend in person. A banquet? Chu Fan's brow furrowed slightly. He was just about to say no. He just wants to rush to the capital as soon as possible to meet the old man who speaks with absolute certainty in the Chu family. He has no interest in this so-called high society social interaction full of empty promises. However, his mother's next words dispelled the idea. It's the Zhao family. Lin Wanrong's voice became even more serious. Zhao Hua, the grandfather of the Zhao family, celebrated his 70th birthday. Their family personally sent someone to deliver the invitation, and you must personally go there by name. Chu Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. He instantly understood the unusual significance behind this banquet. Sure enough, Lin Wanrong continued, slowly analyzing in a tone full of wisdom from those in power. Xiao Fan, you need to understand. You are no longer the person you used to be who could do whatever you wanted. Your grandfather's video call was not just for you to watch. Even more so, everyone in the entire empire who is qualified to know about this matter will watch. The fact that you are about to go to the capital is no longer a secret. And the amazing transformation and risk skills you have demonstrated in just half a month in a Magic City have also caught the attention of all those who have a heart. The Zhao family is one of the 4 major families on par with our Chu family. They called on you to attend at this time. This is no longer a simple birthday banquet. This is their reassessment of you as the new generation inheritor of our Chu family. This serves as a collective trial by the entire upper echelons of Shanghai and the greater Jiangnan region. Your journey embodies not merely your own aspirations, but also the face of the new generation of the Chu family. Before you venture to the capital, a stage far grander, yet more ruthless, you must deliver a flawless final performance on this familiar stage of your rebirth in Shanghai. With your display, you shall declare to all that the prodigal son of the Chu family has returned. You must firmly establish your new, formidable, and unassailable image. After absorbing this politically astute analysis from his mother, a flicker of understanding crossed Chu Fan's profound gaze. He instantly grasped all the stakes involved. This was a political social affair he could neither avoid nor needed to evade. I understand, Mom. Chu Fan's voice was calm. I will be there on time tonight. Good. Upon receiving her son's affirmative response, Lin Wanrong's tone softened once more. Your clothes and gifts have already been prepared. Uncle Chum will take you there tonight. After hanging up, Wang Fatty, who had just received a nearly identical call from his own father, approached Chu Fan, his plump face flushed with excitement. His squinty eyes sparkled with the gossipy fire of someone eager for drama. Lowering his voice, he spoke with a tone filled with anticipation and encouragement, Brother Fan. I've heard that Zhao Linger, that infamous ice queen of Shanghai, used to loathe you and was always clamoring for a divorce. Tonight, you must show her what it means to disregard you yesterday and make her feel unworthy today. Chapter 39. The provocateur at the banquet. As night fell and the lights illuminated the surroundings, the Zhao family estate, nestled in the most picturesque western outskirts of Shanghai, was awash in a festive atmosphere. Lavishly decorated, it was a bustling hub of luxury automobiles. On the verdant lawn and by the pool, elegantly dressed elites mingled, their champagne glasses clinking softly as they engaged in hushed conversations, their faces adorned with polite yet insincere social smiles. A grand banquet, gathering the most prestigious figures of the Jiangnan region, was slowly commencing. However, amidst this seemingly harmonious gathering, a rather unremarkable sound of a car engine pierced through the air, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly capturing everyone's attention. At the estate's entrance, a rather ordinary black Audi A8 glided in, finally coming to a halt in the parking lot already filled with Rolls-Royces, Bentleys, Ferraris, and other high-end vehicles, appearing distinctly out of place. What on earth? Who dares to arrive in such a shabby Audi to attend old Master Zhao's birthday banquet? Murmured the crowd, their voices rife with disdain and derision. That car must be worth less than this watch I'm wearing today. Yet, in the next moment, as the door of the unimpressive Audi swung open, a young man emerged. Clad in an understated yet unmistakably expensive Armani suit, his demeanor calm and collected. The atmosphere, once lively, plunged into an eerie silence. All eyes were magnetically drawn to this young man, their faces etched with shock and disbelief. It was he, Chu Fan, the prodigal son of the Chu family. In a mere fortnight, had stirred the winds of Shanghai like a king returning to his throne. He had truly arrived. Moreover, he did so in such a low-key, almost unremarkable fashion. After a brief moment of silence, the banquet erupted into chaos. Countless guests, akin to sharks sensing blood, stealthily maneuvered their way toward Chu Fan, clutching their wine glasses, their eyes glimmering with curiosity and malice. They were eager to witness what the transformed heir of the Chu family looked like, and to see the spectacle that this evening's ostensibly celebratory, yet truly matchmaking banquet would unfold. At the eye of this storm, Chu Fan appeared unfazed. He disregarded the myriad complex gazes surrounding him, casually tossing his car keys to the astonished doorman, who was still reeling from his unexpected entrance. With measured, unhurried steps, he made his way toward the main hall of the banquet, his composed demeanor and commanding presence eliciting a shiver from the elite attendees who prided themselves on their worldly experience. This Chu Fan was undeniably different. Yet, while some regarded him with reverence, others harbored resentment and jealousy. Just as Chu Fan lifted a glass of deep red Bordeaux wine from a server's tray, preparing to toast old Master Zhao, a voice laced with blatant provocation and mockery broke through the air beside him. Oh, isn't this our esteemed young Master Chu? How eager you were to socialize right after your release. I thought you would at least take a moment to reflect at home for a week or two. Chu Fan slowly turned his head. He beheld a young man clad in a pristine white Versace suit, his hair slicked back and a smug expression plastered on his face, brandishing a wine glass as he regarded Chu Fan with amusement. Behind him trailed several similarly ostentatious followers. A flicker of recognition crossed Chu Fan's eyes as he recalled the identity of this audacious individual from the memories of his host body. Li Wei, a scion from one of the four prominent families of Yanjing, albeit a branch not of primary lineage, while merely a side descendant. he was still privileged enough to strut around Shanghai with impunity. Moreover, he was one of Zhao Linger's many fervent admirers. It was no surprise he sought to provoke Chu Fan, aiming to assert his dominance before the woman he idolized. Chu Fan couldn't be bothered to engage further. He merely cast a disinterested glance in Li Wei's direction before turning to leave, wasting time on such an inconsequential character, who lacked even the qualifications to be his adversary. Felt like an affront to his existence. However, as he attempted to walk away, Li Wei was unwilling to let him off the hook. Seeing Chu Fan daring to ignore him made Li Wei feel as though he had just been dealt a stinging slap to the face. An inexplicable fury surged, striking fiercely at the crown of his head. With a single, swift stride, he dashed forward, positioning himself directly in front of Chu Fan. His countenance, twisted by rage, was suffused with malicious mockery. "What is it, Master Chu? Planning to take your leave? Are you feeling guilty, or is it that you simply cannot bear to face anyone?" He deliberately elevated his voice by an octave, instantly capturing the attention of everyone around. His intention was to publicly humiliate Chu Fan, to strip him of his dignity. He gradually leaned closer, their faces nearly touching, and with a voice dripping with venomous disdain, akin to a serpent's hiss, he taunted, "I've heard that you, Master Chu, have been quite well taken care of inside. How is it that a distinguished heir of the Chu family cannot control his lower instincts? A bit of play is one thing, but to descend to the level of rape? TSK. How utterly disgraceful for us second-generation elites. You, sir, are nothing but a rapist." These words, laden with the utmost insult, detonated like a bomb, plunging the entire banquet into a profound silence. All eyes were riveted upon these two top-tier heirs, now thoroughly at odds. Shock and excitement danced in the gazes of the onlookers. Yet, just as everyone anticipated a cataclysmic clash that could overturn the entire gathering, the seemingly insulted Chu Fan displayed no trace of anger. Not even a furrow of his brow marred his calm demeanor. He merely raised the glass of deep crimson Bordeaux in his hand, gently swirling it, and then, amidst the puzzled stares of all present, he slowly lifted his gaze to meet that of the wretched creature before him, whose face was marred by jealousy and fury. A warm, radiant smile, almost disarmingly benign, graced his features. "What did you just say?" "Apologies, the wind was too strong. I couldn't quite catch that." Chapter 40, A Slap to Teach You a Lesson. "What did you just say?" "Apologies, the wind was too strong. I couldn't quite catch that." Chu Fan's nonchalant and seemingly timid response was akin to a ladle of scalding oil poured mercilessly over Li Wei's already ignited anger and jealousy. In an instant, the flames erupted with a deafening explosion. He has conceded. This worthless being dare to acknowledge defeat before all. "Ha ha!" Li Wei erupted into a fit of exaggerated, unrestrained laughter, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous joke in existence. He laughed so hard he nearly doubled over, tears threatening to spill from his eyes. His entourage, quick to catch on, joined in with derisive and scornful cackles. A smirk of amusement spread across the faces of all guests gathered at the banquet. Indeed, a worthless individual remains just that, no matter how fortuitously he may flip the script. The ingrained cowardice and incompetence cannot be altered. Look, he doesn't even dare to let out a peep when branded a rapist. Meanwhile, not far away, the female protagonist of the evening, Zhao Lin, who had been observing from the periphery with a complex and scrutinizing gaze, felt a wave of unmasked disappointment wash over her. She had hoped that this man, who had stirred the winds of the entire magical city in just half a month, had truly transformed. There seemed to be an enigmatic aura about him that even she found difficult to decipher. Yet now, it appeared she had been overly optimistic. Old habits die hard. A fool remains a fool, and mud cannot support a wall. The thought that she was bound by that damned engagement to such a man filled her heart with an indescribable revulsion and disdain. However, just as the crowd mentally branded Chu Fan a coward, the focus of the evening, Li Wei, gradually stilled his laughter. He straightened his aching back, his face contorted with triumphant arrogance, radiating the essence of a victor. He leaned in closer to Chu Fan, close enough to feel the steady rhythm of his breathing. He aimed to obliterate any last shred of dignity Chu Fan possessed through this intensely insulting proximity. With a cruel, beast-like grin, he enunciated loud enough for all to hear. "I say, you, Chu Fan, are nothing more than a rape offender." Upon concluding, as if that weren't sufficient, he extended his finger, contemptuously jabbing it against Chu Fan's chest with each word. The implications of his provocation were unmistakable. He sought to rub Chu Fan's face into the dirt, to utterly disgrace him before his beloved goddess, Zhao Linger. Yet, just as his self-assured finger was poised to jab for the third time, And as a triumphant smile threatened to bloom across his face, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The seemingly benign Chu Fan, who appeared incapable of harming even a chicken, suddenly sprang into action, swiftly, so astoundingly fast that onlookers could only perceive a fleeting shadow. No one saw his movement, nor could anyone discern how he struck. All that was witnessed, all that was heard, was the aftermath. Smack! A sound so crisp, so resounding, so utterly shocking that it eclipsed even the gentle strains of classical music filling the banquet hall. It reverberated throughout the entire space, akin to a wet, coarse whip cracking against the face of a fat pig. Each attendee felt their heart skip a beat, in unison. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The previously raucous atmosphere of the banquet fell into a suffocating silence. All gazes were transfixed, as if witnessing a ghost, upon the eye of the storm. Their faces bore witness to sheer horror and disbelief. There stood Li Wei, the once insufferable heir of the Li family, now contorted in a comically exaggerated, spinning top stance. In a flurry of motion, he spun rapidly on the spot. Once, twice. Ultimately, with a resounding thud, he crashed onto the frigid marble floor. A chaotic mess erupted around him. His face, once regarded as handsomely striking, was now utterly unbearable to behold. The left side of his visage swelled at a visibly alarming rate, transforming into something far less appealing than that of a pig's head. 5 distinct crimson fingerprints marred his face like the most humiliating of brands. A blood-streaked, ivory shard of a tooth flew from his mouth, tracing a tragic arc across the ground amidst a pool of spittle. The hall fell into an oppressive silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All the guests, as if ensnared by a spell, stood frozen like statues, their mouths agape, their eyes wide with disbelief. Their gazes resembled those of onlookers witnessing a primeval beast from the dawn of time. A mere slap? Simply a slap? How could someone of such towering stature, at least 6 feet tall, be sent flying with just that? What kind of strength does it take? Is he even human? Amidst this profound silence, under the incredulous and horrified stares of all present, the instigator, Chu Fan, appeared to have merely swatted away a bothersome fly with casual indifference. He slowly retracted his still fair and elongated right hand, even shaking it lightly as if to rid it of some unpleasant residue from the earlier encounter. Then, he gradually lifted his head. His dark, unfathomable eyes pierced through the astonished crowd, landing on Zhao Linga, the female protagonist of the banquet, who stood not far away, equally transfixed by a gaze filled with endless shock and disbelief. Finally, his calm yet supremely authoritative voice resonated softly within the now silent banquet hall. Can you hear me clearly now? Chapter 41. Zhao Linger's shock and curiosity. Can you hear me clearly now? Chu Fan's monotone voice, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, was akin to a stone cast upon the still surface of a lake, shattering the suffocating silence with immediate effect. It jolted the guests, who had been rendered utterly speechless, back into awareness from their petrified state. Gasping sounds reverberated throughout the hall. All eyes were fixated on the man who remained unfazed, standing there as if he had simply swatted a fly. Their expressions had shifted from mere shock and horror to a profound reverence and fear that stemmed from the depths of their souls. A madman. This individual was a complete lunatic. No, a devil. This was Zhao's family banquet, a gathering of the most eminent and powerful figures from the entire Jiangnan region. How dare he resort to violence here, and against a scion of the Yin Jingli family at that? Did he intend to challenge heaven itself? Meanwhile, as another invisible center of this storm, Zhao Linger stood quietly among the throng not far off. Her face, which usually radiated an icy, breathtaking beauty reminiscent of a 1,000-year glacier, was now thoroughly enveloped by an overwhelming wave of shock and incredulity. Her beautiful eyes, akin to autumn waters, were fixed unwaveringly on the man who was now retracting his hand. A tempest roiled within her heart. Was this truly the same man from her memories? The one who had merely followed her like a devoted puppy, eager to please? Was this the same coward who could barely muster a coherent response to public ridicule? No, it could not be. Absolutely not. Though it was the same face, the gaze, the aura, and the unmistakable air of dominance radiating from him, as if he viewed all else as mere trifles, were utterly transformed. Especially at that moment. The instantaneous speed with which he struck, the clean, decisive ferocity of his power, and after sending his opponent flying with a single slap, his nonchalance as if nothing had occurred, all of this shattered Zhao Linger's long-held perceptions with a devastating impact. She felt as though she had never truly known this man, to whom she was bound by an engagement, just as the atmosphere reached an unbearable tension. With all present rendered mute and uncertain about how to proceed, a resonant voice, filled with immense authority, suddenly echoed from within the main hall of the banquet. What an outrageous display! The crowd turned toward the source of the voice. An elderly man, silver-haired yet sprightly, clad in a dark red traditional outfit, emerged from the main hall, supported by a cluster of Zhao family members. He leaned on a dragon-headed cane made of rosewood, his demeanor solemn as he advanced. He was the guest of honor for the evening, the Zhao family's steadfast pillar, one of the founding heroes who had once fought alongside Chu Fan's grandfather. Zhao Hua, grandfather. Upon seeing the elder, Zhao Ling'er hastened to meet him, while all the guests bowed their heads in reverence. Zhao Hua, however, paid no mind to the assembly. His eyes, though slightly clouded, still gleamed with the sharpness of a hawk as they fixed directly on Chu Fan, who was now delicately wiping his fingers with a pristine napkin. He approached Chu Fan, cane in hand, his face lined with the creases of age yet radiating a commanding presence, filled with the sternness of an elder addressing a junior. Chu family scion, you possess an audacity unparalleled. This is my Zhao family's domain. Today marks my 70th birthday, and you dare to strike someone at my banquet? Do you not regard this old man with any respect? With that declaration, he slammed his dragon-headed cane onto the ground, producing a resounding thud that startled everyone present. However, just as all believed that the reckless Chu Fan was about to face the full brunt of Zhao Hua's wrath, the very individual Chu Fan had just sent flying. Li Wei stumbled over with the assistance of a few companions, his face swollen grotesquely. Through gritted teeth, he cried out, "Grandfather Zhao, you must stand up for me. This Chu fellow, he is a madman." Silence. Yet, before he could finish, Zhao Hua's thunderous reprimand cut him off, his gaze never once gracing the wretch before him. With an expression filled with utter disdain, he coldly retorted, "Is it the young man from the Li family? Go back and inform your elders. It is quite natural for children to engage in scuffles. However, should your tongue be foul, do not blame others for imparting lessons on your behalf. Depart." The single word depart resonated with an undeniable, supreme authority. In an instant, Li Wei and his entourage, as if granted a reprieve, hastily retreated from this contentious place, crawling away in embarrassment. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence once more. The expressions on everyone's faces were etched with astonishment and confusion. What is the meaning of this? Old Master Zhao's reprimand, which was in truth a protective maneuver, was glaringly evident. He actually drove away the scions of the Li family for the sake of an outsider. Chu Fan was the sun rising from the west. Amidst the bewildered gazes of the crowd, Zhao Hua turned his head once more. He regarded Chu Fan's countenance, still as tranquil as water, with the anger that had once marred his expression now completely vanished. In its stead was a smile brimming with appreciation and satisfaction. He extended his hand and patted Chu Fan's shoulder with a hearty slap. "You little rascal, your strikes are rather shrewd, reminiscent of your grandfather's former demeanor. Now, let's not mind these bothersome flies. Accompany this old man inside for a cup of tea." With that, he disregarded the guests behind him, who were left gaping in astonishment, and turned his cane to head toward the study. Chu Fan cast a subtle smile toward Zhao Ling, who was watching him with a gaze filled with complex emotions from a distance. He then stepped forward to follow. Just as Chu Fan was about to pass by Zhao Ling, she, who had remained silent until that moment, unexpectedly reached out and gently tugged at the hem of his garment. She lifted her gaze, her beautiful eyes reminiscent of autumn waters, brimming with boundless astonishment and an insatiable curiosity. "Why have you changed so?" Chapter 42. The Old Man's Admonition and Acknowledgement. "Why have you changed so?" In response to Zhao Ling'er's seemingly serendipitous inquiry, laden with astonishment and curiosity, Chu Fan merely paused his stride. He did not turn around nor offer a reply. Gently extricating the fabric she had grasped with a tenderness that was almost affectionate, he then continued forward without a backward glance, trailing after the venerable figure that awaited him. Leaving Zhao Ling'er standing there, dazed, her beautiful eyes filled with a complex emotion known as disappointment. The Zhao family study was steeped in antiquity. The air was infused with a delicate fragrance, a blend of fine sandalwood and aged ink, which cleared the mind and calmed the spirit. "Please have a seat." Zhao Hua gestured toward the exquisite tea set crafted from gold silk namu, then seated himself at the head of the table. He picked up an equally elegant Yixing teapot and began to brew tea with a leisurely grace, as if the earlier tension outside was of no concern to him. Chu Fan, unceremoniously, took a seat directly opposite him. He remained silent, observing the elder who shared a profound bond with his grandfather, patiently awaiting his next words. He understood that this cup of tea would not be particularly pleasant. Indeed, as the first infusion, fragrant and steaming, was poured into the small tasting cup before him, Zhao Hua's seemingly calm voice, laden with the weight of a senior's admonition, began to resonate. Young man. He lifted his gaze, his eyes, though somewhat clouded, retained a sharpness akin to that of an eagle, fixated intently on Chu Fan. You have been rather ostentatious today. Oh, Chu Fan raised the teacup, gently blowing on the scalding liquid, and countered with a mild inquiry. What do you mean by that? Humph. Zhao Hua scoffed, a powerful aura emanating from his seasoned presence that enveloped the entire study. Do not pretend to be oblivious. This is Shanghai, not your capital city. Though the Li family of Yanjing may not reach far, Li Wei is nonetheless a scion of their collateral line. You ruthlessly cast him aside before half of the Jiangnan elite. What do you think that leaves the Li family's dignity? You are compelling them to sever ties with your Chu family entirely. You are too hasty and too arrogant. While it is commendable for the young to shine brightly, excessive pride may lead to downfall. Has your grandfather not imparted this wisdom to you? In the face of Zhao Hua's seemingly stern, yet genuinely caring admonition, Chu Fan's expression remained unperturbed. He downed a scalding to Hong Pao in one gulp, then slowly raised his head. His eyes, deep and reminiscent of the starry sky, sparkled with an intelligence and confidence far beyond his years. Grandfather Zhao, he spoke with a calm demeanor. You are correct, but only partially. Zhao Hua's brow furrowed slightly. Chu Fan placed his teacup gently on the table, producing a crisp sound. The reason I struck him was not out of impatience or arrogance, but because I had to strike him. Moreover, it had to be in the most severe and direct manner before all present. This slap was not merely for him. A glimmer of cold determination flashed in Chu Fan's eyes, reminiscent of a chess player controlling the board. It was for the Li family. It was for all those in the capital who still perceive me and our Chu family through outdated lenses. I intend to make it abundantly clear. The former Chu Fan, who was easily manipulated, is no more. The current Chu Fan is not to be trifled with. Anyone who dares to extend their claws and test shall find themselves ruthlessly dealt with in front of the entire world. I do not seek to conceal my brilliance. Chu Fan gradually rose to his feet, an invisible yet boundlessly powerful aura bursting forth from him. Even Zhao Hua, who had long been tempered by the trials of life, felt a subtle suppression under this overwhelming presence. What I desire is to unsheath my sword, a blade so formidable that it instills terror in all petty individuals. This was my first gift to them. Boom! These words, filled with immense authority and grand ambition, struck like a thunderclap upon Zhao Hua's previously placid heart, leaving him utterly astounded. He stared in disbelief at the young man before him, who had seemingly transformed in an instant from a mere junior to a formidable strategist standing on equal footing with him. The murky, penetrating gaze of the aged man, who had witnessed half a century of tumultuous history, brimmed with boundless astonishment and incredulity. A lunatic. This young man is nothing short of a complete madman, yet he is also an unparalleled, extraordinary hero, unlike any who have come before or will come after. After a considerable pause, Zhao Hua finally emerged from the depths of his overwhelming shock. He slowly leaned back against the chair. The scrutiny and weariness etched upon his weathered face vanished without a trace, replaced by a profound sense of appreciation and recognition that sprang from the depths of his being. Ha ha ha! Suddenly, he erupted into a hearty laughter, resounding with unrestrained joy and contentment. Excellent! What a display of valor! What a prodigious scion of the Chu family! Old Chu! Oh, old Chu! You have truly sired a remarkable grandson. He gazed at Chu Fan as one would at a peerless gem, increasingly satisfied and enamored with each passing moment. Indeed, the Zhao family had contemplated withdrawing from the engagement, he candidly admitted. After all, my granddaughter Zhao Hua could never marry a good-for-nothing. However, at this moment, a knowing smile, reminiscent of an old fox, graced Zhao Hua's face. I have changed my mind. That girl Linger has been spoiled by me since childhood, her expectations lofty. As for the matters between you young ones, I, as an old man, am disinclined to meddle. But, young man, he regarded Chu Fan with eyes filled with the hopes of an elder for his junior. I trust you will navigate your relationship with her wisely. My granddaughter is not easily won over. Chu Fan merely smiled faintly, offering no response. As he was about to exit the study, Zhao Hua's aged yet meaningful voice resonated once more behind him. This time, there was no trace of scrutiny or probing in his tone, only the purest concern and reminder of an elder for his junior. The waters of the capital run far deeper than those of the Magic City. Your grandfather's summons is both an opportunity and a test. I hope you will not disappoint him, nor me. Chapter 43. Fiancé, do you wish to annul the engagement? As Chu Fan stepped out of the antiquated study, He turned to find a serene figure leaning gracefully against the white marble railing at the corridor's end. It was Zhao Linger. Unbeknownst to him, she had been waiting there for an indeterminate length of time. She had exchanged her opulent evening gown for a simple white dress, her cascading black hair casually draped over her shoulders. Gone was the icy aloofness and pride that had characterized her at the banquet. In the silvery moonlight, she appeared as ethereal as a celestial being, untouched by the mundane world, graceful and exquisite. Upon seeing Chu Fan emerge from the study, a flicker of complex emotions rippled through her usually tranquil eyes. She stood upright, her long legs illuminated by the moonlight, and approached Chu Fan with deliberate steps. Eventually, she halted 3 paces away, silently observing him. Her beautiful eyes, as clear as a serene autumn pond, brimmed with a mix of astonishment, confusion, and an inescapable curiosity. "What did you and my grandfather discuss?" She broke the somewhat ambiguous silence first, her voice still cold, but lacking the deliberate distance of yesteryear. Chu Fan regarded this stunning woman, purportedly his fiancée, and a playful smile graced his lips. "What?" he replied casually. "Is Miss Zhao expressing concern for me?" "You." A blush of indignation suddenly colored Zhao Linger's fair visage, as if her thoughts had been exposed. She shot a sharp glance at Chu Fan, her cool tone now laced with an accusatory edge. "Who cares about you? I am merely curious. I want to know why you resorted to violence tonight. Do you have any idea whom you struck? That was a member of the Li family from Yanjing. Your actions could bring tremendous trouble to both our Zhao family and your Chu family." She attempted to mask her own tumultuous emotions with this accusatory tone. However, in the face of her seemingly fiery interrogation, Chu Fan remained unperturbed, finding her amusing. He stepped closer, enveloping Zhao Linger in a potent aura of masculine dominance that instinctively made her take a half-step back, her heartbeat inexplicably faltering. "Trouble?" Chu Fan observed her beautiful eyes, which flickered nervously, and a sardonic smile curled his lips, brimming with overwhelming confidence. "In my world, there is only one party that creates trouble, and it is never others who trouble me. Does a mere branch of the Li family even dare to challenge me?" Zhao Linger found herself momentarily speechless by his audacious declaration. She realized that her once proud, icy demeanor and formidable logic were utterly ineffective against this man, who defied all conventions. Yet, Chu Fan had no intention of letting her off easily. He abruptly shifted his tone, adopting a more provocative and aggressive demeanor, directly addressing the most sensitive and pivotal issue between them. "Zhao Linger," he pronounced her name slowly, his voice deep and magnetic, imbued with an invisible allure that made her body involuntarily stiffen. "I recall 3 months ago at your friend's birthday party, you declared that Chu Fan was nothing but a talentless leech, reliant on his family. You swore that you would never marry him, even if it meant becoming a nun. At the family banquet a month ago, you also vowed before your relatives that if your family forced you to fulfill this ridiculous engagement, you would rather die than comply. And just half a month ago, Chu Fan recounted, with a calmness bordering on cruelty, every slight, every disdainful glance he had endured from her in the past. Each of his words pierced Zhao Linger's proud heart like an invisible, sharp blade. Her exquisite face flushed with rage and humiliation, oscillating between pale and crimson. She could scarcely believe what she was hearing. These words, which she believed to be mere private expressions of her emotions, were unexpectedly memorized by him verbatim. Moreover, today, he brazenly unveiled them before her. This was even more humiliating than a public slap to her face. "Enough. Do not utter another word." Zhao Linger could no longer contain herself. She lifted her head sharply, resembling a proud Persian cat that had just had its tail stepped on. Her beautiful eyes were ablaze with flames of indignation. Yet, Chu Fan did not waver in the slightest at her embarrassment. He slowly advanced a step closer. This time, Zhao Linger did not retreat. Behind her stood the cold, white marble railing. There was nowhere left for her to flee. Chu Fan was nearly nose to nose with her. Their gazes locked. He could distinctly feel her warm breath, slightly hurried due to her anxiety and embarrassment, mingling with the delicate fragrance emanating from her gentle form, reminiscent of an orchid's subtle allure. He beheld her exquisite face, now graced with a charming blush born of shame and fury, and her alluring cherry lips, which parted slightly in nervousness. A wicked smile, imbued with endless aggression, slowly crept across his lips. He leaned down, bringing his mouth close to her translucent, delicate ear, and in a voice imbued with the seductive timbre of a devil's whisper, he softly inquired, "So now, do you still wish to call off this marriage?" Chapter 44, A Call from the Capital. "So now, do you still wish to call off this marriage?" Chu Fan's question, laced with insatiable aggression and akin to a demon's whisper, struck Zhao Linger's heart like a bolt of dark lightning, charged with billions of volts. It shattered her pride, her composure, and her icy facade into fragments. In that instant, her mind went blank. She stood there, dazed, allowing the man, exuding potent masculine charisma, to breathe his heated, ambiguous air upon her. She even forgot the most basic instinct to resist or struggle. All she felt was her cheeks burning as if they were searing hot iron, and her heart raced like a wild stallion about to break free from its reins, threatening to leap out of her chest, which was already filled to the brim with endless shame and confusion. Observing the once untouchable ice goddess, now reduced to a flustered, blushing fawn, Chu Fan's lips curled into a cunning smile of triumph. He ceased his relentless pursuit and did not wait for her response, for he understood that some questions required no answer. The process itself was the most telling reply. He straightened up, casting a profound glance at her, as if to convey, "Your heart is already in disarray." Then, without a hint of reluctance, he turned away, leaving behind a captivating silhouette imbued with mystery and dominance. Akin to a magnificent pink statue, he entered the seemingly ordinary yet meticulously modified black Audi A8. Chu Fan did not start the engine immediately. He simply leaned back against the plush seat, his deep, starry eyes shimmering with a calm and wise glint akin to a master chess player. Tonight's Zhao family birthday banquet could be described as a masterstroke, having not only asserted his dominance with a single strike, announcing his triumphant return to the power circles of Jiangnan, but also solidified his new image in the eyes of the Zhao family and all families allied with the Chu family through a stunning exchange with Zhao Hua. Furthermore, he had subtly planted the seed of curiosity in the heart of his nominal fiancée. It was a bountiful harvest, and all of this was merely a prelude to his impending journey to the capital. The capital, the true heart of imperial power, a land where the elite families and hidden talents of the entire empire converge. That was a stage where Chu Fan, or rather, the Shadow, should truly unleash his prowess. Just as Chu Fan's heart brimmed with anticipation and a fervent fighting spirit, the encrypted satellite phone, personally entrusted to him by his grandfather Chu Jinghua for direct communication, suddenly illuminated without warning. It was a video call from his grandfather. A flicker of seriousness crossed Chu Fan's eyes as he promptly straightened up and pressed the answer button. In the next moment, his grandfather's aged yet vibrant visage, adorned with silver hair, appeared on the car's high-definition screen. "Gedang fat, Chu Fan gvit zet pet phone, Momo, Chu Zengugo ziplit non chalen." His wise eyes, though slightly clouded, seemed capable of penetrating the very essence of the world, calmly observing his grandson. It was as if he had already discerned everything that transpired at the Zhao family banquet. "Xiao Fan," he began slowly, his voice as gravelly as ever yet imbued with undeniable authority. The performance at the Zhao family was commendable, a blend of kindness and severity, striking the Li family while securing a favor from the Zhao family. It bears some of my style. Receiving his grandfather's straightforward praise, Chu Fan did not display any hint of pride. He understood that his grandfather's call was not meant to commend his trivial cleverness. As expected, the conversation took a serious turn. However, the commotion you stirred in Modu has indeed caught the attention of several old friends here in the capital. "Oh." Chu Fan's brows slightly arched. Just then, a meaningful smirk appeared on Chu Jinghua's face. "The old man from the Li family personally called me, insinuating that our Chu family's younger generation is too unruly and arrogant, urging me, as the grandfather, to discipline you properly. There are even whispers suggesting that you, Chu Fan, are a convicted rapist unworthy of remaining in the circles of the capital." Upon hearing these words, a chilling glint of murderous intent flashed in Chu Fan's eyes. A rapist? It seemed some individuals truly did not know the consequences of their actions. However, Chu Jinghua appeared oblivious to the fleeting menace in his grandson's gaze. He merely lifted a cup of aged pu'er tea from the table, gently blowing away the steam that wafted upwards. Then, with a seemingly nonchalant tone, akin to casually commenting on the pleasant weather, he uttered a statement brimming with unyielding authority and an unmistakable protectiveness. "Xiao Fan, do come over tomorrow." Certain individuals require a firm reprimand. They must understand that the prodigy of the Chu family is not someone whom any petty character can gossip about. Chapter 45, Matters of the Magic City, concluded, departing for the capital. The following morning, a ray of golden sunlight filtered through the dense foliage of the phoenix trees in the Chu family estate, casting a dappled glow upon the expansive lawn in front of the main villa. A sleek, silver-hued Gulfstream G650 private jet stood quietly on its exclusive helipad, resembling a steel eagle poised to take flight, awaiting its youthful master. At the villa's entrance, a heartfelt farewell was underway. Xiao Fan, his mother, Lin Wanrong, grasped Chu Fan's hand, her elegant, radiant eyes filled with profound reluctance and concern. The capital is unlike the Magic City. It is teeming with complexities. Although your grandfather can protect you, you must exercise utmost caution. Remember to eat and sleep on time while you are out. Do not cause your mother worry, understand? She reiterated the simplest of maternal admonitions, words that echoed the sentiments of mothers across the world. In her eyes, the figure before her was not the soon-to-be ascendant heir of the Chu family, but rather a child embarking on his first journey away from home. I understand, Mom. Chu Fan, feeling an unprecedented warmth swell within him at his mother's concern, gently patted the back of her hand and reassured her, rest assured. I'm no longer a 3-year-old. Oomph. I doubt you are even as sensible as a 3-year-old, retorted his sister, Chu Qingwei, dressed impeccably in athletic attire, her sunglasses and mask adding an air of seriousness. She stepped forward, pulling their mother behind her, then, adopting the demeanor of a concerned guardian, began her final lecture to Chu Fan. Listen here, you little rascal. She extended a slender, delicate finger, nearly poking Chu Fan's nose. Once you arrive in the capital, behave yourself. Do you hear me? No causing trouble. No trifling with women of ill repute. If you dare repeat the scandalous incident from last time, I swear I will break your legs upon your return. Her words, harsh as they were, belied the deep-seated affection and reluctance that shone through her eyes, concealed behind her sunglasses. As she spoke, she instinctively adjusted Chu Fan's slightly disheveled collar, revealing her inherent protective nature. Chu Fan regarded his sister, who was so contradictory in her words and feelings, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Rest assured, sister, I will not make the same mistake twice. At that moment, their father, Chu Zhantian, who had been standing stoically nearby, finally approached. Unlike his mother's warm demeanor or his sister's incessant chatter, he simply gazed at his son with eyes sharp as an eagle's, then firmly placed his large hand upon Chu Fan's shoulder, as if to convey his silent expectations and unwavering support through that simple gesture. Ultimately, he uttered a succinct yet commanding phrase, imbued with formidable authority. Don't embarrass me. Yes. Chu Fan straightened his back, his posture as resolute as a spear poised to pierce the heavens. His confident response resonated like thunder. Beside them, Wang Pongzi observed the touching yet grand farewell scene with envy gleaming in his squinted eyes. He stepped forward and enveloped Chu Fan in a hearty embrace. Fan Ye, remember to keep in touch once you reach the capital. You needn't worry about matters here in the Magic City. He thumped his chest, his robust physique producing a resounding thud. With me around, your enterprises will face no issues. Anzai, Chu Fan Zipli, returning the gesture with a firm pat on Wang Pongzi's back. Thank you, brother. As the farewells concluded, Chu Fan took a deep look at his beloved family, the closest individuals in his life, before resolutely turning away, leaving behind any lingering sentiment. He stepped forward with steady, determined strides toward the awaiting private jet. The morning light elongated his upright silhouette, imbuing it with an air of solitude. At the last moment, as he ascended the aircraft steps, he paused, turning back for one final gaze at the city where he had been reborn. He beheld the towering Oriental Pearl, the endlessly flowing Huangpu River, and those he cherished, as well as those he had trampled upon. A fleeting glimmer of complex, profound emotion flashed in his eyes. Ultimately, all feelings coalesced into a faint smile, infused with boundless anticipation and a warrior's spirit. He turned away and stepped into the cold cabin, symbolic of a new world. The door closed slowly, severing ties with all that was familiar. He murmured softly, his voice brimming with an unparalleled majesty befitting sovereign. I am coming to the capital. Chapter 46, Provocation at 10,000 meters. The Gulfstream G650 truly lived up to its reputation as the pinnacle of private jets, taking off with such smoothness that one could hardly perceive any turbulence. Soon, the aircraft pierced through the thick cloud cover, entering the stratosphere at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Outside the window stretched an endless expanse of azure sky, with fluffy white clouds resembling cotton candy beneath. The scenery was breathtakingly magnificent. Inside the cabin, opulence reached its zenith, plush leather sofas, an exquisite wooden bar, and even a small private cinema. One could argue that aside from its somewhat limited space, it bore no difference from the finest presidential suite on the ground. Yet, Chu Fan did not indulge in the breathtaking view. Instead, he casually settled into the most comfortable window seat, slowly closing his eyes to rest. He began to silently cultivate his internal energy, solidifying his recent breakthrough to the pinnacle of Mingjin. However, as he sought tranquility, a few bothersome souls intruded upon his peace, buzzing incessantly. Oh, Isn't this the young master of the Chu family who has stirred up quite the commotion in the Magic City recently? A voice laced with overt sarcasm and flippancy rang out from not far away. Chu Fan did not even bother to lift his eyelids, fully aware that this luxurious flight to the capital was not solely for his use, to conserve resources and encourage interaction among the younger generation. The four prominent families had long since reached a consensus. Whenever a younger member needed to traverse between the bustling metropolis and the capital, they could freely board this exclusive luxury line. Unfortunately, on this day, apart from him, several other second-generation heirs from various families were also aboard this flight, all returning to the capital. "Jia, lower your voice," came a slightly sycophantic tone. "Can't you see young Master Chu is deep in contemplation, pondering how to deal with all the second-generation heirs from our capital?" A boisterous burst of laughter erupted within the relatively small cabin, the raucous laughter tinged with palpable malice. Startling in its audacity, Chu Fan slowly opened his eyes, revealing a glimmer of mild impatience within his otherwise tranquil gaze. He turned his head and spotted three young men dressed in high-end streetwear, unmistakably the elite of the second generation, who were watching him with a bemused expression, as if he were a rustic bumpkin ripe for their amusement. The leader bore a striking resemblance to Li Wei, the young man he had effortlessly dispatched with a single slap just yesterday, yet his demeanor was far more composed and sinister. This was Li Jia, Li Wei's cousin, a prominent figure within the second-generation circles of the capital. Chu Fan's eyes calmly swept over the faces of the trio before returning to their previous position, as if he had merely glanced at three inconsequential ants. He closed his eyes once more, lacking even the slightest interest in exchanging words with them. However, this profound indifference, from Li Jia's perspective, was the greatest affront. "Damn it!" exclaimed a hot-headed young man with bleached hair, slamming his drink down onto the bar with a resounding thud. "Yeah, look at this punk. What a disrespectful attitude. Does he really think he can strut around in the capital just because he made a bit of a splash in that little town of his?" Li Jia remained silent, yet the slight narrowing of his eyes, resembling those of a venomous serpent, hinted at the chilling danger within. Slowly, he rose from the bar, cup in hand, and strode toward Chu Fan with deliberate steps. He halted before Chu Fan, towering over him like a judge confronting the culprit who had humiliated his own cousin. "Chu Fan," he spoke in a flat tone, beneath which lay an innate pride and disdain characteristic of the capital's elite. "I heard you struck my brother at the Zhao family birthday banquet yesterday." Chu Fan kept his eyes closed, feigning sleep. A flicker of icy fury shot through Li Jia's eyes as he crouched down, bringing his face close to Chu Fan's ear. In a voice laced with infinite threat and cold malice, he articulated each word with deliberate precision. "Listen here, kid. I don't care what kind of prodigy you think you are in that little town of yours. Remember this. You are in the capital now. This is the territory of the Li family. If you're a dragon, you'd better curl up. If you're a tiger, lie low. I want to hold you accountable for that slap to my brother today. But once you arrive in the capital, you must come to our Li family and apologize. Bow down before my brother in front of everyone. Otherwise—" He paused, letting the words hang ominously in the air, his voice turning as frigid as a Siberian chill. "I can't guarantee you'll leave the capital alive." His blatant death threat made the cabin's temperature plummet, as if a cold wind had swept through. The two lackeys trailing Li Jia wore cruel, bloodthirsty smiles, as if they could already envision the grim fate awaiting this audacious outsider in the capital. Yet, just as Li Jia believed his blend of soft and hard threats would terrify this rustic fool into submission, Chu Fan, who had appeared seemingly dazed with fear, slowly opened his eyes. Within the depths of his dark, unfathomable gaze, there was no trace of fear or panic, only a hint of pity, as if he were looking at a fool unaware of his impending doom. He turned his head to face the self-important imbecile before him, devoid of any anger at the threat he had received. Instead, he spoke in a tone as casual as discussing the weather. "Do you know how many minutes it takes to turn into a puddle of mush after falling from 10,000 meters? Chapter 47. The Deterrence of a Toothpick. Do you know how many minutes it takes to turn into a puddle of mush after falling from 10,000 meters? Chu Fan's cool, emotionless inquiry, akin to discussing a physics problem, struck Li Jia like a bucket of icy water mixed with the essence of Siberia and the depths of hell, instantly freezing the heated thoughts in his mind. A bone-chilling terror surged from his tailbone, causing him to shudder involuntarily. He instinctively glanced out at the vast expanse of clouds beyond the window, then back at the man before him, whose benign smile remained intact. His heart skipped a beat. Is he insane? Does he dare to turn on me at this altitude? Yet, this visceral fear, born from the threat of death, lasted no more than 3 seconds, swiftly replaced by an overwhelming tide of humiliation and fury. Who was he? He was the heir of the Li family of Yanjing, a figure who could walk confidently through the treacherous waters of the capital. To be so brazenly threatened by a mere country bumpkin from some small town was an affront too severe to bear. If word got out, how could he ever show his face in the capital again? You're courting death. The combined sensations of humiliation and rage obliterated Li Jie's remaining rationality. His once handsome face flushed a sickly red, twisted by unrestrained fury. He abruptly sprang to his feet, seizing the expensive crystal glass in his hand and smashing it down onto the thick carpet, pointing a trembling finger at Chu Fan. He roared like a rabid dog. You little bastard. Do you really think you matter? How dare you threaten me? Very well. Today, I will show you what it means to know your place. He suddenly turned around. He gave the final attack command to the two black-clad bodyguards behind him who were already eager to try their best. Along. Aiu. Give it to me. Break all his limbs for me. I want him to kneel on the ground like a dead dog and beg me. Yes. Yes, home. The top bodyguards with their temples bulging high and emitting a terrifying killing aura all over their bodies let out a sinister smile. Their big clay pot, big enough to crack a stone, clenched their fists with a creaking sound. One left and one right, like two tigers about to go down the mountain hunt, slowly approached Chu Fan, who was still sitting comfortably in his seat and didn't even bother to change his posture. The two followers of Li Jie in the cabin both showed cruel and bloodthirsty excited smiles on their faces. They seemed to have foreseen the tragic scene of the Chu family young man, who knew not how to live or die, being beaten and kneeling down to beg for mercy in the next second. However, just as those two top bodyguards, whose strength had reached at least the late stage of Mingjin, were about to charge towards Chu Fan, just before the fierce smile on Li Jie's face was about to fully bloom, that Chu Fan, who has always been regarded as a lamb to be slaughtered by them. He moved. He still hasn't stood up. Even the lazy posture of leaning back in the chair hasn't changed at all. He just slowly raised his right hand. Then in everyone's eyes full of confusion and perplexity, made an unexpected move that caught everyone off guard. He sat in the exquisite plate that had just been brought up by the flight attendant beside him. I picked up a toothpick leisurely. A most common toothpick made of bamboo used for picking teeth. What's the meaning of this? What does he want to do? Does he want to use this small toothpick to deal with two top professional bodyguards? Did he get scared out of his wits? This absurd idea instantly came to everyone's mind. However, next second, they witnessed a miraculous and terrifying scene that they could never forget for a lifetime. I saw Chu Fan clamp the small toothpick between his index and middle fingers. He didn't even look at the two bodyguards who were already close at hand. His gaze remained calm on the face of Li Jie, who was smiling with a sinister expression on his face. Then, he flicked his finger, whoosh, with a loud, extremely sharp, and terrifying sound that tore through the air, suddenly sounded the seemingly fragile little toothpick in his hand. In this moment, it seemed as if I had been given life, transformed into a black lightning bolt that was almost imperceptible to the naked eye, like a bullet from a newly loaded sniper rifle, carrying a terrifying force capable of piercing through everything. Get around there, two bodyguards with terrified faces, in a strange arc that completely violates the common sense of physics, accurately shoot towards the face of Li Jie standing behind the bodyguard. Time at this moment seems to have been pressed the slow release button. Li Jie felt his hair all over his body stand on end in this moment. A cold breath of death instantly enveloped his entire body. He wants to hide, but his body seemed to have been immobilized, unable to move at all. He could only watch helplessly as the black death lightning, constantly expanding in his pupils, shot towards his forehead and exploded. Finished. I am dying. Just when he thought he would definitely die today and was so scared that he closed his eyes. The black lightning was just about to touch his forehead. Strangely. Sink down. Damn it. With an extremely loud, slight sound of flesh cracking, Li Jie felt his earlobes suddenly surge and heat up. Immediately after, a piercing pain came. A warm, bright red liquid slowly flowed down his cheek. He stiffly and slowly opened his eyes. The eyes, which were filled with a copper bell-like stare of extreme fear, were filled with the confusion of surviving a disaster. And those two were originally formidable top bodyguards. At this moment, it's like two stone carvings, frozen in place. Their gaze crossed over Li Jie, who had already been frightened and dumbfounded, staring fixedly at the thick cabin wall made of special alloy behind Li Jie. Zong, a dull sound, like a metallic impact hitting everyone's heart, slowly echoed in the silent cabin. Everyone, follow your reputation. Next second, everyone's pupils suddenly contracted to the extreme. I saw the thick and sturdy alloy cabin walls that were strong enough to withstand bullet attacks. A small bamboo toothpick is deeply nailed to it. Its tail is still emitting a slight buzzing sound due to the terrifying tremendous kinetic energy, as if mocking the ignorance and insignificance of everyone present. The entire cabin is silent. Needle drop can be smelled. Li Jie turned his head stiffly and slowly. He looked at the toothpick that had penetrated at least half of the wall. Subconsciously, he reached out and touched his own hot earlobe, which was still bleeding. The blood on his face instantly faded away. Turned pale. Beads of cold sweat as big as beans rolled down his forehead crazily. He knows. The other party didn't make a mistake just now. But the other party showed mercy, as long as that toothpick moves up another centimeter. So what's nailed to the wall now is not this toothpick, but his head. Understood this point. He collapsed on the cold carpet with a thud, and his legs softened. He looked at the devilish man, who was still smiling like a ghost. There was no trace of arrogance or disdain in those eyes anymore. Yes, it's just an endless primal fear from the depths of the soul. And in that dead silence, under everyone's terrified gaze, as if they had seen a ghost, Chu Fan slowly stood up. He didn't even have one more glance at that pitiful creature that had already been scared out of its wits. I walked up to the bar and poured myself a new glass of red wine. Then he slowly turned around, looking at Li Jie, whose body had already turned pale and trembled violently like a sieve. On his face, a warm and bright harmless smile appeared once again. You see, sometimes noise is resolved in this way. What do you think? Chapter 48 arrives, the place where storms converge. Accompanied by a slight roar of engine thrust. The Gulfstream G650 private jet, which was entirely silver in color, flew smoothly for 2 hours. Finally, like an elegant returning eagle, it landed steadily on the heavily guarded and exclusive private apron of Beijing International Airport, under the absolute deterrence of that terrifying toothpick capable of piercing through steel plates. The latter half of the journey became unusually quiet, or rather, dead silence. Li Jie and his 2 lackeys, along with the 2 bodyguards who had long been terrified, huddled together like a flock of startled quails at the back row of the cabin, scarcely daring to breathe, fearful of producing any sound that might provoke the devilish man, who sat with his eyes closed, savoring a glass of red wine, as if nothing had transpired. At that moment, the airplane had just come to a halt, the cabin door not yet fully opened, when Li Jie, unable to contain himself, sprang from his seat like a frightened mouse spotting a cat, abandoning even his valuable luggage as he bolted out of the aircraft. It was as though some prehistoric beast were in mad pursuit behind him. The contrast between his frantic, disheveled retreat and the arrogant demeanor he had displayed upon boarding was starkly ironic. Chu Fan, observing the retreating figure, wore a faintly disdainful smirk at the sight of him, reminiscent of a stray dog. He did not rush to disembark. Instead, he leisurely finished the last drop of crimson liquid in his glass before rising from his seat with unhurried grace, adjusting his impeccably tailored suit without a wrinkle. Finally, he stepped down the long staircase with a composed and steady gait, once again setting foot on this land that was both familiar and foreign, Beijing, the heart of the empire. A place where the utmost power and wealth of the entire eastern continent converged, a true city belonging to dragons. As soon as he alighted from the plane, a gust of northern air, drier and more biting than that of the magic city, enveloped him, clearing his mind, which had grown somewhat lethargic from the long flight. He slowly lifted his head, squinting at the azure sky that bore an air of solemnity and ruthlessness. A subtle smile, brimming with boundless anticipation and fierce determination, graced his lips. He had returned. Finally, he was back. Though in a different guise, this city, which had once witnessed his myriad loves and sorrows, had welcomed him back into its embrace. As he immersed himself in these reflections, 2 imposing figures, exuding an aura of immense authority, approached swiftly from a black Hongqi sedan bearing special plates, accompanied by several equally formidable security personnel. The 2 men, each around 50 years of age, donned dark Zhongshan suits that appeared ordinary at first glance, yet were unmistakably of considerable value to the discerning eye. Their features bore a resemblance to Chu Fan's father, Chu Zhantian, by 3 or 4 parts, radiating an air of formidable presence that commanded respect without a word. They were Chu Guodong, the governor of the southern provinces, and Chu Guoyang, the governor of the western provinces, 2 high-ranking officials whose mere stamp of a foot could cause tremors across the land. Yet at that moment, they approached like the most ordinary of elders come to greet their younger kin, their faces adorned with warm smiles filled with curiosity and scrutiny. Xiao Fan is back, began the relatively composed elder, Chu Guodong, a gentle smile gracing his features, though his deep, politically astute eyes scrutinized Chu Fan with the precision of the finest X-ray machines, as if attempting to see through him entirely. Uncle, second uncle. Chu Fan greeted them with a respectful nod, exuding an air of calm composure. His second uncle, Chu Guoyang, known for his fiery and straightforward disposition, burst forth with laughter, slapping Chu Fan on the shoulder with a palm as large as a fan. its force strong enough to make an ordinary person stumble. Ha ha ha. Good lad. Chu Guiyang's hearty laughter resonated like a booming bell. Much more pleasant to behold than your father, who always wears a deadpan expression. Cool, let us get in the car. Your grandfather and grandmother have been asking about you for days. With that, he unceremoniously wrapped an arm around Chu Fan's shoulder, enthusiastically leading him towards the waiting black Hongqi sedan. Once settled in the spacious back seat, which could accommodate a small meeting, the car began its slow journey towards the legendary Chu family estate, located in the very heart of Beijing. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was congenial, with Uncle Chu Guodong and second Uncle Chu Guiyang eschewing any airs of authority, instead engaging in casual conversation about Chu Fan's journey. However, just as the car was about to exit the VIP lane of the airport, second Uncle Chu Guiyang, unable to contain his inquisitive nature, suddenly recalled something. He turned his head, his sharp eyes twinkling with a gleam of gossip, and directly asked Chu Fan, Xiao Fan, I heard you scared that young lad from the Li family so badly he nearly would himself on the plane? Faced with this unabashedly curious inquiry from his second uncle, Chu Fan merely smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying the allegation. His nonchalant demeanor, shrouded in mystery, left even the self-proclaimed astute Chu Guiyang somewhat perplexed. He could only ruefully rub his nose and exchange a knowing glance with his elder brother, Chu Guodong. In each other's eyes, they recognized a shared emotion of astonishment and satisfaction. Their once ineffectual nephew, whom they had watched grow up, had indeed undergone a remarkable transformation. The black Hongqi sedan proceeded smoothly, swiftly leaving the airport expressway and entering the bustling, skyscraper-laden core of Beijing. After passing through at least 3 heavily guarded checkpoints manned by armed soldiers, the vehicle gradually pulled into a vast, traditionally styled courtyard that appeared unremarkable from the outside, even somewhat aged. This was the Chu family estate, a place not found on any map, yet regarded as an absolute center of power comparable to the ancient palaces forbidden to the common folk, known only to the highest echelons of the empire. The car came to a steady stop at the main entrance, and as Chu Fan stepped out, he spotted a young man dressed in a crisp disciplinary uniform, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses that lent him an air of refined elegance, waiting on the steps with a broad smile. Xiao Fan is back. The young man approached briskly, warmly enveloping Chu Fan in an embrace. You've had quite a journey, cousin. Chu Fan smiled in response. The individual before him, appearing only a few years his senior, was none other than his uncle Chu Guodong's son, his sole cousin, Chu Feng. Despite his youth, he had already ascended to a deputy department-level position within the empire's discipline inspection department, earning accolades as the most promising political star of the 3rd generation of the Chu family. You've really made a name for yourself. Chu Feng clapped Chu Fan's shoulder with a heavy hand, the seemingly affectionate gesture concealing a subtle, condescending scrutiny. His face bore a warm smile, yet the shrewdness lurking behind his gold-rimmed glasses glimmered with an unmistakable sense of superiority and faint disdain. I've heard all about your exploits in Magic City. They say you've shaken the very foundations of the Zhang family's billion-dollar commercial empire. Impressive. Time away has certainly changed my perception of you. I once thought you'd only ever dance among women. Though his words appeared to be compliments and jest, the underlying tone unmistakably conveyed a lesson from elder to younger. He was subtly reminding Chu Fan not to let his recent achievements in that small place cloud his judgment. This is the capital. I am the true leader among the 3rd generation of the Chu family. No matter how much you leap about, you remain just a former waste. Recently emerged from the mire, faced with his accomplished cousin's veiled intimidation, Chu Fan exhibited no trace of displeasure. He maintained a gentle, unassuming smile, as if oblivious to the subtext of Chu Feng's remarks. Oh, not at all, he replied, even self-deprecatingly adding. It's merely a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Compared to a national pillar like you, cousin, my trifling antics are hardly worth mentioning. Seeing Chu Fan's humility and self-awareness, Chu Feng's smug grin widened. The last vestiges of caution and wariness born from Chu Fan's recent impressive performance evaporated entirely. After all, a waste remains a waste. Even a stroke of good fortune cannot alter the essence of one who is fundamentally inept. It seems I had overestimated him. Huh. You certainly possess a sense of self-awareness. Chu Feng patted Chu Fan's shoulder once more, his superiority now glaringly obvious. Well then, let us proceed. We mustn't keep grandfather and grandmother waiting. If you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask me in the capital. The waters here are far deeper than the little pond in Magic City. I will look out for you. With that, he cast no further glance at Chu Fan, striding ahead with hands clasped behind him, reminiscent of a leader inspecting his domain. His proud and confident silhouette was that of a victor. However, he failed to notice that, in the moment he turned away, The seemingly harmless cousin behind him wore a calm smile that belied a flicker of cold, mocking disdain in his deep, dark eyes, akin to observing a pitiful creature. Cousin, Chu Fan's serene yet penetrating voice broke the silence, unfurling slowly from behind. Chu Fan Bao said, turning back to find a hint of confusion flickering in his sharp eyes behind the gold-rimmed glasses. What is it? Chu Fan slowly raised his head, gazing at his self-satisfied cousin, who believed he had everything under control, and a meaningful, radiant smile graced his face. Sometimes, standing too high is not a blessing. A fall can be quite painful. Chapter 50, Meeting Grandfather for the First Time. Chu Fan's calm, yet profoundly meaningful words struck Chu Fan like an invisible, icy needle piercing through the pride and confidence that had filled his heart. He stiffened abruptly. Slowly, he turned to face his cousin, whose gentle smile remained intact, yet now bore an unsettling intensity. A sudden, inexplicable chill surged from the depths of his being. Was it an illusion? Why did he perceive a terrifying essence in the gaze of this once derided waste? It was as if he were gazing upon a deity surveying mere mortals, embodying absolute indifference and control. He opened his mouth to salvage the inexplicable loss of his commanding presence, but at that moment, an elderly yet commanding voice resonated from the study. Xiao Fan, let Xiao Fan in. It was grandfather's voice. Chu Fan's body jolted. Every expression vanished from his face in an instant, replaced by profound reverence and awe emanating from the core of his being. He dared not utter another word, nor did he possess the courage to meet Chu Fan's gaze again. Bowing respectfully towards the study, he said, "Yes, grandfather." Then, like a defeated rooster, he stepped aside, allowing Chu Fan passage to the study, the symbol of the Chu family's highest power. Chu Fan merely cast a faint glance at him, akin to regarding an inconsequential passerby, before steadily advancing toward the ancient door crafted from heavy, golden namu. Creak, the solid wooden door swung open silently, releasing an overwhelming aroma of aged tomes and premium ink, far richer than that of the Zhao family's study, easing the tension that had gripped Chu Fan since his rebirth. Inside, the study was spacious yet unadorned, devoid of any extravagant decorations. Towering bookshelves lined the walls, reaching up to the ceiling, filled with an array of ancient texts that would drive any collector to madness. The only modern appliance in the room was a quaint chandelier hanging from the ceiling. In the center of this literary sanctuary, behind a grand desk crafted from a single slab of Wangwali wood, sat an elderly figure, silver-haired yet with a posture as straight as a pine tree. Facing away from him, holding a wolf hair stick in hand, he splashed ink on a huge piece of rice paper. He is Chu Zhenghua. This is the pillar that supports the entire Chu family. That legendary figure who left a significant mark in the history of the empire. Chu Fan remained silent, just standing quietly at the door. He even deliberately slowed down his breathing, afraid of disturbing this elderly person who is currently immersed in creation. Time passed by minute. The entire study fell into an extremely mysterious tranquility. Only the slight rustling sound made by the tip of the wolf hair pen rubbing against the rice paper. Finally, the last stroke left. Chu Zhenghua slowly straightened his slightly hunched waist. He gently placed a brush in his hand in the nearby pen wash. Then, he exhaled a long and foul breath. It seems like he's infused his lifelong energy and spirit into the one-word painting just now. Chu Fan's gaze fell on the huge rice paper. I saw 2 wild grass characters full of endless zen and life wisdom written on it, dancing like dragons and phoenixes. Songfei. The handwriting is vigorous and powerful, penetrating deeply. Every stroke seems to contain the power of gold and iron horses and thunderous thunder. But at the end of the sharp edge that was about to burst out of the paper, it was perfectly retracted, conceal all the killing spirit within the spirit of the font. We have reached the highest realm of returning to simplicity without much effort. Good word. Truly excellent words. Even though Chu Fan was used to seeing countless masterpieces in his past life, at this moment, I also have to feel sincerely shocked by the magnificent life atmosphere contained in these 2 words in front of me. He could even see from these 2 simple words that the old man in front of him was magnificent and decisive, legendary, for a lifetime. Just when Chu Fan was still immersed in the artistic conception of this painting and couldn't extricate himself. That, always facing away from his aged figure. Finally, slowly, it turned around. Chu Fan finally saw clearly for the first time the appearance of his legendary grandfather. His face was covered with years, leaving deep wrinkles like a thick history book filled with stories. There is no domineering or majestic aura that belongs to the upper class on him. On the contrary, like the most ordinary and kind neighbor grandfather, on that weathered face, there was even a hint of gentle and kind smile. But The moment when Chu Fan's gaze met his wise and profound eyes, which, although slightly hazy and turbid, seemed to see through all the human emotions in the world. Chu Fan's heart still skipped a beat inexplicably. An unprecedented, terrifying pressure swept towards him from all directions in an instant. That's not the oppression in terms of momentum. Not really the pressure in terms of strength, but rather a more advanced and absolute insight from a higher level of life. As if under the gaze of his eyes, all of his secrets, all his disguises, all of his past and present lives were exposed without a trace. Chu Fan which had long been tempered by the killing and loneliness of his past life, was as solid as a rock. At this moment, even a tiny ripple appeared. How strong! This old man is so strong. Extremely strong. Strong enough to return to simplicity. Just when a huge wave rose in Chu Fan's heart, Chu Jingwa finally spoke slowly. His voice was hoarse and flat. It's like just having the most ordinary conversation with your grandson. But the first sentence he said made Chu Fan's pupils contract to the extreme in an instant. He looked at the two characters zonfing on the rice paper, whose ink had not completely dried. Then, he slowly lifted his head. Those wise eyes that seemed to pierce through everything calmly looked at Chu Fan. Slowly, he spoke up and asked, Xiao Fan, do you think you've been too secretive or too sharp lately? Chapter 51, a conversation that shocked the whole family. Xiao Fan, do you think you've been too secretive or too sharp lately? Grandpa Chu Jingwa may seem plain like water, but in reality, he contains endless wit and deadly questions about school entrance exams. Like an invisible sharp surgical knife, instantly shattered all disguises and formalities, pointing straight to the core of the problem. Outside the study, Uncle Chu Guodong, second Uncle Chu Guoyong, and cousin Chu Feng, who have been secretly eavesdropping. At this moment, the hearts of the three of them suddenly rose to their throats. They know, the real test has arrived. This is the final interview of the old man for the grandson of Chu Fan, who has come back from the dead. His answer will directly determine his ultimate position in the Chu family, and even in the entire empire's power pyramid in the future. This is a dilemma. Send the proposition. If the answer is evasive, it appears hypocritical and contradictory to his recent arrogant and domineering style of action. If he answers with sharpness, he will know again, which confirms his negative image of being arrogant and conceited as a young man. No matter how you answer, it's always wrong. It's all a dead end. However, just outside the study, the three of them were sweating profusely for Chu Fan. As an authority figure, Chu Fan, on his face, he remained calm like an ancient well without waves. It seems that what Grandpa proposed is nothing at all a fatal problem, but it's a simple arithmetic problem where 1 + 1 = 2. He had no hesitation at all. I don't even have time to think. He slowly lifted his head. The deep black eyes, like stars, calmly met Grandpa's wise gaze that seemed to penetrate everything. Then he spoke slowly. His voice is very plain, but the answer he gave made everyone inside and outside the study's eyes tremble instantly. Grandpa, I don't think I'm hiding anything. There's no sharp edge exposed either. I'm just using the most appropriate way to retrieve something that should have belonged to me and clean up some garbage that shouldn't exist. Boom! This amazing quote is full of endless dominance and absolute confidence. It's like a black, 9 heavenly thunder, severely struck, covering everyone's spiritual canopy present, splitting all their inherent cognition, weighing the pros and cons and all their political wisdom into pieces, completely disappearing. Crazy. That's crazy. Crazy beyond measure. How dare he say such outrageous words in front of the old man? He actually called the Yin Jingli family a behemoth on par with their Chu family. Garbage. Is he crazy? A trace of uncontrollable ecstasy instantly appeared on Chu Feng's face outside the study. In his opinion, Chu Fan is already dead. He's completely finished. No superior would like a subordinate who is so arrogant and ignorant of the world. Not to mention Grandpa, who has already stood at the top of the power pyramid as a chess player. However, next, Grandpa Chu Jingwa's reaction made his smile freeze instantly. I saw it in the study. After listening to Chu Fan's remarkably unconventional response, Chu Jingwa exhibited no trace of anger. Instead, his murky yet wise old eyes radiated an unprecedented brilliance, akin to a long-dormant, exquisite jade finally revealing its resplendent luster at this very moment. Ha 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 ha! He slammed his hand on the table, producing a robust sound filled with boundless delight and utmost appreciation. Excellent. What a splendid endeavor to reclaim what rightfully belongs to me. What a commendable effort to purge the unworthy. Well said. My grandson, Chu Fan, ought to possess such audacious dominance, viewing the world's heroes as mere trifles. He regarded Chu Fan as though he were gazing upon a long-lost confidant. The sincere admiration and recognition were utterly unmasked. Xiao Fan, he slowly rose from behind his desk. In that moment, his somewhat stooped, aged figure appeared remarkably towering. "Come here." He beckoned to Chu Fan and slowly approached the enormous map of the empire affixed to the wall of the study. "Tell me," he extended his weathered finger, marked by the ravages of time, to the location representing the Magic City. "How have you maneuvered your chess pieces in a Magic City? What goals do you aspire to achieve with each of your moves?" The test continued, with the difficulty elevated yet again. This time, it would not merely assess character, but rather the grand vision of a true strategist. Yet, Chu Fan's countenance remained as tranquil as a placid lake. He ambled to his grandfather's side, gazing at the familiar imperial map before him. His profound eyes sparkled with a brilliance akin to that of the stars, exuding sagacity. A top-tier strategic analysis, reminiscent of a textbook example, unfolded from his lips, astonishing all present. The Zhang family is merely a pretext. My true objective has never been them. Instead, I aim to utilize them, this reckless stepping stone, to accomplish 3 tasks. First, to establish authority. I intend to ensure that the elite of the Magic City, and indeed all of Jiangnan, clearly recognize that I, Chu Fan, am no longer the powerless pawn I once was. I will use the bloody remnants of the Zhang family to reaffirm the unassailable position of the Chu family in the Magic City. Second, to reshuffle the deck. Lu Mingyuan is but a lapdog of the Zhang family, and such dogs abound in the Magic City. I shall seize this opportunity to uproot them entirely, purging the decayed old forces that have long plagued our Chu family in this garden of the Magic City. I aim to lay a thoroughly clean foundation for the next 10 or 20 years. As for the third, a cold, menacing smile curved upon Chu Fan's lips. It is intimidation. My decision to deal with Li Wei so brazenly and mercilessly is to strike fear from afar. I intend to send a warning to those so-called old friends in the capital who harbor ulterior motives. They must understand that I, Chu Fan, have returned, and I have come back in a manner they cannot afford to provoke. Anyone who dares to regard me with the same eyes as before will find the fate of the Zhang family and Li Wei to be their most fitting example. Chu Fan spoke eloquently, traversing the layout of the Magic City, analyzing the pros and cons of the 4 prominent families of the empire, and providing precise forecasts of the future international financial landscape. His insights were astute, his vision grand, and his logic meticulous. He appeared not as a mere 22-year-old youth, but rather as a top-tier strategist who had commanded the chessboard for decades. Outside the study, an eerie silence prevailed. Zhu Gudong, Zhu Gu Liang, and Chu Feng stood like 3 stone statues, rooted in place. Their faces were etched with disbelief and astonishment. They gazed at the young figure before the map, pointing out strategies as though he were a monster. Their minds were blank, especially Chu Feng, whose complexion had drained of color, leaving him pallid. He finally comprehended the true meaning behind Chu Fan's earlier words. Sometimes, standing too high is not necessarily a good thing. A fall could be quite painful. It was neither a warning nor a threat, but rather a pure expression of pity from a higher realm towards a pitiful creature. His so-called political wisdom and superiority now seemed utterly laughable in comparison to the grand vision of his cousin before him. Within the study, Chu Jinghua, after absorbing all of Chu Fan's analyses, fell into silence. He gazed quietly at his transformed grandson, his murky yet wise old eyes brimming with boundless pride, excitement, and a profound sense of relief knowing that he had a worthy successor. He remained silent for a long while, ultimately turning slowly to the ancient desk. From a locked drawer, he retrieved a box crafted from rosewood, antiquated yet elegant. He opened it, revealing a seal carved entirely from imperial green jade, inscribed with an archaic character for Chu on its base, a family heirloom symbolizing the highest authority of the Chu clan. He approached Chu Fan and placed the seal, capable of shaking the very foundations of the empire, gently into his palm. Then, with a voice imbued with profound expectation and solemnity, he gradually proclaimed, "From this day forth, you are the sole Qilin of the Chu family." With that, the final decree from grandfather Chu Jinghua, laden with solemnity and hope, detonated like an atomic bomb, unleashing an unprecedented tsunami across the entire Chu family estate. As Chu Fan, cradling the warm yet weighty Qilin seal, emerged from the room symbolizing the highest authority of the Chu family, the gazes of his uncle Chu Guodong and second uncle Chu Guoyang transformed entirely. No longer did they regard him with the scrutiny and curiosity of elders towards juniors, but rather with absolute respect and recognition, akin to subordinates looking upon their future lord. They bowed deeply before Chu Fan. "We pay our respects, young master." Meanwhile, standing behind them, Chu Feng, whose complexion had turned as pale as a ghost, could no longer maintain his composure upon witnessing the coveted Qilin seal in Chu Fan's grasp. He collapsed, weak-kneed, onto the cold floor. The ambitious, keen eyes concealed behind his gold-rimmed glasses now reflected an abyss of despair. He realized that from this moment onward, he was finished. He shall remain forever ensnared in the shadow of his cousin, whom he once held in the utmost contempt. For eternity, he shall be unable to rise. The news of Chu Fan being officially designated as the sole heir of the Chu family spread like a cataclysmic tempest, akin to a super typhoon of unimaginable magnitude. Overnight, it swept through the upper echelons of power in the capital with a dizzying velocity, leaving all those privy to the information among the elite families utterly shaken. Countless speculations and discussions erupted fervently within various clandestine circles. Have you heard? The Chu family's once ineffectual scion has been appointed heir by that cunning old fox. Juzen Google. No way. Is this true? Has the Chu family truly fallen so low as to choose such a derelict, one with a history of scandal, as their heir? Hush. Keep your voice down. Do you wish to court death? Who dares to mention that incident now? Have you not seen the fate that befell the Zhang family in the Magic City? Alas, I truly cannot fathom the strategy behind the Chu family's move. Could it be that Chu Fan has genuinely undergone a transformation? Amidst this cacophony of shock and bewilderment, there exists one family that stands apart. They are not shaken. Instead, they are consumed by boundless rage and humiliation. This family is none other than the Leaf family of Yinjing, in a Leaf family's parlor. The atmosphere was so oppressive it felt as though it could drip with moisture. Just days prior, Li Wei had returned from the Magic City in a state of utter disgrace, accompanied by his brother, Li Jia, who had been petrified by a mere toothpick during their flight. The two brothers knelt, bruised and battered, on the cold marble floor. Before them stood the current head of the Li family, Li Kuan, pacing the room with his hands clasped behind his back, his countenance suffused with an overwhelming, chilling malice. Ah, what a splendid display by the Chu family. What an illustrious child they have raised. He slammed his hand on the table and, gritting his teeth, roared first. In the presence of half the elite of Jiangnan, they humiliated my son. Then at 30,000 feet in the air, they nearly cripple my other son. Now, that senile old man, Chu Jinghua, dares to name him heir. What is the meaning of this? It is a blatant slap in the face to our Li family. A declaration of war. Father, you must stand up for us, Li Wei cried, tears and snot mingling as he lamented. That Chu Fan is a madman. He has no regard for our Li family. Indeed, father, Li Jie echoed, still trembling with fear. That fellow is truly sinister. He is almost inhuman. We cannot let this go unpunished. Observing his two ineffectual sons, Li Kuan's heart burned with fury. Yet, he recognized the moment was not ripe for outbursts. The Chu family's audacity indicated they were prepared for an all-out confrontation with the Li family, and Chu Fan was their sharpest blade. To combat such an audacious youth, employing the antiquated political maneuvers of the previous generation would be a grave misstep. The optimal approach would be to confront him using the methods of their own youth, to utterly crush his laughable pride. With this thought, a glint of icy resolve flickered in Li Kuan's eyes. He slowly turned and fixed his gaze upon his eldest son, Li Chengze, who had remained quietly seated on the sofa, leisurely sipping tea as if the tumult around him bore no significance. Li Chengze, the brightest star of his generation in the Li family. Chengze, Li Kuan's voice regained its usual steadiness. What is your perspective on this matter? The seemingly meditative Li Chengze finally opened his serpent-like, cold eyes, revealing a smile as warm as a spring breeze, yet devoid of warmth, filled instead with a chilling detachment. He gently set down his teacup and spoke in a tone as casual as one discussing the weather, merely a wild dog that has recently crawled out of the mire. Does it truly believe donning a skin of Qilin will transform it into a divine beast? How absurd. With that, he rose, his tall figure casting an imposing shadow beneath the resplendent crystal chandelier. Father, rest assured, I shall handle this matter personally. I will ensure he and all of the capital witness clearly what he truly is. I will make it abundantly clear to him who the true dragon is in this realm. The following morning, a gilded invitation from the Li family was delivered without hindrance to the ancient desk within the Chu family estate. The contents of the invitation were straightforward. Li Chengze, representing the vanguard of the younger generation in the capital, invites Chu Fan to a private welcome gathering at a premier private club by the Hohaidanite. The intentions were transparent as day. It was an unabashed trap laid for Chu Fan. In the grand hall of the Chu family, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Uncle Chu Guodong and second Uncle Chu Guoyang wore expressions of deep concern. Little Fan, this Li Chengze is no ordinary opponent. He is a cunning fox. Second Uncle Chu Guoyang declared solemnly. There are no less than 80 talented youths who have fallen to his schemes over the years. You absolutely must not attend. Yet, as the focal point of the impending confrontation, Chu Fan appeared unfazed. He leisurely savored the bowl of lotus seed soup that his grandmother had lovingly prepared for him, as if the invitation that could send ripples of alarm throughout the capital was nothing more than scrap paper to him. Finally, under the watchful eyes of his anxious family, he gently set down his bowl. He barely glanced at the invitation, casually tossing it into the corner of the table as if discarding a bothersome piece of refuse. Then, he slowly raised his head, a flicker of icy impatience flashing in his deep, dark eyes. How fortuitous. This saves me the trouble of seeking them out individually. Let them all come tonight. Chapter 53. The Smiling Tiger, Li Chengze. The night was cool as water. In the capital, Shohai, an unremarkable black Hongqi sedan came to a lazy stop before a seemingly ordinary ancient courtyard, the entrance adorned with vermilion paint. Here lay the venue for tonight's banquet of treachery, Shangling Garden, a clandestine den of indulgence, accessible solely to the elite progeny of the capital's aristocracy. A sanctuary truly erected upon the sublime pillars of power and wealth. The car door swung open, and Chu Fan, donned in a meticulously tailored black bespoke suit, alighted with an impassive expression. He bore no bodyguards or attendants, embodying the essence of solitary emissary. The driver was the Chu family's venerable steward, Bo, whose weathered visage was etched with concern. Young master, exercise utmost caution tonight. Li Chengze, the eldest scion of the Li family, is a cunning adversary. Rest assured, Bo, Chu Fan replied, offering a confident smile to the elder who had nurtured him since childhood. They are but a gaggle of unweaned children, incapable of stirring the slightest ripple. With that, he advanced unwaveringly towards the grand vermilion door, resembling the gaping maw of a slumbering beast lurking in the shadows. As he approached, the formidable door silently swung open, revealing two exquisitely attired hostesses in thigh-high split chong sams, their beauty rivaling that of first-rate celebrities, who bowed deeply in respectful greeting. Welcome, young Master Chu. Chu Fan, not even casting a glance in their direction, strode into the enchanting courtyard, where meandering streams and small bridges created a serene ambience. The air was perfumed with a delicate fragrance, emanating from the rare and precious dragon's saliva incense, rendering the bustling modernity of the capital a distant realm. On the white jade bridge leading to the main hall stood a figure, back turned, gazing at the frolicking koi in the pond. This young man, clad in a pure white traditional Chinese garment with a standing collar and knotted buttons, possessed a stature as upright as a pine tree and an aura as gentle as jade. His mere silhouette exuded the impression of an aristocratic gentleman, reminiscent of ancient noble science. Upon hearing the footsteps behind him, he slowly turned. Chu Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. What a remarkable figure indeed. The young man appeared to be in his mid-20s, with strikingly handsome features and a warm, congenial smile that radiated an almost magnetic charm, compelling anyone who beheld him to instinctively feel a sense of affinity. It was as if he were the most trustworthy friend in the world. Yet, Chu Fan astutely discerned the underlying coldness, like a venomous serpent lying in wait, hidden within those seemingly sincere, smiling eyes, glimmering with a calculating chill. A smiling tiger. This was the sole phrase that materialized in Chu Fan's mind at that moment. Undoubtedly, this seemingly harmless young man, with an air of scholarly elegance, was the host of tonight's gathering, a veritable star of the Li family, the illustrious Li Chengze. I presume you are the renowned young Master Chu, who has recently garnered much attention throughout the empire, Li Chengze remarked, his smile widening as he approached Chu Fan with measured strides, exuding an air of tranquility as if he were the sole sovereign of this domain. Stopping before Chu Fan, his eyes, glinting with hidden daggers, scrutinized him with unabashed intensity, as if assessing a curious prey poised for capture. I am Li Chengze, he said, bowing slightly with impeccable courtesy, embodying the very essence of a genteel gentleman. It is a true pleasure to meet you, young Master Chu. You are indeed a paragon of talent and composure. Observing the man before him, who had launched into a theatrical performance upon their first meeting, Chu Fan's lips curled into an enigmatic smirk. He had little desire for circumspection. Are you the elder brother of Li Wei and Li Jie? He inquired nonchalantly, upon hearing Chu Fan's audaciously provocative opening statement. A flicker of icy menace flashed across Li Chengze's previously warm gaze. Yet, his smile remained unyieldingly genial, as if untouched by the palpable tension. He even chose to humorously self-deprecate. Ah, forgive me, young master. My two inept younger brothers have been spoiled by our family. One has clashed with you in the bustling metropolis, while the other has spoken imprudently aboard an aircraft. Such behavior is indeed a disgrace to the Li family's reputation. With that, He bowed deeply before Chu Fan, his demeanor carrying an air of earnest humility and sincerity. To anyone unfamiliar with his true nature, one might easily be deceived by his exceptional acting skills, perhaps even feeling a sense of admiration for his apparent wisdom and moral rectitude in disciplining his siblings. However, Chu Fan merely regarded him with a gaze akin to that of a spectator observing a third-rate performer, unmasking the disdain he felt. "Have you finished your performance?" Chu Fan's voice, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, brought Li Cheng's previously upright posture to a sudden halt, the slightest fissure appearing in his smile for the first time. Noting the growing awkwardness on Li Cheng's face, Chu Fan's lips curled into a cold arc. "If your theatrics are complete, let's not squander each other's time. Pray tell, what schemes do you intend to unfold tonight? I possess neither the inclination nor the leisure to indulge in the childish games you play." The words, laden with disdain and authority, struck Li Cheng's like an invisible, resounding slap, shattering the facade of composure he had so painstakingly constructed. His countenance darkened, the once amiable glimmer in his eyes replaced by a chilling, serpentine malice. A potent aura of dominance erupted from him, bearing down upon Chu Fan with an oppressive force. Yet, in the face of this formidable and terrifying presence, Chu Fan remained unperturbed, as though untouched by the tempest. He did not even flinch, as if merely brushed by a trivial breeze. Li Cheng's suddenly laughed, a laugh that was chillingly cold and perilously dangerous. "How intriguing, truly fascinating. It seems they were not mistaken. You have indeed transformed from your former self." As he spoke, he gradually withdrew his formidable aura, once again donning a veneer of genteel insincerity, as if the murderous intent that had briefly flashed moments before was merely a trick of the imagination. He slowly extended a delicate alabaster hand, reminiscent of a woman's, towards Chu Fan. His demeanor of a refined gentleman was once more impeccable. "Young Master Chu, it is an honor to meet you. My younger brother has caused you trouble in the Magic City, and I am here to offer my sincerest apologies on his behalf." In Chapter 54, the tension escalated, neither party willing to yield an inch. Li Cheng's face was once again adorned with that polished, unassailable smile, as if the earlier display of lethal intent had truly been a figment of Chu Fan's mind. His outstretched hand lingered suspended in midair, embodying the posture of a chivalrous gentleman, exuding a courteousness that suggested he was the aggrieved party, while Chu Fan appeared as the ungrateful assailant. What a clever tactic, retreating to advance. What a masterful facade of concealed malice. Chu Fan regarded the young man before him, whose depths of cunning surpassed that of seasoned political veterans, and a cold, appreciative smile curled at the corners of his lips. How fascinating, truly captivating. It appeared that the murky waters of the capital were far more intriguing than he had anticipated. At the very least, this individual was leagues ahead of Zhang Hao from the Magic City, who relied solely on underhanded tactics. He was barely worthy of serving as an appetizer. A warm, radiant smile graced Chu Fan's features as he too extended his right hand, gently clasping Li Cheng's delicate, beautiful hand, eliciting a momentary look of surprise from him. "Li Shou, you are too kind." Chu Fan's voice was soothing, rich with magnetism. "It is natural for my younger brother to act impulsively in his youth. As his elder brother, it is my duty to discipline him. Surely, the elder of the Li family would be grateful to me for clearing the path, would he not?" Boom! This seemingly conciliatory statement was laced with an undercurrent of audacity and dominance, striking Li Cheng's facade of insincerity like a red-hot hammer, shattering it into a web of cracks. His pupils constricted in shock, and for the first time, the smile on his face faltered, betraying a hint of uncontainable rigidity. Clearing the path. What audacity! How dare he claim to be doing the elderly a favor? Who did he think he was? A surge of chilling, murderous intent erupted from the depths of Li Cheng's heart. However, before he could unleash his fury, an even more terrifying force, akin to a torrential flood, suddenly erupted from their tightly clasped hands. Li Cheng's expression shifted to one of sheer horror. Internal energy. It was internal energy that was not only more refined, but also more domineering than his own, which had already reached the late stage of Mingjin. How could this be? How could this waste be a martial arts master, and one whose strength surpassed his own? An excruciating pain, as if his entire hand were being crushed, surged through him, distorting the face that had always maintained an air of elegance. Cold beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. He attempted to withdraw his hand, but Chu Fan's grip was like an industrial vice, forged from a special alloy, holding him immobile. "You." He gritted his teeth, forcing out a syllable filled with shock and disbelief. Yet, Chu Fan seemed oblivious to his plight, maintaining that warm, harmless smile. He even affectionately patted Li Cheng's shoulder, which had stiffened from pain. "Li Xiao, what is the matter?" he inquired with a tone brimming with concern. Why does your complexion suddenly appear so ghastly? Are you unwell? Shall I escort you to the hospital? This barrage of mockery and derision nearly made Li Chengzi spit blood in fury, just as he was about to muster all his internal energy to break free. Chu Fan suddenly released his grip, the overwhelming force dissipating without a trace as if it had never existed. Li Chengzi felt as though he had been granted a reprieve. Staggering back a couple of steps, instinctively concealing his bruised and trembling hand behind his back, he lifted his head sharply, and the icy disdain in his narrow eyes was replaced by an overwhelming gravity and deep-seated wariness. He understood that he had encountered a formidable opponent today, one capable of inflicting grievous harm. However, Chu Fan appeared to regard the encounter as a trivial matter. Not sparing another glance at the now humbled facade of the smiling tiger, he strode directly toward the brightly lit, bustling banquet hall, leaving Li Chengzi with only a silhouette imbued with contempt and haughty dominance. Li Chengzi clenched his still throbbing hand, watching Chu Fan's composed retreat. For the first time, a feral, frenzied, murderous intent surfaced on his usually genteel features. Chu Fan. Inside the banquet hall, a lavish spectacle of clinking glasses and jubilant revelry unfolded. Dozens of the capital's elite gathered in small groups, whispering among themselves, their gazes occasionally drifting toward the vacant main seat, awaiting the arrival of the two true protagonists of the evening. Finally, under the collective gaze of the crowd, Li Chengzi and Chu Fan entered in succession. However, while Li Chengzi's face remained adorned with that unassailable smile, the tension in the air was palpable. However, those well-versed in the ways of the world could keenly discern the lingering shadow of despair hidden deep within his gaze. Meanwhile, Chu Fan maintained his nonchalant demeanor, as if nothing could ruffle his calm. As the two took their seats, the curtain was drawn on a battle of wits that had been rehearsed countless times before. Young Master Chu, I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. I understand that in the Magic City, you have managed to trample upon the once mighty Jiangnan Wang family. Truly, a hero emerges in youth. A seemingly refined young man, sporting gold-rimmed spectacles, initiated the first wave of probing attacks. From the outset, he positioned Chu Fan as the antithesis of the entire traditional martial arts lineage. The intent was unmistakable, if not insidious. Ah, not at all, Chu Fan replied, barely lifting his eyelids. He poured himself a glass of wine, dismissing the matter as a mere reprimand of a disobedient watchdog. It hardly qualified as a heroic feat, huh? The refined young man nearly spat out his drink in astonishment. He had never anticipated that Chu Fan's response would be so blunt and merciless. To liken the illustrious Jiangnan Wang family to a mere dog. If this were to spread, Chu Fan would surely find himself at odds with the entire martial arts alliance. Cough, cough. Young Master Chu, you certainly are forthright, interjected another young man clad in military attire, seizing the opportunity. However, I heard that you recently had a minor misunderstanding with the police. I wonder if that misunderstanding has been resolved. While he appeared to express concern, he was, in fact, publicly unveiling the unsavory scar of Chu Fan's past transgressions. Misunderstanding? Chu Fan slowly raised his head, a glimmer of icy sharpness flashing in his dark eyes. I would not classify it as a misunderstanding. It was merely a matter of helping our empire's judicial system rid itself of a few insidious pests. After all, to hold office without engaging in governance is a transgression in itself. What do you say, young Master Zhao? He pointedly directed his words toward the heir of the Zhao family, which oversaw the empire's judicial oversight. Instantly, young Master Zhao's expression darkened significantly. In that moment, the entire banquet hall transformed into an invisible battlefield of verbal exchanges. The elite second-generation heirs of the capital, led by Li Chengzi, launched a frenzied assault on Chu Fan, attempting to drown this audacious outsider in an avalanche of linguistic artistry. Yet, no matter how they sidestepped, how they insinuated, or how they employed veiled barbs, Chu Fan remained a picture of serene indifference. He effortlessly dismantled their meticulously crafted verbal traps with the simplest, most direct, and even brutally honest responses. Moreover, he managed to counterattack without missing a beat. One by one, they found themselves thwarted, their frustration mounting yet stifled. It felt akin to delivering a powerful blow to a thick cushion, forceful yet futile. The tension reached its zenith. At last, after all attempts at probing had met with failure, the host, Li Chengzi, slowly rose to his feet. He raised his glass, donning that polished, hypocritical smile once more. He regarded Chu Fan, who had remained an apparent outsider throughout, and understood that any trivial skirmish would be futile against such an unyielding adversary. It was time to unveil the main course. He raised his glass in a distant toast toward Chu Fan, his elongated, icy gaze shimmering with the fervent intensity of a chess player regarding his lifelong rival. Young Master Chu, your reputation as a dragon among men is indeed well-deserved. Chungza admires you. However, I wonder if you possess any other talents beyond your astonishing eloquence and prowess that might enlighten us mere mortals. In response to this final challenge, laden with endless provocation and combative spirit, Chu Fan gradually set down his glass. He lifted his head, his deep, dark eyes reflecting a sparkling battle intent akin to that of the stars. He gazed at the man before him, the first true rival he had encountered since his rebirth, and a cold, commanding smile crept upon his lips. He raised the glass of strong liquor that had been prepared for him and toasted to Li Chengza. Then, speaking slowly and deliberately, his voice, though soft, reverberated like thunder in the ears of everyone present. Young Master Li, I have heard that you're fond of chess. I wonder if you would be interested in a grand match with me? Chapter 55. One sentence to deter the gathered nobility. Young Master Li, I have heard that you're fond of chess. I wonder if you would be interested in a grand match with me? Chu Fan's understated yet provocatively audacious words struck like a searing meteor, detonating the already charged atmosphere of the banquet hall. Madness. This man was truly insane. He dared to challenge Li Chengza directly, and, judging by his tone, it seemed he was not wagering on something trivial, but rather something grand. All eyes snapped to the impeccably polite and smiling Li Chengza, filled with boundless excitement and anticipation. A spectacle was undoubtedly unfolding tonight, as Chu Fan publicly named Li Chengza for a duel. The veneer of civility that masked Li Chengza's heart, already brimming with unbridled pride and confidence, was ignited by a fervor of competitive spirit. Who was he? He was Li Chengza, the acknowledged first among the young elite of the capital, a cunning strategist, a smiling tiger known for his unparalleled intellect. His greatest pride lay in his cunning and ability to orchestrate intricate schemes. Moreover, chess was his utmost passion, even earning him the title of the foremost chess master among the younger generation. Now, this audacious newcomer dared to challenge him in his area of expertise. This was akin to flaunting a large axe before the master carpenter or brandishing a mighty blade before the warrior, lighting a lamp in the restroom, courting disaster. He. Li Chengza laughed, a brilliant yet frigid smile gracing his face. His snake-like eyes sparkled with the cruel excitement of a hunter spotting prey ensnared in its trap. Very well, he slowly uttered. Since young Master Chu possesses such refined tastes, I shall gladly oblige. However, I wonder. He abruptly shifted his tone, and a glimmer of lethal coldness flickered in his icy gaze. How does young Master Chu intend to proceed? And to what extent? It is quite simple. Chu Fan slowly set down the wine glass in his hand. He rose to his feet, making his way directly to the center of the banquet hall, where a colossal decorative model of the capital city was crafted from solid white marble. He extended his hand, gently gliding over the frigid miniature steel jungle. The sensation was akin to a monarch surveying his vast dominion. Ultimately, his finger came to rest upon a location representing the capital's most prosperous CBD financial district. He gradually turned around, his pitch-black, profound eyes shimmering with a chilling light, reminiscent of a deity or demon wielding control over all. He gazed at Li Chengza, as well as all the self-important prodigies present. Speaking slowly and deliberately, he uttered, his voice not loud, yet resonating like thunder across the heavens, striking every ear with a jarring intensity. Let us use the commercial landscape of this capital as our chessboard, with the various industries controlled by our families in this city as our pieces. Shall we engage in a game? Boom! This audacious gamble, astonishing in its audacity, detonated like a nuclear bomb, leaving the minds of all present in a state of utter blankness. A madman. This fellow is an unadulterated lunatic. He dares to stake the entirety of the Chu family's enterprises in the capital against Li Chengza in a strategic simulation. Does he comprehend the implications of this? This is no mere wager. This is a frivolous game with the futures of colossal entities capable of influencing the very pulse of the empire's economy. What gives him the right? What qualifies him? However, before the crowd could recover from their endless shock, Li Chengza's voice, brimming with boundless excitement and madness, reverberated throughout the banquet hall. Ha ha! Good, good, good! He exclaimed, repeating the word thrice. His elongated eyes sparkled with a fervent, frenzied battle spirit, as though he had encountered a magnificent prey. Young Master Chu, you are indeed audacious. Very well. I, Li Chengza, accept this game. With that, he strode confidently to stand before the massive sand table, facing Chu Fan from distance. Thus commenced a breathtaking duel, one that would undoubtedly be etched into the annals of the elite second-generation circle of the capital. Miley family controls 30% of the shares in the Global International Trade Center in the capital. This shall be my opening move. Li Chengze made the first play, launching an explosive strike aimed at the most crucial foreign trade hub of the capital and the entire empire. However, Chu Fan merely smiled faintly. He did not take a moment to ponder. He casually tapped the sand table. My Chu family's Tianqing Group invests $300 billion to acquire the largest raw material supplier of the Global International Trade Center, Pan-Asian Mining. This is a strategic blow. Hiss! A collective gasp echoed through the room. Ruthless. Astoundingly ruthless. He directly severed the opponent's lifeline from the outset. Li Chengze's expression shifted slightly. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. Miley family will collaborate with the authorities to conduct an anti-monopoly investigation into Pan-Asian mining. This is a case of using a knife to kill. My Chu family announces the relocation of the Tianqing Group's Asian headquarters from Hong Kong to the capital, committing to invest over $1 trillion in the capital over the next 5 years. This is enticing the dragon into the gate. A silent yet intensely thrilling commercial war unfolded upon this small sand table. The two exchanged blows, countering each other's moves. From capital operations to public opinion manipulation. From personnel arrangements to policy maneuvering. The ferocity of their tactics, the sharpness of their insights, and the grandiosity of their strategies left all those present, who had often prided themselves on being the elite second generation, completely dumbfounded. They watched in astonishment, cold sweat pouring down their faces. For the first time, they realized that their so-called commercial acumen paled in comparison to these two formidable monsters who had turned the entire empire into their chessboard. It seemed laughably childish and naive, especially Chu Fan. His extraordinary, unpredictable, yet lethally precise business acumen and strategic prowess sent shivers down the spines of all present. He bore no resemblance to a mere 22-year-old youth. Rather, he resembled a top-tier financial magnate who had wielded power on Wall Street for decades. As time passed, the game reached a fever pitch. Beads of icy sweat dotted Li Chengze's forehead. His complexion grew increasingly pallid. He realized that all his proud schemes and calculations were utterly inadequate against this terrifying adversary, who seemed to possess foresight into the future. Every move he made was anticipated by his opponent 3, even 5 steps ahead. He felt as if he were a helpless prey ensnared in an invisible net, struggling futilely as it tightened around him, ultimately leading to his demise. At last, as the simulation approached the imminent downfall of Li's family's last core real estate asset, which was about to be entirely consumed by Chu Fan's meticulously laid traps, Li Chengze could no longer endure. His legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the cold floor with a thud. In his once proud, elongated eyes, only a desolate grayness of despair remained. He had lost. He was utterly defeated, his dignity in tatters. In stark contrast, Chu Fan appeared to have merely accomplished a trivial task. He gazed at his lifelong adversary, now thoroughly crushed and stripped of all pride, and slowly shook his head, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. He halted his hand, poised to make the final move. Gradually, he straightened up, his deep, dark gaze sweeping over the ashen-faced, sweating Li Chengze, as well as the thoroughly terrified assembly of powerful elites. Ultimately, he spoke softly, gently, yet his words struck like an unyielding, thunderous hammer upon the hearts of everyone present, shattering their last vestiges of dignity into countless fragments. The game is over. For from the very beginning, you were never qualified to be my opponents. Chapter 56. The Mysterious Organization. The Emergence of Divine Punishment. The game is over. For from the very beginning, you were never qualified to be my opponents. Chu Fan's words, delivered with a calm demeanor, yet dripping with boundless disdain and authority, struck like an indomitable, thunderous hammer. It struck mercilessly upon the hearts of every self-proclaimed scion of the heavens present, shattering their meager remnants of pride and confidence into 1,000 irretrievable pieces. He did not spare a second glance at the disheveled Li Chengze, who lay crumpled on the ground like a stray dog bereft of its home. Nor did he pay heed to the assembly of terrified aristocrats, now rendered utterly cowed. He merely turned slowly, and in that profound silence, amidst the myriad gazes filled with awe, fear, and incredulity, he strode purposefully towards the exit. It was as if he had merely crushed a bothersome swarm of ants, an act so trivial in his eyes. His silhouette, illuminated by the resplendent crystal chandeliers, appeared strikingly solitary, overwhelmingly formidable, and evoking a sense of dread in all who beheld him. The black Hongqi sedan glided through the midnight streets of the capital, which had long succumbed to a tranquil slumber like a silent steel behemoth. Within the vehicle, the atmosphere was serene. The driver was still the venerable butler of the Chu family, Mr. Chun. Through the rearview mirror, he cast a glance at the young master, who rested with closed eyes in the back seat, seemingly lost in slumber. His aged eyes, having witnessed the tumult of half a century, brimmed with boundless pride and heartfelt satisfaction. Everything that transpired tonight at the Shanglin Garden had been conveyed to him through his extensive network of connections. One individual, one conversation, a breathtaking simulation, had rendered the entire elite of the capital incapable of raising their heads. Even the so-called prodigal son of the Li family, Li Chengze, renowned for his uncanny intellect, had been utterly obliterated in spirit. What overwhelming dominance! What exquisite charm! The old man had not erred in his judgment. This young master, who had seemingly returned from the dead, was destined for a future as brilliant as the stars in the vast heavens. In comparison, Li Chengze and his ilk were but mere fireflies flickering on the ground, just as Mr. Chun was engulfed in a torrent of emotions. A piercing screech of tires grinding against the pavement abruptly shattered the midnight stillness. His expression changed instantaneously. He slammed down on the brakes. The heavily modified Hongqi sedan, weighing several tons, trembled violently before coming to a halt barely half a meter from the ominous shadows that had suddenly appeared ahead. "Young master, be careful," Mr. Chin barked, his typically stooped and frail form straightening in an instant. A formidable aura, characteristic of a master of martial prowess, erupted from him as if a slumbering tiger had awakened. However, before he could make his next move, the young master, still with eyes closed, as if already in deep slumber, spoke in a calm, emotionless tone. "Mr. Chun, do not be alarmed. They are here for me." Upon saying this, he slowly opened his eyes, which glimmered like cold stars in the darkness. There was no anger or panic at being confronted on the street. Rather, there was merely a faint, knowing smile that suggested he had anticipated this encounter. He opened the car door and stepped out leisurely, his gaze falling upon the mysterious figures clad in black that had completely blocked the road. A cold, bloodthirsty smirk curved upon his lips. "Have you finally arrived? I thought you would choose to cower for eternity." Before him, under the streetlights, stood 4 figures in black bodysuits, seamlessly blending with the night. Their faces were obscured by expressionless silver masks, exuding an eerie, lifeless chill, as if they had emerged from the depths of the underworld. Chu Fan, the leader of the black-clad figures, spoke slowly, his voice raspy and peculiar, reminiscent of metal grinding together, devoid of human warmth. "You have crossed the line." "Oh." Chu Fan raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean by that?" "You should not have returned, nor should you have so brazenly stirred the winds of the capital. You have disrupted the balance." The raspy voice continued. "Thus, we are here to enact divine retribution upon you." "Divine retribution?" A hint of sardonic amusement flickered in Chu Fan's eyes upon hearing those words. "You think you can threaten me with your ragtag group of half-baked amateurs who cannot even control their own power? You seek death." Before the leader could respond, one of his companions, clearly more tempestuous, could no longer contain himself. With a roar, he lunged forward. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as the asphalt beneath his feet cracked like spiderwebs under his forceful stomp. He surged forth like a cannonball, propelled by an unstoppable momentum. A faint crimson flame ignited upon his right fist, the scorching heat warping the very air around it. Supernatural abilities, a power unlike any seen before, distinct from traditional martial arts. Yet, in the face of this terrifying punch capable of melting steel, Chu Fan's expression remained unperturbed. A trace of disappointment flickered in his dark eyes. Too weak. He shook his head gently. Then, just as the fiery fist was about to connect with his face, he leisurely raised his right hand. In a swift, decisive motion, he met the incoming force with a simple punch. Bang! A resounding explosion, akin to 2 high-speed locomotives colliding, reverberated through the air. A visible white shockwave erupted from the point of impact, cascading outward in all directions. In the next moment, Mr. Chun, his pupils dilated to the utmost, witnessed the once mighty flame wielder's arm, engulfed in flames, shatter like brittle wood from fist to elbow, and then to shoulder, exploding into a cloud of blood and flesh. The individual was propelled backward, struck by an invisible meteor, soaring at a speed far greater than his initial advance. He ultimately crashed violently against the cold wall several dozen meters away. The once formidable walls were now marred by a colossal indentation in the shape of a man. Uncertain of life or death, a single punch, merely a solitary strike, a powerful fire wielder whose strength was at least comparable to the pinnacle of Ming Jin. Thus, he was rendered incapacitated. However, at the very moment when Chu Fan had achieved this remarkable feat, the other 3 cloaked figures sprang into action. They formed a triangular formation, launching simultaneous, lethal assaults upon Chu Fan from three exceedingly cunning angles. One transformed his hands into indomitable, ice-cold blades. Another melted into the shadows of the ground like a specter, and the last suspended himself in midair, his eyes emitting two beams of crimson laser filled with a palpable aura of annihilation. In an instant, ice blades, shadows, lasers, three distinct and bizarrely lethal attacks converged upon Chu Fan from all directions, sealing off every possible avenue for evasion. Even with his remarkable skills and audacity, Chu Fan found himself compelled to retreat momentarily under the onslaught of these three unified attacks. With a deft pivot, he eluded their strikes and, at the same time, summoned his internal energy, forming an invisible barrier before him. Boom! 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 Three resounding impacts. Although Chu Fan successfully deflected the deadly triad of assaults, he was still violently shaken by the overwhelming force, causing his blood to surge and his complexion to pale slightly. The sleeve of his expensive suit was grievously slashed by the sharp ice blade, a trickle of crimson blood seeping forth. He was injured, though merely a light wound. It marked his first injury since his rebirth. Yet, the three cloaked figures showed no inclination to linger after their successful strike. They decisively abandoned the pursuit. Casting one last, profound glance at Chu Fan, a cold, raspy warning emanated from beneath their silver masks. This time, it is merely a warning. Next time, it shall be your demise. Having spoken, they vanished without hesitation, merging into the depths of the night, leaving no trace behind. Upon returning to the Chu family estate, when Chu Zhanghua beheld the ghastly wound on his grandson's arm, his usually impassive countenance darkened instantaneously. A terrifying, icy killing intent erupted from him, powerful enough to alter the very atmosphere, causing the temperature of the entire Chu family estate to plummet several degrees in that fleeting moment. He posed no questions, merely turning slowly to approach an ancient desk. From the deepest drawer, secured with three locks, he retrieved an old dossier, meticulously wrapped in cowhide, emblazoned with the Imperial S-Class top-secret insignia. He placed the time-worn dossier, exuding the scent of age and blood, gently before Chu Fan. His murky, wise eyes glimmered with a chilling, menacing light. Slowly, he spoke, his voice hoarse yet grave, imbued with the weight of an impending revelation of a new, blood-soaked world. Welcome, Chu Fan, to the inner world. These individuals refer to themselves as the heavenly punishment. Chapter 57, Grandfather's Guidance, Touching the Bottleneck. Welcome, Chu Fan, to the inner world. These individuals call themselves heavenly punishment. The rasping, profoundly resonant voice of grandfather Chu Zhanghua struck Chu Fan's heart like an invisible hammer, unleashing a tempest of emotions within his once unshakable resolve. His gaze fixated on the ancient dossier, tightly wrapped in cowhide and marked with the Imperial S-Class top-secret emblem. A bone-chilling dread surged from the depths of his being. The inner world? Heavenly punishment? Chu Fan gradually extended his hand. That hand, which had once commanded respect from thousands at great heights with a mere toothpick, now trembled ever so slightly. He unsealed the time-worn dossier, its edges yellowed with age, and withdrew a stack of similarly aged papers, imbued with the scent of time and blood. The first page revealed a black-and-white photograph depicting four mysterious figures clad in diverse black combat attire, their faces concealed by silver masks. Behind them lay a city reduced to ruins by the ravages of war. Below the photograph, in a bold, blood-red script, were inscribed four audacious characters: Divine Era, Heavenly Punishment. Boom! A wave of frigid, soul-freezing murderous intent surged forth from this eerie photograph, striking Chu Fan with overwhelming force. Even as the world's foremost assassin in his previous life, accustomed to the sights of carnage, he could not help but feel his pupils constrict. He sensed that each of these seemingly unremarkable figures within the photograph was a true harbinger of death, emerging from the very depths of a blood-soaked abyss. The blood they bore upon their hands far exceeded his own past experiences. Among them, one particularly voluptuous female figure, adorned in a unique combat suit, caused Chu Fan's pupils to narrow to their utmost. He recognized her. No, rather, it was the shadow of his former self that recognized her. The codename Bloodrose, an S-Class ability wielder who once wreaked havoc in the Western Dark World, obliterating a century-old vampire clan overnight with her bizarre blood manipulation powers, only to mysteriously vanish thereafter. To think, she was a member of this so-called heavenly punishment organization. Chu Fan turned to the second page, which provided a detailed account of the mysterious organization, Heavenly Punishment. It was an extremist, terrifying organization comprised of the world's most elite ability wielders. Their core belief held that the current rulers of human society, those so-called noble families and financial magnates, were the source of the world's corruption and injustice. They fancied themselves as messengers of the divine, seeking to enact bloody judgments and purges upon those they deemed guilty. As Chu Fan perused the document, his heart grew increasingly shaken. The contents of this dossier encompassed not merely the heavenly punishment organization, but also unveiled a vast, concealed world that had remained hidden beneath the surface of reality, one he had only encountered superficially in his past life. Ancient martial families, ability organizations, ancient sects with a lineage spanning millennia, even the legends of Western vampires, werewolves, and sorcerers, elements he had once thought to exist solely in tales and fantasy novels, were all undeniably real. They collectively constitute the hidden, dark underbelly of this world. And these so-called elite families, who wield secular power, stand before these terrifying beings endowed with extraordinary abilities like a flock of sheep awaiting slaughter. What do you think? The hoarse and grave voice of Grandpa Chu Zhenghua slowly resonated. Do you not find the world you once perceived to be utterly ridiculous? Chu Fan gradually closed the file in his hand. He fell into a profound silence. After a considerable pause, he slowly lifted his head. In his pitch-black, deep-set eyes, there was no trace of the shattered worldview or fear. Instead, there was merely an intense, fervent combat spirit, as if he were gazing upon fresh prey. No, he slowly shook his head. I merely feel that this world has become all the more intriguing. Ha ha ha. Observing his grandson, who not only remained undaunted, but was brimming with fighting spirit, Chu Zhenghua's countenance broke into a hearty laugh, filled with boundless satisfaction and admiration. Excellent. How wonderfully intriguing. Truly, you are my grandson, Chu Fan. He slowly approached Chu Fan. In his wise, penetrating gaze, which seemed capable of seeing through all, there was a palpable gravity. Little Fan, do you comprehend why we, the so-called secular aristocracy, have managed to endure for hundreds of years amidst the encirclement of those endowed with extraordinary powers? Before Chu Fan could respond, he gently provided the answer himself. It is because we possess sufficient strength to contend with them. This strength is the ancient martial arts. With those words, he slowly raised his seemingly frail, withered right hand. Then he pointed towards the imposing desk crafted from solid Wangwali wood that lay not far away. Boom! A thunderous sound, filled with boundless terror, erupted suddenly. That desk, weighing several hundred pounds and possessing unparalleled hardness, was struck as if by an invisible meteor descending from the heavens. It cracked violently in the middle, transforming into a cloud of wood shavings and dust. Inner strength unleashed. Even the falling of leaves or petals could inflict harm. This was a divine-like technique, attainable only by those who have reached the legendary pinnacle of martial mastery. Chu Fan's pupils abruptly constricted to their utmost limit. Within him surged a wave more terrifying than when he first glimpsed the heavenly retribution dossier. A master. His grandfather was, astonishingly, a living legend, a martial arts master. Your current strength. Chu Zhenghua slowly withdrew his hand, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. He gazed at his grandson, thoroughly subdued by his divine-like prowess, and began to assess him calmly. Although you have reached the pinnacle of Ming Jin, sufficient to handle some inconsequential characters, it is far from adequate to contend with true extraordinary beings of the caliber of Tianfa. You cannot even compel their true strength. Your foundation is solid, and your combat experience is ample. Yet, you lack the most crucial element. That is a genuine understanding of your opponent. You only know the surface, without comprehending the underlying essence. Thus, you find yourself stuck at the pinnacle of Ming Jin, unable to touch the threshold of Jin. With that, he slowly approached Chu Fan. Watch closely. I will demonstrate but once. At the moment his words fell, an invisible pressure, akin to the weight of Mount Tai, exploded from Chu Zhenghua's body. It bore down upon Chu Fan with overwhelming force. Under that terrifying pressure, Chu Fan felt as though he had become a fragile boat struggling in an endless sea amidst a tumultuous storm. At any moment, he could be utterly torn apart by the towering waves. Just as he was on the verge of collapsing, Chu Zhenghua's voice, ancient and imbued with Zen-like wisdom, struck his heart like the resounding chime of evening drums and morning bells. The so-called Ming Jin trains the flesh and sinew. Its strength is overt, its force fierce, whereas in Jin trains the internal organs. Its strength is concealed, its force gentle. Ming represents the yang, while Yin represents the yin. Only through the harmony of yin and yang can one achieve the great Tao. Boom! This profound martial truth resonated within him like a bolt of creation's lightning, instantly dispelling all confusion and chaos in his mind. He felt as though a golden door leading to a new world was slowly swinging open before him. The surging inner strength, which had long been at a standstill, began to operate at an unprecedented, frenzied pace. He sensed a sign that he was on the brink of a breakthrough. Gazing at his enigmatic grandfather, whose depth was unfathomable, his eyes shimmered with an intense, burning desire. He earnestly bowed deeply to his grandfather. Then he posed the ultimate question that had eluded him throughout his past life. Is there truly a realm of mastery beyond the transformation of strength? Chapter 58, Breakthrough. And Jean, in response to Chu Fan's fervent and yearning ultimate inquiry, Grandpa Chu Zhenghua, with his weathered face etched by the passage of time, did not provide a direct answer. Instead, he gradually withdrew the terrifying pressure of mastery that could change the very fabric of the world. Then, with an expression filled with infinite zen and inscrutable wisdom, he gazed deeply at his grandson, who had touched the golden door. Ultimately, he simply shook his head slowly, then nodded gently, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. The path lies beneath your feet. Whether you can tread it depends on your own fortuity. With that, he ceased to speak further, turning away slowly, hands clasped behind him, taking measured steps towards the depths of the study, filled with the fragrance of books and ink, leaving Chu Fan with only the image of an ancient, solitary figure steeped in profound mystery and zen. In the subsequent days, Chu Fan completely vanished from everyone's sight. He declined all invitations to banquets from the prominent families of the capital, dismissing all unnecessary social engagements. Like the most devout and earnest ascetic, he isolated himself within the Chu family's secret training chamber, situated 100 meters underground and constructed of special alloys capable of withstanding nuclear attacks. There, he embarked on a solitary and fervent retreat. Sitting cross-legged, his eyes gently closed, he entered a state of ethereal tranquility, oblivious to all existence. In his mind, the words of his grandfather, Chu Zhenghua, echoed repeatedly as if playing in a relentless film reel, imparting the ultimate wisdom of martial arts that was akin to a profound awakening. The so-called bright strength cultivates the flesh and bones. Its force is apparent, its momentum fierce, whereas the dark strength nurtures the internal organs. Its force lies within, its momentum gentle. Bright represents the yang, while dark signifies the yin. Only through the harmony of yin and yang can one attain the great way. Each word struck him like an indomitable celestial axe, forcefully cleaving through the solid barriers of martial arts that had long confined him, breaking apart the ultimate mystery that had perplexed him for an entire decade in his past life, illuminating his understanding. So this was it. The reason he had been trapped at the pinnacle of transformation, unable to touch the fabled threshold of mastery, was because he had practiced incorrectly. He had embarked upon a misguided path from the very beginning. In his previous life, he was an assassin. What he cultivated was the most elite killing technique in this world. He pursued ultimate strength, unparalleled speed, and explosive power, a path of invincible might. He had honed his bright strength to an unprecedented peak, yet, in doing so, he neglected the complementary practice of the dark strength, which was both gentle and yielding. This imbalance of yin and yang within him rendered him like a giant with a broken leg. Although still immensely powerful, he could never ascend to the true pinnacle of martial arts. Having comprehended this, Chu Fan's heart was devoid of any confusion or uncertainty. He resolutely shattered all the combat experiences, killing techniques, and understandings of power that had deeply ingrained themselves in his very being from his past life. He then began, piece by piece, to reconstruct and reshape his martial arts philosophy, centered around the new principles of yin and yang imparted by his grandfather. This was an excruciating process, akin to a true rebirth. The surging yang energy he had attained at the pinnacle of bright strength clashed violently with the faint, soft, dark energy he attempted to cultivate from his internal organs, leading to a fierce and brutal confrontation within him. It felt as though thousands of searing, sharp blades were frantically stirring and slicing through his limbs and organs. The inhumane agony was enough to drive any individual with even the slightest wavering will to madness. Yet, Chu Fan posa. He gritted his teeth, his handsome face drenched in cold sweat, marred by the grotesque veins that pulsed from the extreme pain. Nonetheless, his tightly shut eyes remained resolutely closed. His heart maintained a serene clarity amidst the turmoil, for he knew this was his singular opportunity, the only chance to break free from the shackles of his past life and ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts in this lifetime. He could not afford to surrender. Time trickled away, second by second. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. At last, on the 7th day of his seclusion, during a tempestuous night filled with thunder and lightning, a colossal bolt of purple lightning, resembling a silver dragon, suddenly tore through the thick, dark clouds that loomed like a devil's gaping maw. It struck the night sky of the capital with a deafening roar, capable of making heaven and earth tremble in fear. At that very moment, in the secret training chamber buried 100 meters underground, the young figure who had been meditating like an old monk for 7 days and nights found that the two radically different forces within him, which had been in fierce conflict, finally achieved an enigmatic and perfect balance. A brand new, terrifying force, over 10 times more refined than his previous bright strength, erupted from the depths of his dantian with a thunderous roar. It surged through all the meridians of his body like a deluge breaking its dam. The formidable barrier of martial arts that had plagued him for 2 lifetimes was, at that instant, shattered by this new, overwhelming power. With a sudden burst, a mouthful of foul, impure, black blood erupted from Chu Fan's lips, splattering onto the cold metallic floor with a hissing sound of corrosion. In that moment, it felt as though he had cast off a 1,000-pound shackle, becoming incredibly light and transparent. He abruptly opened the eyes that had been tightly shut for 7 days and nights. 2 beams of dazzling light, as if made of substance, shot forth from his eyes, striking the thick wall made of special alloys opposite him, leaving 2 deep scorch marks visible to the naked eye. He slowly raised his right hand, opening his palm. An invisible yet palpably real force, refined to its utmost essence, swirled within his grasp like a miniature vortex of destruction. He felt the unprecedented, surging, explosive power within him, a sense of having transcended to a new plane of existence where even his soul seemed to have been elevated. A faint smile of profound satisfaction and relief gradually appeared on his handsome, but slightly pale face due to his breakthrough. He murmured softly to himself, his voice imbued with the supreme majesty of a king reclaiming his throne. At last, the initial stage of dark strength had returned. Chapter 59. The Invitation from the Martial Arts Alliance. As Chu Fan pushed open the heavy door of the secret chamber crafted from special alloys and stepped back onto the ground, he was greeted by the gaze of his grandfather, Chu Jingwa, filled with boundless appreciation and admiration. Indeed, Chu Jingwa looked at his grandson, whose aura, though still somewhat unstable, had undergone a remarkable transformation akin to a rebirth. A genuine smile of satisfaction graced his weathered face. In just 7 days, he had penetrated the mysteries between bright and dark strength. This level of comprehension was not inferior to that of the old man in his youth. Such a high evaluation. It is worth noting that Chu Jingwa had once been hailed as an unparalleled genius in the martial arts world, a once-in-a-century talent. However, in the face of his grandfather's praise, there was no hint of arrogance on Chu Fan's face. He simply bowed deeply in respect to his grandfather. "Thank you, grandfather, for your guidance." He understood that without his grandfather's enlightening instruction, relying solely on his own efforts would have been futile. "I fear that even if he were granted another 10 or 20 years, he may never unravel the heart's demons and bottlenecks of his past life." Indeed, Chu Jingwa nodded in satisfaction, embodying a demeanor of calm and composure. "The youth is teachable. You, having just broken through, still lack stability in your foundation." He spoke slowly, stating that for the next few days, there would be no need for seclusion. Go out more, take walks. Familiarize yourself with this newfound power within you. Remember, the path of martial arts requires a balance between tension and relaxation to remain on the righteous path. "Yes, grandfather," Chu Fan respectfully replied. However, just as he prepared to return to his room for a refreshing bath and a good night's sleep, the old steward, Chun Bo, hurriedly approached from the front courtyard. An unusual expression etched upon his face. "Sir, young master," he bowed respectfully to both, "an unexpected guest has arrived. He claims to be an envoy from the Huaxiao Martial Arts Alliance, sent by their leader, Han Shan, to pay his respects to the young master." The mention of the Martial Arts Alliance sparked a flicker of inexplicable mockery in Chu Fan's eyes, while the brow of his grandfather, Chu Jingwa, furrowed slightly, a hint of displeasure flashing in his murky old eyes. "Han Shan, that old rascal?" Chu Jingwa snorted with undisguised disdain. "What does he send someone here for? My Chu family has always kept our affairs separate from that so-called martial arts alliance." Chun Bo's strange expression deepened. "He comes to deliver an invitation to the young master." 10 minutes later, in the grand and imposing reception hall of the Chu residence, Chu Fan finally met the so-called envoy of the Martial Arts Alliance. He was a young man, around 30, clad in an antiquated white robe, possessing sharp brows and bright eyes. his demeanor exuding a potent confidence and arrogance typically reserved for those of high rank. His temples bulged, radiating an aura of formidable strength characteristic of a late-stage practitioner of Mingjin. Such power and youth would surely mark him as a dragon among men anywhere. Yet, at that moment, as he gazed upon the leisurely descending Chu Fan, his proud eyes held an unmistakable glimmer of scrutiny and disdain, as if he were the master of the domain, and Chu Fan merely a rustic needing his patronage. "You're Chu Fan?" he inquired, lacking even the most basic courtesy of rising from his seat, lazily leaning against an opulent Wang Wallywood chair, adopting a condescending tone laced with an interrogative edge. Chu Fan remained silent. He merely walked to the main seat, and, amidst the envoy's mildly surprised gaze, sat down with a bold demeanor, not even sparing him a glance. He proceeded to grasp the exquisite de Hong Pao tea prepared for him, gently blowing away the swirling steam. To be so blatantly disregarded, the young envoy, typically revered within the alliance, suddenly found his face flushed with the indignation of public humiliation. "Unacceptable," he exclaimed, slamming the table and rising abruptly, a powerful aura erupting from him, bearing down upon Chu Fan like an oppressive force. "I'm speaking to you. Are you deaf?" Yet, in the face of this terror-inducing presence, Chu Fan appeared unfazed, as though nothing of consequence had transpired. He sipped from his teacup without the slightest tremor in his hand, as if a gentle breeze had merely brushed past him. He slowly lifted his unfathomable dark gaze, casting a calm glance at the astonished young envoy, who was now enveloped in a profound shock. "Have you finished speaking? Chu Fan in quit guli. If you have, then place the item down and leave." "You." The young envoy trembled with rage, ready to retort, but upon meeting Chu Fan's icy, emotionless gaze, one that regarded him as if he were a mere corpse, a bone-chilling dread surged from the depths of his soul, extinguishing his fiery wrath in an instant. He felt as though he were being scrutinized by a primordial beast, awakening from millennium-long slumber. The overwhelming suppression left him breathless, causing his heartbeat to race uncontrollably, rendering him speechless. Ultimately, he capitulated, gritting his teeth as he retrieved an ancient letter seal with wax from his pocket and forcefully slammed it onto the table. "Oof. We shall meet again at the martial arts conference." With that, he dared not linger a moment longer, turning on his heel and fleeing in disarray. Watching his hasty retreat, a faint smirk of disdain curled at the corners of Chu Fan's mouth. He slowly picked up the so-called invitation, effortlessly tearing it open. The letter, crafted from fine rice paper, bore a few lines written in an extravagant calligraphy, suffused with arrogance and commanding undertones. "To the prodigy of the Chu family, Chu Fan, personally addressed. I have heard of your consecutive defeats against our martial arts alliance's genius, Wang Tung, in Modu, and your initial emergence in the capital. I'm greatly reassured. To showcase the might of our Huaxia martial arts and assess the caliber of the younger generation, the alliance will hold a martial arts conference 3 days hence on Kunlun Mountain, outskirts of the capital. I trust you will attend punctually. No mistakes shall be tolerated. Signed, Han Shan, leader of the Martial Arts Alliance." As he read the letter, imbued with a tone of condescension and the unmistakable essence of a superior dictating to an inferior, and recalling the envoy's unabashed sense of superiority rooted in traditional martial artist lineage, Chu Fan smiled, a smile that was chilling and perilous. He gradually crumpled the invitation, discarding it into the nearby trash bin as if it were a piece of loathsome refuse. Beside him, the ever-respectful steward, Chen Bo, observed this with a hint of concern etched on his face. "Young master, shall we proceed?" Chu Fan slowly rose from his seat and walked towards the imposing floor-to-ceiling window. He gazed out at the clear, boundless sky, his deep, obsidian eyes shimmering with a cold, playful light akin to that of a hunter surveying a group of oblivious prey. With a casual tone, he spoke, his voice imbued with an overwhelming sovereign authority. "Tell him I shall go." Chapter 60. Encountering Wang Tung again, now a defeated foe. 3 days later, at the outskirts of the capital, Kunlun Mountain. This location is not the legendary ancestral mountain of myths, but rather a picturesque yet exclusive royal garden in the capital, heavily guarded and reserved for the imperial elite's repose. Today, however, it has transformed into a hub of fervent activity, teeming with martial arts masters and an assembly of heroes. As the decade-long martial arts conference hosted by the Huaxia Martial Arts Alliance is set to commence, at the foot of the mountain, the vast training square, paved with white marble, is already overflowing with a sea of people, their voices resonating like a tempest. Young elites from various martial arts families and ancient sects across the empire congregate in small groups, animatedly discussing their aspirations, each radiating a formidable, warrior-like aura. Not a single individual present possesses strength below the mid-stage of Mingjing. This is the most authentic and terrifying foundation of the Huaxiao martial arts community. As the atmosphere reached a fervent peak, a black Hongqi sedan adorned with special military plates glided into the exclusive VIP passage, eventually coming to a halt at the entrance of the training square. The door swung open, revealing the imposing figure of Chu Guoyang, Chu Fan's uncle, who stepped out. Clad in a crisp military uniform devoid of insignia, he exuded an aura of ironclad resolve, a palpable force that struck the hearts of all present like an invisible sledgehammer. Instantly, the previously cacophonous square fell into an extraordinary silence, as every gaze instinctively fixed upon this formidable man, whose presence commanded both reverence and trepidation. Chu Guoliang, the governor of the western frontier, the second most powerful figure in the Chu family. What brings him here? Yet in the next moment, as they discerned another young figure slowly descending from the vehicle behind Chu Guoliang, the atmosphere that had only just quieted erupted once more. What on earth? Is that Chu Fan, the so-called prodigy of the Chu family, stirring up a storm in the capital? How could he be here? Isn't he just a good-for-nothing layabout? Could he actually be a martial artist? What a joke. With that delicate physique, I could take him down with a single punch. A cacophony of astonished and scornful murmurs erupted like a tidal wave. Almost every gaze converged upon the young man, leisurely making his way toward the venue entrance. Today, Chu Fan donned a simple white casual outfit. His handsome visage, capable of eliciting gasps from any woman, adorned with a mild, harmless smile. He emitted no trace of the fierce energy characteristic of a martial artist, presenting himself instead as a seemingly misplaced little rabbit wandering into a den of wolves, starkly contrasting with the formidable martial artists surrounding him. However, amidst this chorus of skepticism and disdain, one individual, upon seeing the tranquil expression on Chu Fan's face, felt his pupils constrict to an extreme. A tempest of mixed humiliation and fierce resentment erupted from him. He was Wang Teng, the unparalleled martial genius of the Jiangnan Wang family, who had once been vanquished by a single punch from Chu Fan on the heights of the Bundin Modu, leaving him a proud defeated foe. Chu! He spat out the name with palpable venom, each syllable laced with unrestrained hatred, his voice as frigid as a wind from the depths of the abyss. Since his devastating defeat in Modu, he had become a laughingstock of the Jiangnan martial arts community, his once luminous reputation reduced to a mere jest. All this humiliation was the gift of the man standing before him. This deep-seated disgrace he could never forget. Driven by madness, he had secluded himself in rigorous training. Finally, half a month prior, he had successfully broken through his limitations, stepping into the late stage of Mingjing, his power now more than doubled. He had believed he would have to wait a long time for the chance to reclaim his honor. Yet unexpectedly, today here, the very source of his animosity had delivered himself right to his doorstep. It was an opportunity bestowed by the heavens. Wang, what is wrong? Several young elites, hailing from prestigious martial families and usually in awe of him, keenly perceived his distress. Nothing, Wang Teng replied, a cruel, beast-like grin twisting his features. He fixed his gaze on the young man, approaching with deliberate calmness, his eyes akin to a predator observing prey sentenced to death. Just an old acquaintance eager for a reunion. With that, he harbored no further hesitation. He marched forward, flanked by a raucous entourage of similarly eager young heirs, charging toward Chu Fan with great fervor. In an instant, all eyes in the square were drawn to the charged atmosphere of confrontation. Eager to witness the clash between Jiangnan's top genius and the newly emerged prodigy of the Chu family, Chu, Wang Teng, flanked by his boisterous entourage, effectively blocked Chu Fan's path. His eyes, filled with boundless resentment and hatred, bore down upon Chu Fan's still tranquil countenance, his expression a mask of barely contained fury, as if he yearned to consume Chu Fan whole. Yet, in the face of this overwhelming hostility, Chu Fan couldn't even muster the energy to glance at him. His gaze merely brushed past Wang Teng and the so-called elite faces behind him, reminiscent of someone regarding a mere swarm of oblivious ants obstructing his path. Imbued with a hint of impatience. Good dogs do not obstruct the way, he stated, his voice steady and calm. The calm and emotionless voice instantly made Wang Teng's rationality, which had already been completely ignited by anger, explode with a loud bang. His mother, you want to die? Wang Teng let out a roar. I can't care about anything anymore. The rules of the martial arts tournament. I don't care about anything. The demeanor of a scion of a noble family. He only has one thought now. That's killing the man in front of him who has caused him great humiliation. Use his scorching blood to wash away his own name nailed to the pillar of shame. He shouted angrily at the group of righteous aristocratic children behind him. Brothers, This guy is just a useless person who doesn't understand martial arts. He's just insulting my entire martial arts alliance by sneaking in. Today, let's act in the name of heaven. Dismiss him. Say it. He no longer had the slightest hesitation. He, with a large group of family members behind him who also had malicious looks on their faces. With a fierce momentum, they completely surrounded Chu Fan. The tense and ready-to-explode posture seemed as if a shocking brawl was about to erupt in the next second. See this scene. Not far away, Uncle Chu Guoyang, who had been watching coldly with his hands behind his back, furrowed his brow slightly. He was just thinking, come forward. But it was stopped by an extremely subtle look from Chu Fan. Chu Fan looked at the defeated general in front of him who had already been blinded by hatred, and the so-called Tianji arrogance and Z behind him, pretending to be powerful. A faint disappointment flashed through those deep, pitch-black eyes. He slowly shook his head. The contemptuous sigh-like voice softly rang out in the tense and silent atmosphere. It seems that the lesson I taught you last time was not enough. His mother off. Bullshit. Wang Tung has already been thoroughly provoked. He pointed at Chu Fan's nose and shouted in a voice full of endless resentment and murderous intent, word by word. The surname Chu. Do you still dare to come here? Today, I'm going to make you pay for your blood debt. Chapter 61. One move. Another move. The surname Chu. Do you still dare to come here? Today I'm going to make you pay for your blood debt. Wang Tingna's wild roar was filled with endless resentment and immense hatred, like a detonated bomb, instantly igniting the already tense atmosphere on the entire martial arts square. Go up. Kill this ignorant outsider. Let him know. This is the capital city, not him, a place where he can act recklessly. After hearing the boss's attack command, the group of aristocratic children behind Wang Tung, who were already eager to try, were ready to attack. One by one, they all screamed like they had been injected with chicken blood and rushed towards the lonely figure surrounded by them in the center, crazily. For a moment, fist style, palm shadow, leg whip, dozens of powerful and domineering ancient martial arts moves from different sects and families. From all sides like a storm, Chu Fan's thin figure swept away crazily. That terrifying momentum seems to be about to completely tear apart this world. However, faced with this terrifying siege that would make any expert in the later stages of Mingjin pale in fear on the spot. As the center of the storm, Chu Fan. On his face, he remained calm like an ancient well without waves. I didn't even move my eyebrows. That feeling is like a towering ancient divine elephant. In watching coldly, a group of ignorant ants launched a ridiculous charge towards themselves. Court death. Seeing Chu Fan at this moment, how dare he still make such a big deal? Such disregard for oneself. As the main attacker, Wang Tung was even more angry, his eyes almost splitting. He pushed himself through the late stage of Mingit, which had just broken through with great effort and determination. The whole person seemed to have transformed into a fierce tiger descending the mountain, carrying it, a thunderous force of rock breaking through the mountains. With a fierce punch, it smashed towards Chu Fan's face. Fengshan fist. The Jiangnan Wang family relied on it to become famous for their unique skills. Known for being fierce, domineering, and unstoppable. Practicing to a high level is enough to knock out a high-speed armored vehicle with one punch. And Wang Tung has even mastered this boxing technique to the point of perfection. He has absolute confidence. This punch, it's enough to forcefully blow the head of this ignorant waste in front of us. Let's avenge our past shame. He roared wildly in his heart. Well, the iron fist filled with endless power kept enlarging in his pupils, getting closer and closer to Chu Fan's still expressionless face. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. However, just as he was about to strike Chu Fan's face with a terrifying punch that was enough to shatter the stone and open the monument, which he was determined to win, just as the cruel smiles were about to fully bloom on the faces of all the martial arts heroes watching the show around them, the Chu Fan who had been standing with his hands down all along, as if he had already been scared out of his wits. He moved. He still didn't hide. Not really flash. He didn't even take out his hands that were lying behind him. He just slowly lifted his right hand. Then in everyone's eyes filled with endless doubts and confusion. Simple and straightforward, single, ground, extended out one root hand finger. A fair, slender, and even somewhat frail index finger. Slowly and unhurriedly, he casually aimed at Wang Tung's fierce and ferocious iron fist. What's the meaning of this? What does he want to do? Does he want to use a small finger to resist Wang Tung's Fengshan fist, which is enough to kill a cow? Is he really crazy? Or is it that he has been scared to give up all resistance? This absurd idea instantly came to everyone's mind, and on Wang Tung's face, a sickly and ferocious blush emerged due to extreme contempt. Something that knows no life or death. Give it. He crazily squeezed out the last bit of inner strength in his body. On top of that violent iron fist, even a faint red aura burned due to its high speed. However, next second, a terrifying picture of gods and demons, capable of shattering everyone's worldview for a lifetime, slowly unfolded before their eyes. I saw it, that the seemingly fragile and fair, slender index finger, and with that explosive, raging, burning iron fist, encountering each other without any fancy in mid-air. No, the crisp sound of bones shattering in my imagination. I didn't imagine the gruesome scene of blood and flesh flying everywhere. Some are just a creepy and absolutely scalp-tingling silence. Time seems to have been pressed at this moment. Pause button. The space seems to freeze completely at this moment. I saw Wang Tung's fierce iron fist that was enough to crack the stone and open the monument, in proximity to Chu Fan's still expressionless face. Less than half a meter away, an eerie stillness enveloped the air, no matter how crimson his face turned or how much strength he summoned. He could not advance even a fraction. What thwarted his thunderous strike was none other than that slender, fair finger, devoid of even a hint of protruding vein. It seemed as though it was not a corporeal finger made of flesh and blood, but rather a divine pillar forged from the primordial sacred mountains, unwavering against any force. Let the might of 1,000 troops surge forth. Let the thunder roar. I remain steadfast and unyielding. The arena fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All those young scions from noble families, who had moments ago charged forward with fervor, now stood frozen in place, as if ensnared by a spell, transformed into lifeless statues. Their mouths agape, eyes wide with disbelief. They gazed upon a being that seemed to have emerged from the annals of myth and legend. Is this truly a human being? A mere finger. Just a simple, solitary finger. It halted the full force of a late-stage expert strike. This had utterly transcended their comprehension of martial arts. It was nothing short of a miracle. Under the horrified and astonished gazes of the crowd, Wang Tung, the focal point of this encounter, felt an indescribable terror and shock welling up within him, reaching an unimaginable pinnacle. He could distinctly sense a force more refined than his own frenzied, mountain-crushing fist. A terrifying and ethereal energy that was over 10 times more formidable, emanating from that seemingly delicate fingertip. This power appeared insignificant, yet resembled an endless black hole, effortlessly devouring and neutralizing his violent strike that could shatter mountains and split stones, rendering it entirely formless. It was as if it was relentlessly infiltrating his very being, attempting to consume him whole. Dark energy. This was the sort of power that only appeared in legends. Moreover, it was a terrifying dark energy that had been cultivated to an extraordinarily profound level. Could he actually be a master of dark energy? Thud. Upon realizing this, Wang Tung's final psychological defenses, already crumbling under the weight of infinite fear, utterly collapsed. His legs weakened, and before the gaze of all, he knelt before Chu Fan in utter disgrace. The eyes that once brimmed with boundless resentment and hatred now reflected only a desolate grayness of despair. He had lost. Once again, he had lost. And this defeat was more thorough, more devoid of suspense than the last. In that profound silence, under the astonished, ghostly gazes, Chu Fan slowly retracted his unblemished white finger. He looked down upon the pitiful creature who had been completely shattered of all pride and dignity. His voice, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, resonated gently across the silent arena. I told you you're too weak. Chapter 62, The Judgment of the Martial Arts Alliance. I told you, you're too weak. Chu Fan's tone, devoid of any emotional tremor, echoed throughout the now silent arena, akin to an invisible, razor-sharp blade of judgment piercing the hearts of every self-proclaimed martial genius present. It mercilessly shredded their fragile, laughable remnants of pride and confidence. Weak? If even the first prodigy of the Jian and Wang family, Wang Tung, who had reached the late stage of Ming Jin, could be deemed weak, then what could be said of those whose strength fell short of his? Mia Ents. At the heart of this tempest, Wang Tung, who knelt before Chu Fan, dazed and spiritless, felt his last vestiges of psychological fortitude crumble upon hearing this ultimate proclamation, filled with disdain and humiliation. He, like a marionette stripped of its soul, emitted an incoherent, beastly growl from his throat. The eyes that once sparkled with pride and confidence now reflected nothing but a profound emptiness and numbness, shattered beyond repair. He was rendered useless, not physically, but rather utterly incapacitated in spirit. This anguish surpassed even the pain of death. Observing Wang Tung's pitiful state, akin to that of a dead dog. The young nobles who had moments ago clamored to incapacitate Chu Fan now resembled statues petrified by Medusa's gaze. They stood frozen, unable to move, their faces drained of color, pallid. Their fists trembled uncontrollably, not from anger, but from most primal fear emanating from the depths of their souls. They no longer dared to take a single step forward. They lacked even the courage to meet the gaze of that otherworldly figure, indifferent and aloof as water. Just as the atmosphere thickened with an oppressive silence, a voice filled with unassailable authority, old and cold, suddenly thundered from the elevated VIP section, resonating like a clap of thunder. Cease this at once. What is the meaning of this conduct? Accompanying this thunderous rebuke, an invisible pressure, as formidable as Mount Tai, descended upon the arena. It enveloped the entire martial arts square, causing all the slightly weaker young martial artists to feel as though they were suffocating under an immense weight. The crowd turned towards the source of the voice. There, in the VIP section, stood an elderly man clad in a traditional gray robe, his hair white yet youthful, exuding an air of ethereal grace, yet his eyes brimmed with boundless arrogance and authority. He was the one who rose from the seat of the alliance leader, symbolizing the highest power of the martial arts alliance. He was one of the three esteemed elders of the alliance, Van Kuwen, and he was also Wang Tang's biological father. Van Kun skokfid godly. He did not even cast a glance at his son, who had already been reduced to a mere shadow of his former self. In his eyes, Wang Tang was no longer the pride of the Wang family, but rather a source of shame that had brought disgrace to them all. His gaze, sharp and frigid like that of a hawk, swept over everyone present. The gaze was firmly fixated upon the young man who had remained unfazed throughout, as if nothing had transpired. His eyes, brimming with unbridled, deadly intent, seemed poised to execute Chu Fan with ruthless precision. What a prodigious offspring of the Chu family! He enunciated each word with chilling clarity, a coldness suffused with an inexhaustible aura of menace. Such brutal tactics, such domineering demeanor. The Martial Alliance's decade-long martial arts convention is indeed the most sacred gathering in the realm of Chinese martial arts. You, a mere scion of a mundane family, not only lack reverence, but audaciously dare to stir up trouble here, maliciously injuring the esteemed talents present. Have you no regard for the Martial Alliance? Or does the Chu family wish to stand against the entirety of the Chinese martial arts community? One colossal black hat after another was unceremoniously placed upon Chu Fan and the entire Chu family. This shameless twisting of truth ignited an inferno of rage in the onlooking Uncle Chu Guoyang. Enough of this nonsense. He stepped forward with ferocity. Atirifayinyoha, as formidable as that of Wang Kun, erupted from him with the force of iron and blood. He charged forth with unyielding resolve. Wang, are your eyes blind, or has your brain been caught in a door? It was your family's incompetent waste who instigated the attack on my nephew, oblivious to his own limitations. And now, having lost, you dare to bite back. Do you have no shame? The dignity of the Jiangnan Wang family, preserved for centuries, has been utterly disgraced by your old hound of dog. Zhugu Liang, you dare insult me. Wang Kun roared in furious indignation. In that instant, two equally fearsome masters at the pinnacle of martial prowess confronted each other, refusing to yield an inch. The palpable tension crackled in the air, unleashing visible ripples of energy that sent shivers down the spines of all the young martial artists present. It was clear that a cataclysmic battle, one that could upheave the entire Chinese martial arts world, was on the verge of erupting. At that moment, a voice, aged yet imbued with immense authority, resonated from the center of the VIP section. Enough. All of you cease at once. The voice, though not loud, possessed an unparalleled potency that dissipated the charged atmosphere instantaneously. The formidable auras of Wang Kun and Chu Guoyang vanished simultaneously. The crowd turned their gaze towards the source of the voice, witnessing the elder seated in the leader's throne, who appeared to be in deep meditation, finally opening his seemingly murky yet brilliant eyes that sparkled with the wisdom of the stars. He was none other than the supreme authority of the Martial Alliance, the leader, Han Shan. He did not direct his attention toward Wang Kun or Chu Guoyang. Instead, his penetrating gaze fell directly upon the ever-composed Chu Fan, as if he were merely an observer. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. His voice, devoid of emotion, carried an undeniable finality. Though Chu Fan's actions were excessive, the provocation originated with Wang Tang. Their merits and faults are thus balanced. This matter ends here. Leader. Wang Kun's fury ignited at those words. However, Han Shan merely cast him a fleeting glance, one that plunged Wang Kun into a frigid silence, forcing him to swallow his retorts. Just as Uncle Chu Guoyang believed the matter resolved, Han Shan's tone shifted unexpectedly. A glimmer of cunning coldness flashed in his wise, deep-set eyes. He regarded the still impassive Chu Fan, a cryptic smile curling at the corners of his lips. Then, before all present, he proclaimed a final punishment that would leave the audience in uproar. Since Chu Fan possesses exceptional strength and a combative spirit, let him enter the upcoming arena contest as the first offender. Chapter 63. The leader Han Shan's favor. Since Chu Fan is exceptionally gifted and fiercely combative, let him take the stage as the first offender in the forthcoming arena contest. Han Shan's seemingly calm and emotionless decree detonated like a deep water bomb in the already turbulent arena, creating a tsunami of chaos. A cacophony erupted, a reaction following a profound silence. What? He will directly serve as the defender? This is utterly unfair. Indeed, the martial convention is a decennial event. Who hasn't he struggled through the preliminaries to reach this point? Why should Chu Fan be granted the title of defender upon his arrival? Hey, you know nothing. An elder martial artist scoffed, incisively pointing out the crux of the matter. This is no privilege. This is a malicious scheme to kill him with kindness. The title of defender may sound glamorous, but entails enduring a relentless onslaught from all challengers. Regardless of Chu Fan's prowess, he is ultimately but one individual. Han Shan's maneuver, seemingly a gesture of esteem, is in fact a ploy to exhaust him to death in the arena. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. In that moment, the gazes of all martial artists in the plaza shifted towards Chu Fan, filled with shock, confusion, jealousy, and a cruel anticipation akin to that of a predator awaiting its prey to be mercilessly torn apart. As Chu Fan's protector, Uncle Chu Guoyang's temper ignited upon hearing this insidiously crafted decree. Han Shan, have you no shame? He stepped forward with a ferocity that eclipsed his earlier wrath, unleashing an even more terrifying aura of a master of martial arts. Like a primordial beast enraged, he surged towards the elevated VIP section. To twist the truth and employ such underhanded tactics against a junior is unconscionable. How are you any different from that old hound Wang Kuan? Today, if you do not provide the Chu family with a reasonable explanation, I will dismantle this farcical martial convention. Boom! Uncle Chu Guoyang's thunderous roar, imbued with boundless authority, echoed like a bolt of lightning from the heavens. The deafening explosion reverberated in the ears of every individual present, causing all the slightly weaker young martial artists to feel waves of dizziness, as if their very souls were on the brink of shattering under the pressure of that terrifying sound wave. Behold, a cataclysmic battle, capable of turning the entire martial arts community of China upside down, was on the verge of erupting once more. At that moment, the seemingly meditative and ethereal leader of the alliance, Han Shan, finally stirred from his seat of authority. He exhibited no trace of anger in response to the furious tirade of Chu Guoyang, who had pointedly berated him. Instead, the ancient visage of his, reminiscent of an ageless, tranquil pond, bore a gentle smile filled with a sense of helplessness and benevolence, akin to that of a wise elder. Gradually, he rose from the throne, a symbol of the martial arts alliance's highest power, and under the watchful gazes of the elders filled with awe and reverence, descended step by step from the lofty dais. Brother Guoyang, let us quell our tempers, he spoke softly, his tone imbued with a calming essence, reminiscent of a kindly grandfather mediating a dispute between two quarreling youths. Youngsters should not harbor such fiery tempers. Whatever the issue, we can sit down and discuss it amicably. He approached the incensed Chu Guoyang, appearing to casually lift his hand and gently wave it forward. An invisible yet immensely powerful force, embodying the Taoist principle of effortless action, surged forth from his sleeves, effortlessly dissolving the terrifying bloodlust emanating from Chu Guoyang, as if a warm spring breeze had dispersed the biting chill of winter. Gasping in astonishment, the seasoned martial artists present could not help but inhale sharply at the sight. What formidable strength! What pure cultivation! Han Shan, the leader of the martial arts alliance, had undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of the transformative realm, with only a step remaining before attaining the legendary master's domain. Brother Guoyang, Han Shan said, observing the serious expression on Chu Guoyang's face, a sincere smile of helplessness appearing. You have misunderstood. The reason for my decision is not to suppress the exceptional Chu Fan, but rather the opposite. He pivoted sharply, his wise eyes gleaming with admiration and appreciation as he regarded the composed Chu Fan, who had remained aloof throughout. I am simply eager to nurture talent. A prodigious genius, such as him being eliminated due to bad luck or encountering an equally matched opponent too soon, would represent the greatest loss for our martial arts community. Hence, I have made an exception to grant him the position of challenger. This is not a punishment. It is a test. It is an opportunity, the highest honor our martial arts alliance can bestow upon a true genius. It is meant to provide him with the finest stage to showcase his unparalleled brilliance to the world. Such words were delivered with righteous fervor and grandiloquent eloquence, instantly transforming a nefarious scheme into a narrative of care and support for the younger generation. The audacity of this deceit left Chu Guoyang momentarily speechless with indignation. Meanwhile, the surrounding young martial artists, having listened to the leader's heartfelt declaration, gazed at Chu Fan with eyes brimming with jealousy and resentment. Why should he, Chu Fan, receive such favor from the leader? Was it merely because of his surname? How utterly unjust! This was beyond unfair. Observing the fervent expressions on the youthful faces around him, Han Shan's aged hand, concealed within his voluminous sleeves, tightened slightly. A glimmer of cold, calculated satisfaction flickered in his murky eyes. This was precisely the effect he sought. Not only did he intend to exhaust Chu Fan in a war of attrition, but he also aimed to transform him into a pariah among young martial artists, rendering him utterly isolated within the martial arts community of China. This was his true, lethal strategy. He approached Chu Fan, his ethereal visage adorned with the warmest smile of an elder towards a junior, yet his profound, wise eyes bore a chilling gaze of scrutiny and pressure. He regarded Chu Fan and spoke with a tone filled with expectation and weighty significance. Young man, I hope your strength can match your brilliance. Do not disappoint me. In the face of Han Shan's weighty expectations and final trial, Chu Fan's demeanor remained as tranquil as still water, unperturbed. He even bestowed upon the cunning elder a radiant smile filled with gratitude and honor, as though he genuinely believed the leader's grandiloquent words. Thank you, Leader Han, for your esteemed regard. He inclined his head politely. I shall not fail your expectations. His demeanor, embodying the grace of a gentleman and the composure of one unperturbed by honor or disgrace, momentarily sparked a flicker of bewilderment in Han Shan's deep-set eyes. This youth, had he truly accepted this challenge, without perceiving the treacherous intentions behind it? Yet, before Han Shan could contemplate further, Chu Fan had already turned away. He began to walk steadily, step by deliberate step, toward the massive central arena, paved with large slabs of bluestone, beneath the scrutinizing gazes filled with envy, disdain, and glee of the onlookers. Unlike the other martial artists who leapt onto the stage with flair, he ascended the steps like an ordinary visitor, as if he were about to step onto a splendid stage meant solely for him, rather than a brutal battleground rife with bloodshed. Finally, he halted at the heart of the arena, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. His lean frame appeared solitary and diminutive against the vast expanse of the arena. It felt as though he would be utterly engulfed and torn apart by the malicious clamor that surged in from all directions like a monstrous tsunami. Yet, Chu Fan appeared utterly unfazed, as if he were in a tranquil state of mind. He leisurely lifted his gaze to the boundless azure sky, a faint, enigmatic smile playing upon his lips, reminiscent of a solitary lion that had unwittingly wandered into a flock of sheep, contemplating which one to feast upon first. Silence. With the resounding and solemn declaration of the Martial Arts League's referee, the previously tumultuous atmosphere of the arena gradually subsided. Once every decade, the martial arts tournament commences. Youth Division. The arena matches are officially underway. The first defender of the stage is none other than Chu Fan from the illustrious Chu family of the capital. The first challenger will be determined by drawing. As he spoke, a colossal lottery pool composed of electronic screens materialized behind the arena, displaying thousands of names representing all the young talents present, whirling chaotically like a revolving lantern. All eyes were fixated on the incessantly spinning names, brimming with tension and anticipation. Some even tinged with a cruel excitement, eager to become the fortunate one who would trample the unsuspecting young master of the Chu family beneath their feet. Finally, under the watchful gazes filled with expectation, the frantically spinning names gradually came to a halt, ultimately resting upon a name radiating dominance. Chen Tianhu of the Chen family from Zhongzhou. Boom! The moment this name emerged, the entire arena erupted into a frenzy. Cheers and shouts soared to the heavens. Chen Tianhu. It is indeed the fierce tiger of Zhongzhou. Chen Tianhu. Ha ha ha. Now we have a spectacle to behold. That Chu fellow has bitten off more than he can chew. Indeed, Chen Tianhu is recognized as the foremost expert among the younger generation of our Zhongzhou region. It is said that he stepped into the late stage of Mingjing 6 months ago. His family's signature technique, the fierce tiger descending the mountain fist, is executed with unparalleled finesse. The fierce beasts that have perished beneath his fists number not less than 80. It seems that the tender-skinned young master of the Chu family might very well be beaten to a pulp on the stage. Ha ha! Amidst the overwhelming tide of anticipation and bloodthirsty excitement, A towering figure, at least 6 feet tall and as robust as a human bear, leaped from the crowd. Bang! With a thunderous crash, his formidable body, weighing over 200 pounds, struck the solid arena floor, causing it to tremble violently under the impact. He was none other than Chu Fan. Upon stepping onto the stage, he fixed his bull-like eyes, large as bronze bells, upon the slender figure of Chu Fan, whose presence was a stark contrast to his own. Contempt and disdain were openly etched upon his face as he pointed a finger at Chu Fan. Bellowing with a voice like thunder, "You're the lucky brat from the Chu family, are you? Let me tell you, the martial way is sacred. It is the glory wrought by the blood and sweat of true warriors, not something you, a mere waste relying on family connections, can tarnish at will. I, Chu Fan, will today represent all genuine martial artists and utterly dismantle you, this shameless scion of privilege. Right here, you shall learn what true traditional martial arts entail." Without waiting for the referee to announce the start of the match, he roared, fierce tiger, descending, with a stride that echoed with the might of a bear. He charged forward, transforming into a true tiger bursting forth from the depths of the mountains, propelled by an unstoppable force capable of demolishing walls. As he barreled towards the seemingly feeble and fragile figure of Chu Fan. However, just as the audience braced themselves for the gruesome spectacle of Chu Fan being obliterated by a single punch, the man in question remained as serene as a still pond. He had not even shifted his hands from behind his back. To him, the ferocious tiger charging forth was but a ludicrous mantis brandishing its claws. In the split second before Chu Fan's massive fist, capable of shattering stone, struck his face, Chu Fan made his move. He did not throw a punch, nor did he unleash a palm strike. He did not even shift his stance. In the blink of an eye, he seemingly casually leaned aside, allowing Chu Fan to hurtle past him. With his shoulder, he gently collided with Chu Fan's chest, an impact that resonated with a deafening thud that echoed throughout the arena, akin to a heavy armored tank barreling at 200 kilometers per hour, crashing into a flimsy tricycle. In the next moment, a horrifying tableau unfolded before the eyes of the stunned spectators. The once imposing Chu Fan, now resembling a battered baseball struck by a bat, was sent flying backward in a manner that defied the laws of physics. Blood, bright and hot, erupted from his mouth, tracing a tragic arc through the air before he crashed heavily to the ground, dozens of meters away, leaving a massive spiderweb-like crack in the solid surface beneath him. Life or death was uncertain. The arena fell into a stunned silence, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Chu Fan slowly straightened his posture, casting not a single glance back at the unfortunate soul who had already succumbed to unconsciousness. He merely extended a hand, brushing away non-existent dust from his immaculate white attire. Before turning around, his deep, inscrutable eyes surveyed the dumbfounded crowd of so-called prodigies, now rendered speechless by the spectacle. Finally, his voice, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, resonated softly throughout the silent arena. Next. Chapter 65. The Wheel of Battle. Endless Humiliation. Next. The calm, emotionless tone of Chu Fan echoed like the harbinger of death. In the training square, which had long succumbed to an eerie silence, there reverberated a sound akin to an invisible, searing hammer of unfathomable weight, striking mercilessly at the hearts of every self-proclaimed prodigy of martial arts present. It shattered their meager, laughable remnants of pride and confidence into 1,000 pieces, leaving naught but desolation in its wake. Silence. An interminable, spine-chilling, absolute silence. Every gaze was fixated upon the figure clad in white, standing with a nonchalant demeanor, eyes as tranquil as water, as if confronting a specter. Their faces were etched with boundless astonishment and disbelief. Their minds were blank. Instant annihilation. It was indeed instantaneous obliteration, and it was executed with even greater decisiveness than when he had previously vanquished Wang Tung in the Magic City. A ruthless, unyielding domination. The formidable Chu Fan, the tiger of Zhongzhou, a veritable master at the pinnacle of the Mingjin stage, had not even grazed the opponent's clothing. He could not even comprehend how the attack had unfolded. Just a gentle shoulder bump, and he was sent flying, flung away for dozens of meters, rendered unconscious on the spot, unaware of whether he was alive or dead. Was this truly human? This was nothing short of a prehistoric behemoth cloaked in human skin. In the VIP section, the elders from various martial families, who had initially anticipated a spectacle, now wore expressions devoid of mirth. Their countenances were overtaken by a profound gravity and deep-seated trepidation. They regarded the young figure standing serenely in the center of the arena as one would a monster, their hearts roiling with tumult. They questioned themselves. Even if they were to descend in the fray, they could never achieve such effortless mastery. Meanwhile, Han Shan, seated upon the throne of the Alliance, exhibited for the first time a flicker of uncontainable astonishment in his usually inscrutable, deep-set eyes. This young man, there's something unearthly about him. How has he accomplished this? As the entire training square descended into an uncanny silence, with the younger generation of martial artists thoroughly intimidated by Chu Fan's otherworldly prowess, a voice filled with unbridled fury and resentment suddenly erupted from the elders' seats. Useless. A bunch of ineffectual waste. A mere child from a mundane family has intimidated all of you. You've utterly disgraced the face of our martial arts community. The speaker was none other than Wang Kun, the elder of the Wang family, who had previously harbored deep-seated prejudice and hostility towards Chu Fan. He surveyed the group of so-called prodigies, their spirits utterly shattered, then glanced at the still unperturbed Chu Fan, and his weathered face was etched with a ferocious intent. He understood. He could not allow this young man to saunter off the stage unscathed. Otherwise, the entire reputation of their martial alliance would be irreparably tarnished. Addressing several top-tier talents hailing from illustrious martial families, all at the peak of the Mingjin stage, he conveyed an unmistakable look filled with menace and command. Onward. All of you advance. They must exhaust this arrogant little beast on the stage, even if it took a relentless onslaught, under the oppressive weight of his gaze. Several audacious young prodigies, unwilling to yield, gritted their teeth and stepped forth from the crowd. Damn it, I refuse to believe he can defy us. They rallied together. Let us reclaim the honor of martial arts. In an instant, the fervor surged anew. More top-tier talents, equal in prowess to the earlier Chun Tianhu, surged onto the colossal central stage like a torrent. They swiftly surrounded Chu Fan's solitary figure once more. However, the events that unfolded next would render them fully aware of what true despair entailed. It would elucidate the absurdity and futility of numbers in the face of absolute dominance. Boom! The first to charge was a prodigy renowned for his leg techniques from the Tan family. His fierce whip-like kick, capable of snapping a steel pipe, cleaved through the air with a sharp whoosh. Yet, before his leg could even approach Chu Fan, the latter merely extended a hand, intercepting with effortless grace. Grasping his ankle and, with the ease of tossing aside a ragged sack, hurled him off the stage. Boom! The second to leap forth was a master of the iron sand palm, his formidable hands capable of shattering stone. Yet, before his palms could connect with Chu Fan, the latter executed a seemingly light, yet devastatingly effective counter, sending the towering figure crashing backward. How many ribs were broken? None could tell. Boom! 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 Next, the entire training square was enveloped in an eerie silence. Thousands of martial artists stood as if their throats were gripped, jaws agape, eyes wide with horror, witnessing that one-sided slaughter on the central stage. 1, 2, 3, 7. A total of 7 peak Mingjin masters, each capable of reigning supreme within their respective clans, could not even land a single blow against that white-clad figure. Regardless of their techniques or styles, each was dispatched with the simplest and most direct, almost brutally straightforward, method effortlessly obliterated. What struck the deepest terror and humiliation into their hearts was that with every adversary he defeated, that man would calmly and condescendingly critique their once-cherished family techniques, exposing their most fatal weaknesses. Your foundation is too weak. Your stance lacks unity. That so-called whirlwind leg is mere ornamentation to me. Your power is sufficient. Yet you fail to blend softness with hardness, relying solely on brute force. No different from street thug. Your movements are too slow, riddled with flaws. I could devise 100 methods to kill you before you could close the distance. Each seemingly mundane, yet deeply humiliating remark struck like invisible, searing daggers, piercing their very souls. With a piercing force, it struck mercilessly at the hearts of the once proud elite seated below, shattering their already fragile pride and dignity into a myriad of pieces. What was this, if not a martial arts competition? It was evidently a one-sided execution, a brutal and unrelenting demotion inflicted upon them by that godlike man, a severe blow to their so-called superiority. At last, after Chu Fan nonchalantly sent the 7th oblivious challenger flying from the stage with a single kick, the hundreds of young talents who had once rallied fervently to vindicate the martial arts found themselves petrified, as if caught in a spell, transformed into lifeless statues. They gazed at the figure clad in white, standing serenely in the center of the arena, his breath unperturbed. Their eyes, once filled with jealousy and disdain, now reflected nothing but an overwhelming, primal reverence and fear, akin to that of worshipping a deity. No one dared to take a step forward. Chu Fan surveyed the crowd, now utterly defeated and stripped of their resolve. A flicker of disappointment passed through his deep, dark eyes as he slowly shook his head, seemingly mourning the lack of successors in the realm of Chinese martial arts. Eventually, he raised his head, his calm yet profoundly provocative gaze sweeping across the silent throng, landing precisely on the elevated VIP section. It settled upon the face of the elder Han Shan, who had remained seated on the leader's throne, his complexion now a ghastly shade of ashen gray. Then, his voice devoid of any emotional fluctuation, yet resonating like thunder from the heavens, reverberated in the ears of all present. What? Is there no one left? The question, tinged with a chilling challenge and scorn, struck like an invisible slap, landing harshly upon the VIP seating. It struck the now pale visage of the leader Han Shan. It also landed on the faces of all the self-proclaimed members of the Righteous Martial Arts Alliance present. The sound echoed painfully, a stinging humiliation. It was a raw, unmasked affront. Just one man, armed with nothing but sheer tenacity, no weapon, not even a blade, had resorted to the simplest and most direct, even brutal, method to trample upon the entire younger generation of the Chinese martial arts community, grinding them beneath his heel. Yet, not a single soul dared to advance even half a step. This was an utter disgrace, a day dark enough to be inscribed in the annals of Chinese martial arts history. In the VIP section, Han Shan's aged hand, concealed beneath his voluminous robes, had clenched into a fist out of sheer fury, his nails digging painfully into his palm, drawing forth a trickle of crimson blood. The depths of his once calm eyes now surged with a tempestuous and unrestrained murderous intent. He could hardly fathom that the meticulously crafted scheme meant to elevate him would devolve into such an embarrassing predicament, leaving him trapped between a rock and a hard place. Furthermore, he had never anticipated that the boy from the Chu family, whom he regarded as merely a pawn, would transform into a prehistoric beast capable of overturning his entire chessboard. He had miscalculated. From the very beginning, he had grievously underestimated the young man's prowess, while overestimating the caliber of those he deemed the elite of his alliance. What now? Was he truly to descend from his lofty position as the peak master of the martial arts alliance to confront a mere youth in his early 20s? Even if he emerged victorious, he would have utterly disgraced himself and the entire martial arts alliance. At the peak of Han Shan's internal conflict, a clear yet chillingly proud voice suddenly resonated from behind him. Master, why wield a sledgehammer to crack a nut against such a pitiful clown? There is no need for your personal intervention. Allow your disciple to take care of it. Upon hearing this voice, a flicker of uncontainable joy flashed across Han Shan's previously thunderous face. He whirled around to find the young figure behind him, who had been seated in meditative stillness, seemingly detached from the chaos of the world. Finally, he opened his cold, brilliant eyes, reminiscent of celestial stars. Rising with an imposing stature akin to a spear poised to pierce the heavens, he captured the attention of all present. He was Lin Ao, Han Shan's sole disciple, the final trump card of the younger generation within the martial arts alliance, heralded as the most likely genius to touch the threshold of mastery before turning 30. Yes, it's brother Lin Ao. Oh heavens! Is Lin Shixiang finally going to take action? Splendid, splendid. That Chu fellow is surely doomed. As the crowd below, trembling with fear from Chu Fan's earlier display, recognized the young man's face, they erupted into a cacophony of fervent cheers, akin to lost lambs spotting the dawn after an endless night. They believed that with Lin Ao's intervention, the godlike figure in white would be utterly crushed, restoring their long-lost dignity and pride. Yet, amidst the thunderous applause, Lin Ao remained unfazed, not even sparing a glance at the adoring fans who had elevated him to the status of a savior. He merely offered a respectful nod to his master, Han Shan. Before stepping forward, with the grace of a soaring phoenix, he leaped into the air, tracing a magnificent arc filled with power and beauty, before landing heavily yet silently upon the vast central stage, facing the still impassive figure in white. The moment he ascended the platform, a formidable aura, tenfold more terrifying than all previous challengers combined, erupted from him. It surged forth like an invisible tidal wave, violently crashing toward Chu Fan's seemingly slender form, as if intent on obliterating him completely. However, faced with a terrifying aura capable of instilling dread in even the most formidable experts at the pinnacle of their prowess, Chu Fan's visage remained as tranquil as a still pond, undisturbed by the tempest around him. He even regarded the man before him, a true genius, the first he had encountered since his rebirth, with a hint of interest, nodding gently in acknowledgement. His gaze was imbued with a subtle appreciation, akin to that of a senior admiring an exceptional junior. Indeed, he spoke slowly, Finally, we have someone of substance. The condescension in his tone provoked a fleeting glint of displeasure in Lin Ao's cold, ice-like countenance. He regarded Chu Fan as one might view an arrogant upstart, unaware of the vastness of the world, yet possessing considerable strength. Without further ado, he raised his right hand, extending a gesture that radiated the absolute confidence and pride of a top-tier genius. The chilling, emotionless voice resonated throughout the arena, capturing the attention of all present. Chu Fan, unleash your full strength. Otherwise, you shall not even qualify for me to employ a second strike. Chapter 67. The Might of Hidden Strength. A dazzling display of skill. Lin Ao's icy declaration, filled with the indomitable confidence of a supreme talent, detonated the already fervent atmosphere of the training ground like an ancient glacier plunging into boiling oil. Hobari! Well done, Brother Lin. What true dominance. Indeed, such arrogance deserves to be crushed under the weight of supreme power. Let him know what true genius entails. The young prodigies, who had previously been humiliated and reduced to mere shadows of their former selves by Chu Fan, now surged with renewed vigor. Their faces flushed with excitement as they rallied behind their sole remaining champion, roaring their support with fervent enthusiasm. The cacophony of their cheers, a tidal wave of fervor and adoration, threatened to uproot the very mountains of Kunlun. Amidst this frenzy, Chu Fan, the challenged, finally displayed a glimmer of genuine interest. He regarded the young man before him, who emanated a formidable aura as sharp as a drawn sword. With a slow nod, he acknowledged him, akin to a master strategist finally encountering an opponent worthy of a match. Half-step to the transformation of strength, solid foundation, and condensed momentum, he remarked, his tone imbued with the calmness of one appraising a masterpiece, which miraculously silenced the tumult below. You surpassed those previous fools by a considerable margin. You have earned the right for me to take you somewhat seriously. With that, he slowly withdrew his hands from behind his back, beckoning to Lin Ao, the first true adversary he had faced since his rebirth. A fierce battle spirit flickered in his deep, dark eyes, reminiscent of twinkling stars. Come forth. Show me what your so-called martial alliance's trump card is truly made of. Seeking death. Lin Ao's icy visage contorted with outrage at Chu Fan's audacious, condescending provocation. No longer engaging in idle chatter, he bellowed, mountain-splitting seal. In an instant, he transformed into a descending tiger, exuding the overwhelming force capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones. Launching a powerful strike aimed directly at Chu Fan's face. The terrifying gust of his palm sent the surrounding air into a piercing wail, as if the very fabric of space quaked under the weight of his indomitable blow. Yet, in the face of this catastrophic assault, Chu Fan's expression remained as placid as ever. He refrained from the recklessness of his earlier approach and did not rely solely on brute strength. Drawing a deep breath, an unseen yet palpably potent and ethereal force erupted from the depths of his dantian, akin to an ancient dragon awakening from millennium-long slumber. This force surged through his seemingly unremarkable right hand, manifesting as the enigmatic dark energy he had only recently mastered. For the first time before the eyes of the world, he unveiled his true trump card, the Tai Chi Cloud Hands. He lifted his right hand with a seemingly slow, yet astoundingly rapid trajectory, tracing a perfect arc imbued with the essence of the Tao in midair, effortlessly meeting Lin Ao's ferocious mountain-splitting seal. A thunderous clash erupted, akin to two colossal mountains colliding at great speed, unleashing a visible shockwave that radiated from their point of contact, fracturing the hard stone platform beneath them with spiderweb-like cracks. In the next moment, a terrifying tableau unfolded before the astonished eyes of the seasoned masters present. An awe-inspiring spectacle that would leave even the most experienced experts trembling in disbelief. The once mighty Lin Ao, with his seemingly invincible mountain-splitting seal, encountered Chu Fan's seemingly delicate yet profoundly effective cloud hands. To everyone's astonishment, the overwhelming force that could have demolished walls met with no resistance, dissipating into nothingness as if a cow had sunk into the sea, failing to stir even a ripple. The once violent energy now surged back, coursing through Lin Ao's arm, as if it sought to consume him entirely. In a display of supreme finesse, Chu Fan had achieved the impossible. He had turned Lin Ao's own strength against him, employing the legendary dark energy that was said to exist only in myths, now manifested in its most refined and profound form. In the VIP section, the Alliance leader Han Shan and Elder Wang Kuen's eyes widened with shock, as if illuminated by the light of day. They rose abruptly from their seats, their weathered faces etched with disbelief and astonishment. They gazed at the figure clad in white, standing gracefully upon the ring, as if beholding a monstrous apparition. A tempest of emotions surged within their hearts. Hidden prowess. Could it be that this young man was a master of concealed strength? How could this possibly be? At merely 22 years of age, a master of hidden strength at such a tender age. This transcends mere genius. It is the embodiment of a true prodigy. As the older generation of formidable warriors quaked in terror, the breathtaking battle atop the arena continued unabated. Lin Ao, undeterred by a failed strike, found his spirit ignited, awakening a frenzied combativeness befitting the most exceptional of talents. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Come again, he roared, channeling every ounce of his half-step mastery to its peak. He transformed into a streak of white lightning. The 8 trigrams palm, the Xingyi fist, the Vajra palm, a multitude of revered martial arts he had mastered to perfection surged forth like a tempest, relentlessly assailing Chu Fan's seemingly frail figure. Yet, no matter how ferocious and domineering his attacks were, no matter how exquisite his techniques became, Chu Fan maintained an air of serene composure, as if he were a solitary boat adrift upon a tumultuous sea, though it appeared he could be torn apart by the raging waves at any moment. He effortlessly evaded peril each time, emerging from the deadly whirlpool with an astonishingly subtle grace, unscathed. In that moment, the central arena bore witness to 2 figures, one black and one white, entwined like bolts of lightning, their speed and intensity reaching unparalleled heights. The thunderous clashes of their fists echoed like rolling thunder, accompanied by the terrifying force that left deep gashes upon the stone floor, leaving the young warriors present wide-eyed with shock and trepidation. They were witnessing the martial arts ascend to a level of power beyond human comprehension. However, while all were entranced by this celestial clash, the protagonist, Chu Fan, felt a flicker of disappointment and impatience in his eyes. After nearly 100 exchanges, he had thoroughly acclimated to the newfound formidable strength within him. To him, this so-called peerless genius had lost any value as a sparring partner. It was time for the game to conclude. Just as Lin Ao's next wave of frenzied assaults was about to engulf him once more, Chu Fan made his move, no longer content to merely defend and evade. He stepped forward with a sudden burst, gliding through Lin Ao's seemingly impenetrable defense with an otherworldly grace that defied the laws of physics. He closed the distance in an instant. Then, under Lin Ao's eyes, filled with disbelief and horror as they widened in shock, he slowly raised his right hand. A palm, seemingly weightless and devoid of any trace of aggression, struck his chest. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated like a colossal bell. Lin Ao's once erect figure stiffened as if struck by lightning. Gradually, he lowered his head, staring blankly at the seemingly unremarkable white palm imprinted upon his chest. His once proud, icy gaze now filled with confusion and incomprehension. The next moment, gushing forth, a mouthful of crimson, scalding blood erupted from his lips. His tall frame, akin to a broken kite, flew backward, crashing heavily against the cold, hard edge of the arena several dozen meters away, leaving a massive dent in the once solid stone. Life or death remained uncertain. Chu Fan slowly withdrew his hand, gazing at the pitiful figure that had entirely lost its fighting spirit. A hint of pity flickered in his deep, dark eyes as he spoke softly, his voice light and faint, yet cutting sharply like a dagger to the heart of the elder seated in the VIP area, whose visage had turned pale with fear and despair. Your strength is commendable, but alas, you have chosen the wrong master. Chapter 68. The Onslaught of Divine Retribution. Your strength is commendable, but alas, you have chosen the wrong master. Chu Fan's emotionless yet profoundly scornful and sympathetic proclamation struck like an invisible, searing blade, piercing the heart of the elder, Han Shan, whose face had turned ashen from shock and rage. It shattered the last remnants of dignity he possessed as the leader of the martial alliance, leaving him utterly exposed and humiliated. Silence. An absolute stillness more profound and chilling than any previously experienced enveloped the arena. Thousands of martial heroes from across the empire stood frozen, like paralyzed quails struck by divine thunder, their eyes wide with disbelief as they beheld the central arena. They watched the figure in white, who had effortlessly defeated their last hope with a mere palm strike, an otherworldly demon. Their minds blank. They had lost even the most basic capacity for thought. A prodigy, this being was no mere mortal. He was an unparalleled, once-in-a-millennium anomaly, a 22-year-old master of hidden strength, a single palm strike that obliterated a half-step master. Such a narrative would be deemed implausible even in the wildest of fantasy tales. At the epicenter of this storm, the elder Han Shan, concealed beneath his voluminous robe, clenched his aged hand into a fist. unable to suppress the surging tide of rage and humiliation. His sharp nails dug deeply into his palm, drawing forth trickles of crimson blood. He fixed his gaze upon the figure in white, who was slowly retracting his hand, his ancient eyes, once calm, now ablaze with an overwhelming, frenzied, killing intent, as if ready to consume him whole. He had never imagined that he, the esteemed leader of the Martial Alliance, a peerless expert at the pinnacle of transformation, surprisingly, it will be here today, in front of everyone's eyes, being publicly slapped so blatantly and mercilessly by a yellow-mouthed child in his early 20s. Even caught up with his most proud disciple who closed the door. This is simply a great shame. It is a great shame that he will never be able to wash away in his lifetime. Kill him. We must kill him, at any cost. We must also completely strangle this ignorant little beast in the cradle. Otherwise, wait for him to truly grow up. That will be the end of him and the entire martial arts alliance. A cold, crazy, and reckless killing intent instantly consumed all of Han Shan's rationality. He took a sudden step forward, a terrifying pressure that is 10 times more terrifying than the combined strength of Chu Guoyang and Wang Kun before, condensed to the extreme and belonging to the peak of transformation power, instantly exploded from him, like an invisible ancient divine mountain descending from the sky, firmly crushing towards the seemingly thin and gaunt figure in white on the central arena. It's like crushing him into a puddle of meat. He actually disregards his identity as the leader of the alliance. Go personally to deal with the younger generation. However, just as his terrifying master's power, which could change the color of heaven and earth, was about to descend upon Chu Fan's head. At the moment when all the martial artists in the audience were terrified by this sudden and devastating pressure, their hearts and souls were shattered. Sudden change. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 4 black eerie figures filled with endless ominous and deadly aura. Unexpectedly like a ghost, it rose into the sky from the 4 most inconspicuous and dark corners of the Yanwu Square without any warning. Their speed is extremely fast, like 4 Black Death lightning bolts. In an instant, we crossed a distance of several hundred meters, appeared in the crowd that had already been scared and dumbfounded. Immediately after, 4 unilateral terror massacres filled with bloodshed and death were carried out without warning in broad daylight. A young warrior who was staring blankly at all of this. His chest suddenly, without warning, pierced, penetrated, and exited a sharp ice blade made of solid ice that shimmered with icy coldness. He slowly lowered his head, staring blankly at my heart that was instantly pierced. Those energetic eyes instantly lost all their radiance. Then he fell heavily into a pool of blood with a thud. Help! Help! Another young man from a prominent family who reacted slightly faster and attempted to turn around and escape. The hard white marble ground under his feet suddenly came alive, strangely, transformed into a black swamp filled with endless death aura. A terrifying ghostly hand composed of pure, dark energy suddenly peeked out from inside. I grabbed his ankle in one go, and then in his piercing screams filled with endless fear and despair, dragging him whole into that endless abyss of darkness. Fire, laze, windblade, poison mist, countless strange and terrifying abilities filled with the aura of death and destruction, rampaging wildly on this small martial arts square, harvesting one fresh young life after another. Those so-called arrogant sons of heaven who usually stand high and mighty among their respective sects and families. In front of these mysterious black, clothed men who appear and disappear like ghosts. Surprisingly, there's not even a trace of resistance. Just like a group of poor lambs waiting to be slaughtered, it was easily slaughtered to the point of being wiped out. For a moment, the entire Yanwu Square is completely chaotic. Screams of agony, howling cries, call for help, with a crazy fleeing crowd filled with endless fear and despair. In an instant, this once sacred martial arts holy land was turned into a bloody and deadly hell on earth. Heavenly punishment, above the VIP seat. The leader Han Shan looked at this hellish scene before his eyes. An unprecedented sense of shock and anger instantly appeared on his immortal wind, tunnel-bone, old face. He can't afford to trouble Chu Fan anymore. He let out a roar. His figure flickered like a fired shell, rushed towards the black, clothed man who was crazily slaughtering in the crowd. Damn it, and dares to act recklessly here. However, at this moment, the black, clothed man wearing a silver mask, who always stood with his hands down as if enjoying a magnificent slaughter feast, was at the forefront. He slowly lifted his head. A hoarse, terrifying laughter filled with endless contempt and ridicule, like metal friction, emanated from beneath the mask. That sound is not loud, but like the death knell blowing from the 9 underworld, resounding clearly in the ears of every survivor. make their souls tremble with fear. A group of pitiful insects who kill each other. Today is our heavenly punishment that will give you the final judgment. Chapter 69, Joining Hands. The cooperation between Chu Fan and Han Shan. A group of pitiful insects who kill each other. Today, it is our heavenly punishment that will give you the final judgment. The hoarse and terrifying sentence of the black-clothed man wearing a silver mask at the forefront, filled with endless contempt and ridicule. Like a basin of ice water with ice shards. It poured fiercely into the hearts of all the surviving martial arts heroes who had already been scared out of their wits. Make their already cold bodies even more like falling into an ice cave. Trial? For what? Just relying on you guys who are neither human nor ghost monsters. However, their anger lies in the face of that absolute crushing power. It seems so ridiculous and powerless. They can only watch helplessly as those ghostly Black Death figures rampage wildly among the crowd, harvesting one fresh young life after another. Their proud so-called ancient martial arts. In the face of these unheard of bizarre and terrifying abilities. Surprisingly, there is not even a trace of resistance. This is simply a one-sided bloody massacre. Damn it, dare to. At a time when all the young warriors were plunged into endless despair and fear of death. A thunderous roar filled with raging anger suddenly exploded. The aged figure of the Alliance leader Han Shan, who was immortal and upright, finally charged forward like a fired shell. His withered and seemingly powerless old right hand suddenly slammed forward. A majestic and terrifying wave of transformation energy, intangible yet filled with the endless artistic conception of Taoism, erupted from his palm in an instant, severely imprinted on the heart of a black-clothed man who was preparing to use a wind blade to execute a girl who had already been scared and foolish by Ling Qi. Bang! A dull and terrifying loud noise, like that of a great bell and a great LV. In the fleeting moment before calamity, the once invincible psychic, who had seemed impervious to harm, found himself utterly unprepared. His body was struck with the force of a battering ram, flung through the air in a manner that defied the very laws of physics, landing with a sickening thud. The entirety of his back caved in, his internal organs obliterated by the overwhelming power of a single blow. Even before he hit the ground, life had vacated his body. Just one strike, merely a single strike. A formidable psychic whose strength rivaled that of a mid-stage dark energy master was dispatched in an instant. This exemplified the terrifying prowess of a peak transformation master. All elders, heed my command. After delivering his decisive blow, Han Shan's hair stood on end, his murky old eyes flashing with a terrifying murderous intent. He bellowed at the enraged elders of the martial alliance behind him. Form ranks. Annihilate these oblivious scoundrels. Yes, leader. Dozens of venerable elders, their hair as white as snow and each possessing at least the strength of an initial transformation master, roared in unison. In an instant, they dispersed like phantoms around the training grounds, encircling the remaining 3 black-clad assailants, who were still in the throes of carnage. Thus began a true pinnacle confrontation within the depths of this world. Meanwhile, on the central arena, Chu Fan surveyed the devastation before him, a scene reminiscent of a hellish battleground. A flicker of icy resolve ignited in the depths of his dark, profound gaze. He refrained from joining the fray of the veteran masters, his attention unwaveringly fixed upon the silver-masked leader, who stood aloof as if an outsider. An instinctual warning surged within him. This man was formidable, unfathomably strong. He was undoubtedly the most terrifying among the members of the heavenly punishment present today. Sensing the intensity of Chu Fan's battle spirit, the silver-masked figure slowly turned his head. Beneath the mask, 2 piercing eyes, imbued with an aura of death and destruction, locked on a Chu Fan's gaze in a thunderous collision. A wave of invisible, terrifying energy erupted between them. Chu Fan felt as though his brain had been struck by an invisible hammer of immense weight, involuntarily retreating half a step, his complexion paling slightly. Such overwhelming psychic power. This individual was undoubtedly an S-class psychic. After their silent mental clash, the silver-masked man's voice, raspy and reminiscent of metal grinding, echoed with a hint of incredulity. Interesting. A mere novice who has just crossed into the realm of dark energy can withstand 70% of my mental assault. Far more entertaining than that rabble below. With that, he disregarded his struggling companions, his toes barely touching the ground as he floated soundlessly through the air, gliding towards Chu Fan on the central stage. His terrifying, otherworldly demeanor sent shivers down the spines of all surviving martial artists below. Not good. Han Shan, engaged in a fierce struggle with an ice element psychic, felt his heart race in alarm. He yearned to intervene, but found himself ensnared by his relentless opponent, unable to break free. He could only watch in horror as the silver-masked figure, resembling a god of destruction, approached Chu Fan, who, despite his prodigious talent, was still merely a fledgling in the realm of dark energy. It was over. Despair flashed through Han Shan's mind. Yet, as everyone believed that this unprecedented prodigy, who had only just shone brightly, was destined to fall, Chu Fan remained unperturbed. Fear was absent from his countenance. Instead, an unprecedented fervor ignited within his dark, deep-set eyes. A blazing desire for battle. An S-class psychic? Perfect. Let me gauge the true weight of these so-called top-tier powers in this inner world. With a roar, he channeled the turbulent, dark energy he had recently harnessed to its utmost potential, transforming into a streak of black lightning. He advanced, not retreating, but charging boldly towards the impending silver-masked figure, igniting the stage for a pinnacle showdown between the most elite talents of this world's surface and its depths. The clash escalated rapidly. In this life-and-death struggle, Chu Fan unleashed all the combat experience and lethal techniques he had acquired as the world's foremost assassin in his past life. Each move he executed prioritized evasion over inflicting damage, deftly avoiding the opponent's elusive and unpredictable psychic strikes. Simultaneously, he utilized his ghostly agility to engage in a dance of combat, seeking the fleeting chink in his opponent's armor. His battle intellect, transcending life and death, left the transformation elders below in a state of awe and self-reproach. Finally, after nearly 100 exchanges, Chu Fan seized an opportunity. Just before the opponent unleashed another round of psychic onslaught, he channeled all his dark energy in his right leg and executed a devastating axe kick that crashed forcefully into the seemingly vacant left shoulder of his adversary. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated as the once untouchable silver-masked figure staggered, letting out a pained, incredulous groan. His body plummeted from the air like a kite severed from its string. However, Chu Fan did not escape unscathed. At the moment of impact, he was met with the fierce backlash of his opponent's dying mental assault, feeling as if his brain had been struck by an immense, invisible hammer. Darkness enveloped him, and he coughed up a mouthful of hot blood, staggering backward several steps before barely regaining his footing. They were both left injured. On the other side of the battlefield, the tide of battle began to sway as Han Shan and the numerous transformation elders launched a relentless onslaught. The remaining trio of cloaked figures, despite their enigmatic prowess, ultimately found themselves overpowered, as two hands could scarcely contend against four. In the wake of a harrowing confrontation that exacted a toll of one life and left another grievously wounded, they fled in disarray, dragging along the silver-masked individual, who had been severely injured by Chu Fan, from a martial arena that had long since transformed into a veritable hellscape. The battle had drawn to a close, yet the air above the arena remained thick with an inescapable miasma of blood and death. The surviving young warriors sat despondently upon the ground, their expressions etched with the bewilderment and dread of having narrowly escaped the clutches of demise. Alliance leader Han Shan surveyed the scene before him, a landscape reminiscent of a hell on earth, marred by the lifeless bodies of the young, now cold and still. For the first time, a complex mixture of gravitas and trepidation flickered across his aged visage, which often bore the countenance of ethereal wisdom. He slowly turned away, his once sharp, murky eyes devoid of any remnants of calculation or hostility. Instead, they rested upon the figure of a young man, calm and unhurried, meticulously wiping the blood from his hands with a pristine handkerchief. After a prolonged silence, Han Shan finally mustered the strength to voice the question that weighed heavily on his mind. Who exactly are you?